there is a risk. Now you told us about that, right? Last time you slept. So
I think your message is to Alexander. Alexander, I don't think the deep state votes have been counted yet. The deep state votes haven't been counted yet. Hold on for that number, Alexander. Is there a hope for Kamala after this? 51.7. I mean, she's closed in on the total votes counted. She's at 47% right now. 51.7 for Donald Trump. Does she still have a chance, in your view, Alexander?
No, I strongly believe she has no chance. And when I left the campaign headquarters in Buckhead, my friends were asking, what do you expect before you leave? I said, President Trump is going to win at least 330 electoral votes, a minimum of 325 to 330 electoral votes. That is what I want to see. And 270 is more than enough for us but I expect more than that. And I see that right now. One more thing, if you wanted to ask Mr. Abhishek Kabur, we were talking about the media, the mainstream medias, the liberal medias, the fake medias of the United States, how they were attacking President Trump for last 4 years.
Yes.
I'm glad that point came up. I sent Mr. Abhishek Kabur a picture from the watch party. He may have it in his phone. He probably won't show you guys. I sent him a picture and I said,
what picture are you talking about?
From the counting center.
I sent him a picture saying this is the liberal fake media that is lined up in the...
What he's talking about is, Niranjan, that if you're watching Fox, Trump has already won and has already occupied White House.
Yes.
So if you're watching CNN, then Kamala Harris is just to walk away from the White House.
I'm curious, what is CNN projecting right now? Okay, while we discuss that, while I find out what
let's go to Ankush. Ankush, while we are on it, while we are discussing the Jill Biden dress and the millennia sunglasses, why is your sipper having US flag on it? You are having a sipper with you and you have a US flag on it, right?
Yeah, we see, right now I am in the Win party. I am with the Congressman Tom Keane, who had just won. If you want, I can go inside the...
Please speak to him if you can for us. Please speak to him if you can for us.
Sorry?
If you can speak to the congressman, it would be fantastic, Ankush, if you can do that.
Yeah, I can go inside and see if he's not busy, because on the other channel, I let other TV9 Bharatvarsh, you can see the cops here. You want to talk to the cops? Because we were there for the Win party. Hey, is Tom Keane inside still? Or he left?
I didn't see him. Sorry, no.
Oh, he left?
I don't know.
Okay, wait, I will see if he's there. I can ask him to talk to you guys.
Okay, let's do that. Till that time...
I can show you the Win party. Now, everybody has left. It's already 10, 11, 15. You can see here.
You can go full frame. Let's go full frame. Let's go full frame to Ankush, just to get a sense of the counting center there. Okay.
All right, Dhiranjan, this is important. This is important. So, New York Times, which was giving only 70% chances for Trump to win just about an hour and a half back, is now saying it's 91% chance of Trump winning.
Okay, that's Ankush. That's a live shot.
Okay, this is a live shot. Ankush, can you flip the camera and show us what's happening there? Ankush, can you flip the camera?
Yeah, you're on vertical. Can you just make your camera horizontal?
Can you flip the camera and show us around the hall what's happening there?
Okay, I think we've lost the signal.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we've lost the signal.
Let's go to the other guest then. Let's go to the other guest.
We can stay with the visuals.
Stay with the pictures. Stay with the pictures. Okay.
Let me just send you a video that I took live from the watch party. Let me send it to you right now. Okay. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Send it.
Send the pictures. Okay, he wants to get in. Our friend from New York wants to get in.
Yes, Dave, go on.
Dave.
Abhishek, I like your enthusiasm. I got to check what you had for the coffee this morning.
Abhishek.
There's a fellow panelist. She talked about the global issues, and she added the global environmental pollution and the Supreme Court Chief Justice appointment. Supreme Court Chief Justice appointment is an issue within the Americas. There is nothing global reoccurrence to it. In terms of the environmental pollution, US and China, we are the two biggest global pollutants. Mr. Trump have said it over and over again. In a long run, we have to work towards reducing the US side of pollution. There is no magic wand, abracadabra, jantar mantar, choo, that it will happen tomorrow. All these global leaders will take their charter plane and we'll talk about global pollution. So that's a humbug about it.
Okay.
Now, coming back to the elections, it's not over until it's over.
Yes.
US elections is very complicated. It's not like India, you press the EVM button and you get the result. There are much more complexities to it. There is early polling, then there is basically during the election day, you vote through the system. There is a last minute ballot which you can mail out. And then there is a physical count to it, right? Because there is not only system through you're getting all the votes. So you will see very often the presidential election getting dragged for weeks and for months just because of the simple reason till the last count of the vote. It's
Dave,
not
I'm going to
declared,
ask you to hold on to your thought there.
Closely contested.
Dave, I'm requesting you to just hold on to your thought. I need to take a short commercial break here on Republic. We're taking a break, right? We'll come back. I request all our panelists, stay with us. We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. Take this forward. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happened. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. And indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
Okay, welcome back. You're watching live coverage of the US elections. The results pouring in. Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague, along with Shravan Sen, live in the studios of Republic TV, getting you the results of the American elections. Shravan, take it away. Give us a sense of who's leading and how many seats so far. What's the magic number in America?
Well, in fact, let's just quickly take you through the numbers that is coming in right now. It is turning out to be a fascinating election right now. We were saying it's going to be close, but it looks like, at least from the numbers that are emerging right now, that Trump is way ahead. Now, these are the traditional seats that you see the voting, where the counting has already taken place. And of course, you have the Republicans holding on to it. As far as the swing states are also concerned, there is also that's moving towards the Republicans, particularly in Georgia, North Carolina, as well as Pennsylvania, where they are moving ahead. You have about 50% of the voting that has, the counting that has already taken place. And the number which stands right now is 267 for Donald Trump and 210 for Kamala Harris. So it's quite clear, at least from the numbers, initial trends that are emerging right now, these are the states where they have been able to pick up. These are largely the stronghold of the Democrats, where they're holding on to it. Typically, these are also the red bastion, if one may say. And with regards to the swing states, at least of the 7, 6, Abhishek, not all 7, 6 where the Republicans are ahead. 1 in Nevada a short while back, the voting was over, so that number expected to come in a little later. But Shravan, you see, the beauty of swing states is that they keep swinging, you know, and that's why, while a while back it was 3 to Trump, 3 to Biden, 1 was still undecided. Beg your pardon, 3 to Trump, 3 to Kamala, and 1 undecided. Then you had 7 going Trump's way, and maybe now it's again 6 to Trump, 1 to Kamala. I keep saying Biden. So you see, Now, if you look at it more seriously speaking, Niranjan,
Yes.
had you begun with me instead of Shravan, I would have said, let's call the election. But I'm not doing that.
Shravan,
now that you
Abhishek,
started
don't
with
do
Shravan.
that. The deep state votes haven't been counted yet.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. I'm coming to deep state. Coming to deep state.
You're missing out the point what Alexander said. Last time he slept, morning he woke up, it was a different election. That's why we should.
Coming to deep state. So I'm telling you what happens when Alexander sleeps. You see, in Detroit, for example, the results are expected after midnight. That's when Alexander would be sleeping. Milwaukee, don't expect the results before
Abhishek.
3 a.m. That's US time. Alexander would be sleeping. So obviously when he gets up, it would be a different result.
Abhishek, you're talking about swing states, and for most Indians watching this, it must just be flying over their heads, Like, what is he talking about? But
Flying over the heads of Americans?
No, but listen to me. But the point is, I'm getting in some breaking news right now, and this is being reported by both Fox and CNN. Fox reporting.
That must be believable because both Fox and CNN are reporting.
Yeah, Fox and CNN are reporting that the Kamala Harris campaign has stopped giving comments to the media. Okay, and Associated Press has put it very subtly. But let me tell you, CNN also reporting that Kamala headquarters is complete silence, looking for bright spot, not finding any as of this minute.
Jyotsna, what's happening?
Yeah, but the edited version of that, the subtle version of that on Associated Press, APTN reporting that Kamala Harris campaign chair stresses patience to nervous Democrats, staff watching vote totals.
So Democrats have been nervous. Look at the Barack Obama post about a couple of hours back when he's saying, caution, let's not run through it, let's wait. So obviously there are jitters, Jyotsna, and that's getting reflected in what Niranjan just said, that Kamala Harris campaign has stopped giving comments.
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely, they have to wait patiently. They are waiting for some genie to come, do some magic. And of course, equally at the same time, even for Republicans, I would say, hold your horses, stay calm. Let's wait for these battleground states. You never know what happens. So I'm patiently waiting unless the complete last vote is counted. I don't want to believe anything right now. From 2020, we had some very good lessons, bitter lessons. This time, we are very calm. We will calmly wait for the last vote to be counted and the elections be declared, the results be declared.
If I can just bring in Saurabh right now. Saurabh, just, for everyone to understand, when we say how things could actually change in the swing states, particularly in Pennsylvania, keeping in mind that you've had an assassination attempt there, perhaps there would be a sympathy vote. As far as the suburban areas in Atlanta are concerned, there too some changes could take place. What really has changed in the last few years, particularly for each of the candidates in these swing states? Because as I understand, as I was looking at least at Pittsburgh and a few other places, Philadelphia too, things are certainly changing. So it's not a monolithic, observation as far as these swing states are concerned. So help us understand what's really changing there.
I'm glad you asked this question, and I would tend to agree with Jyotsna that, as a responsible news network, and, we have to make sure that we don't call the elections till the time all these states are out.
Are you suggesting I'm being irresponsible, Saurabh?
Abhishek,
things can be really, really very different. Swing states, in fact, I'll tell you, there are clusters within these swing states, even Philadelphia, for instance. So Philadelphia as a city will turn out a different number than some of these suburbs. So every small suburb and counties within US, you will see a different results emerging. That's the reason the sum total is very important. So that's the reason why you will see that it's constantly changing. Michigan, for instance, earlier, Donald Trump was leading. Now Kamala Harris is leading, according to my research desk. Pennsylvania, now, Donald Trump is leading. So these leads will, and that's the reason why these states are swing states, because they have a propensity to bounce back to either red or blue every election. And that's the reason why these 7 states are critical to deciding the fate of the US presidency. I would say, yes, definitely there is a surge in terms of Donald Trump's overall vote numbers. There is a surge in terms of trends coming out, even from the legacy media outlets, which actually endorse Kamala Harris. But we have to wait it out. We have to be patient here. And this is what I will tell the Indian audiences who are watching us as well, that this is very different than Indian election. This is
Saurabh.
election. Also, one more, just allow me one more. Unlike the Indian election where there are voting machines being used, a lot of these places have paper ballot, which have to be counted. So just we have to hold our horses. But yes, it is going to be a bit of a wait here.
You know, we remember what happened in 2000 between Al Gore and George W. Bush, and then of course a bit of a hitch there in 2016 also. But you were talking about Indian response, Indian reaction. One reaction is coming in from our stock exchange, from our stock markets.
Yes,
Ranjan.
it's gone up.
Markets are 500 plus points up. Yesterday they were 450 points down. So obviously, Saurabh, while of course I would go by what you're saying, that let caution be the byword, because it can swing and it keeps swinging till for late into the midnight, past midnight in the United States. But there is already a sense that Trump might just manage to pass that 270 mark.
You know, I'll tell you what, I want to give you a big indicator. Donald Trump, knowing him by now, he would have appeared in front of the cameras and declared a victory. But he is being very cautious himself. You haven't seen him coming out. He wants to wait it out. He and his strategists have advised him this caution. So that's the reason you see that whole number. About the Indian Stock Exchange, yes, certainly. A Trump victory there will be a major booster for the Indian Stock Exchange also, because they think with Trump supporters like Elon Musk, who obviously is eyeing the Indian market in a major way, and he obviously is a big votary of the trade relationship with India. Certainly there will be a bump in the stock market, but stock markets goes up, goes down, the nature of the stock market. Certainly we'll have to see how the US stock market reacts to these trends tomorrow when the stock exchange is open. But it is, as we were saying, it's a pivotal election. It's going to be a landmark election, whichever way it goes. For now, certainly Donald Trump and the Republican parties have reasons to rejoice, but they cannot be celebrating as we talk at this moment. Here it's about 11:40 in the night at Eastern, ET.
Just a sec. Yes. Since Saurabh mentioned that even Donald Trump is not coming out and speaking, he would have taken his center stage before camera. You see, I'm going through a New York Times report, Saurabh, which says Elon Musk plans to spend election night with Donald Trump, giving the former president direct access to the person controlling X, a key information platform, on what could be a chaotic evening. So obviously there is already a media war panning out and jockeying for information as per happening.
Yeah, this is big. I'll tell you why, Abhishek, because I heard Democrats and leaders in the Democratic Party in the last few weeks suggest that X, formerly Twitter, should be shut down.
Yes.
I mean, look at that. I mean, these are the guys who preach to the world about freedom of speech, right? They wanted to shut down Twitter.
And what's the suggestion? Just because Elon Musk is spending election night with Donald Trump, is that going to, in any manner, influence the mandate?
Yeah.
For God's sake, is that the suggestion? Jyotsna?
These suggestions are not good. Nothing's going to happen like that.
Yes.
Americans work sensibly. Yes. They think sensibly. They act accordingly. And no monopoly holds anywhere.
Yeah. Dheeraj Kaul is also joining us. Dheeraj Kaul is a geopolitical expert joining us live from Pennsylvania. Very interesting trends coming in from there. But I have some breaking news updates. Kamala Harris has won New Mexico, taking her lead up to 192.
Well, naturally, so border state.
Yeah, 192, Donald Trump 230. But even the Associated Press saying that Trump's win in North Carolina has now narrowed Harris's path in the 2024 elections. How are you reading the trends coming in from where you're sitting, Dheeraj, in Pennsylvania?
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me on the show. I just wanted to add certain things. I'm a biotech analytics. Also, I do that in the Wall Street. I'm connected to BlackRock in that area. So I can put some insight on the stock market. So it's already behaving what we are expecting, Trump victory. If you can see, the gold is dropping and the stock future, S&P future is up and Russell 2000 is 2% up as of now. So market is already, counting that in. But having said that, in Pennsylvania, I've been speaking to a lot of people for last few months. There is a ground ground level current in which you saw even the hardcore voters of Democratic Party, like immigrants, legal immigrants, when I talk about it, Hispanics, Latinos from different places, African Americans, Asians who have come here through the legal route, have a lot of anger against the current government for their immigration policies. So they were already undercurrent voting towards Republican Party. And the other area, like I mentioned earlier in the interview, was inflation. It was very, very big here. Average cost of things is very high. Eggs, milk, daily products are very high. First time home buyers cannot afford a house. Interest rates is very high. Small companies, startups. I am in a process of starting my own healthcare and AI startup. It's very hard to get money. So on jobs, the quality jobs are gone. Like, jobs in Walmart, McDonald's, if you count them as jobs, yes, your numbers would be good. But the realistic on ground reality is very, very different. So there is a lot of resentment against the current government. And it's thought that Kamala Harris was in the government, and why didn't she make the change? And you'll be amazed to know black men, especially in Pennsylvania area where I am right now, including Philadelphia, which is thought to be hardcore, are also having a trend to vote against Harris. So that's an under reality. And, I know the polls are very close right now in Pennsylvania, but I would take it to the bank that Trump is gaining lead here very strongly, and even in Georgia, same effect. So I won't be amazed. Currently, the number is 211, I believe. But it will keep going. As the time passes, you will see the gap will increase more and more. So it's very interesting, very close. But I anticipate a Trump victory coming soon.
Neeraj, the trends
and
have
the
just
market
changed.
is also...
The trends have just changed. In fact, I want to give that breaking news update right now. Kamala Harris now with 205 leads, Donald Trump 230, and we have a very special guest also joining us, Ray Locker, who's a journalist, a presidential historian, a regular on Republic TV. Thank you, Ray. Good evening there in America. It's too early, of course, to call it, but the lead that Trump has, was it expected? How are you seeing these trends play out?
Well, I think he's obviously the favorite to win right now. I mean, he's got significant leads in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I know there are some votes out in Democratic leaning areas, but they got to get a lot of votes real fast for him to lose, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm shocked. I thought Harris was going to win this election. It looks like I'm wrong. I mean, this is a guy who's a 34-time convicted felon. His own vice president the last time won't vote for him. Most of his cabinet officials won't vote for him. He's promised to pardon the January 6th defendants. I mean, all of that to me is disqualifying. Now, your previous guest talked about inflation. Yes, that's been a concern, but it's the lowest among industrialized nations. And we've bounced back from the pandemic better than any country. But that often doesn't matter. So, if enough people don't believe that that's reality, then they're going to vote for the challenger. And in this case, it's Trump, even though he has been president and has a record. So that's the way it goes in this country.
Mr. Ray Locker, what really has changed, given the fact that you say that Kamala Harris has taken forward Joe Biden's legacy in terms of what she would be offering to the Americans, particularly, one would say, very conservative, but at the same time, a safer option. What you would look at in terms of President Trump bringing in, it could perhaps be an upheaval task for him too, and bringing about a complete change. What is it that is striking a chord when it comes to President Trump with the Americans?
I think some people see the economy pre-pandemic as being very good. Now, he inherited that from Barack Obama, and they were like, hey, things weren't so bad with Trump. Yes, he's mercurial. Some may say crazy, but it was okay. We were managing. And then the pandemic, that was an aberration. We got rid of him. We got in Biden. Things aren't better, or at least they don't seem better to a lot of people. So they're like, okay, well, let's hope that Trump can bring back whatever he did pre-2020 and things will be okay. I don't believe that's going to be the case, but I'm not the average American voter.
Ray, also, everyone's saying it's too early, but there is already a pattern, which is that these early votes that are being counted, most of them are coming from, boroughs, counties, which are suburban and not exactly the metropolitan areas of all these states. So be it, all the swing states, say Wisconsin, say Arizona, even Pennsylvania and Michigan. You think that overnight things can change to a level where you could see Kamala Harris actually narrowing that lead when it comes to those crucial electoral college votes?
I've been looking at the totals from all these different areas in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I just don't think she has enough votes there. She'd have to rack up some huge margins in the votes that are still out, in suburban Philadelphia, greater Milwaukee area, Detroit. It's possible, but I don't think it's likely.
You are in a way suggesting that Trump might have taken an unassailable lead and might be on his way to the White House. Ray, is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it looks right now. I think I'd be delusional to think that she's going to turn around and win these three blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I mean, she's down by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I don't think the votes are there for her in the remaining areas that haven't reported. And the same in the other two states. And it looks like the Republican candidate's going to win in Pennsylvania and knock off Senator Bob Casey, who served 3 terms. It looks like that could happen in Wisconsin, where the Republican could win there, and the same in Michigan. So, the trends do not look good for Kamala Harris or Democrats.
Yeah. Just a bit of breaking news update that I have right now. In Pennsylvania, county facing manual ballot count due to alleged software glitch. The kind of stuff you'd expect from, I wouldn't expect that from America, but all of this is happening. Ballots will now be hand counted in pairs under observation, a process that could take some time. According to the secretary there, that's a breaking news update that's come in. Shawan, I think you had some more breaking news updates.
Some more projections really emerging right now from the 7 key states. I'll just take you through first from Arizona. Donald Trump stands about 49%, Kamala Harris at 49.4%. So it's neck to neck as far as Arizona is concerned. Once again, projection indicating that Trump could be ahead there. As far as Georgia is concerned, there you have Donald Trump at 51%, Kamala Harris at 48%. So there again, you have Trump ahead. Michigan, now it's again being very close. It's 51% for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris at 46.6%. But once again, projections not really coming in from Michigan at this point in time. Nevada, remember, closed in a little while back, so there is no numbers really coming in from Nevada as yet. As far as North Carolina is concerned, there you have a clear surge for Donald Trump. That's 50.8%, Kamala Harris at 48%. So as far as the swing states concerned, Niranjan, it looks like Trump is well poised. Yeah,
3.5-4% lead in the total votes that have been counted in America so far. Trump crossing the 60 million vote count. Let's go across to our panelists. 60 million votes and more for Donald Trump, with 51% of the total votes cast in America for him. 56 million votes counted so far going for Kamala Harris. That's roughly about 47.6%. And most of the people, Ray, on this panel, Indian Americans from different parts of America, all wearing the MAGA hats. You're the only one. Let's show all our panelists. Let's go across. Let's show all our panelists, please, on screen. Yeah, look at them. All of them. Ray, all the Indian Americans, including Jagdish Savani, who's joining us, and along with Kunal Desai, all of them wearing MAGA hats. You're the only one who was rooting for Kamala Harris. You're the only one looking glum on the panel. Even our markets are cheering, this trend. Ray, we've crossed the 80,000 mark on the Bombay Stock Exchange. So even the Indian stock markets are looking very exciting this morning, Ray.
Well, I mean, if the markets are up, that's good for me. I mean, I'm invested in the market too. Everybody has the reasons for who they vote for. My opinion was Donald Trump was the worst president of my lifetime. I don't expect anything better. And I think Indian Americans and any person of color in this country is going to have a difficult time, guilt by association, other things. We saw that right after he became president the last time with the Muslim ban, the travel ban. And there was a great hue and cry. And when you talk about mass deportations, it sounds great in the abstract until it happens to somebody you care about. And when you have people looking at you differently because you don't look like somebody else, that's going to be a problem.
And then Saurabh. Alexander, I'm coming to you. Alexander, I'm coming to you.
I would say Harris would be better because she is more predictable. Yes, I know that Trump had a great relationship or seemingly great relationship with Narendra Modi. Look, the U.S.-India relationship is going to be enduring and strong regardless of who's president. India is on the rise. You have to be an idiot in the United States not to realize that. And so it's only good for the United States to have a strong relationship with India.
Right.
I think Trump will do some of the right things because he did before. I think Harris would do the same thing because our economic interests are aligned. And India is the world's largest democracy, and we're a democracy. We're all doing this interview in English. We share that language. We share many things in common. So I think regardless of who's elected, the relationship will be good.
Ray, I don't know. I wonder if you have been closely watching the developments in this geography in the last few months. So you say that Kamala Harris would be good or better for India. But look at what has happened in Bangladesh, for example. If the United States under a Democrat administration sees India as an ally, that's not what you do to an ally. Whatever has happened in Bangladesh and seemingly has blessings from the United States, it's very destabilizing for the region. Similarly, Ray, we have seen, for example, the delay in the GE engines, almost 2 years and more. That's not good. And similarly, Ray, for example, in the case of Pakistan, the United States under the Biden-Harris administration renewed the contract for refurbishing and re-maintaining their F-16 fleet. So in a way, arming Pakistan, destabilizing Bangladesh, and denying GE engines to India. That's not like a good friend's job.
Well, I mean, those are some key points. I think in general, though, countries like the United States and India have things they agree upon and disagree upon. And in balance, that the relationship is strong and it's only going to get better.
You know, and let me just come in here.
Saurabh want to say something. Yes, Saurabh.
Yeah. Niranjan, I would say that the ability to do big tasks will be easier under Trump. I would agree with Ray that Kamala Harris's regime would have been more predictable. But say, I'll give you an example, right? Tomorrow, US and India, if, you know, I'm giving you a hypothetical situation, are in a situation where, you know, they have a problem on tariffs. Prime Minister Modi can pick up the phone and speak to Donald Trump and obviously intervene and get a lot of things solved. That is the kind of relationship the two leaders occupy. So those kind of the big deals that I'm talking about, that will be easier against, you know, in a Trump regime. Obviously, there are certain concerns both sides have. I'm not saying that it will be completely a smooth relationship. As Ray also mentioned, you agree to disagree on certain things, and obviously, but Trump will be guided by his own instincts more than his diplomats, bureaucrats telling him things than the other way around. When it comes to Kamala Harris, who would be guided more by the State Department and the White House. Trump, I can give you an example. The Trump's India visit wouldn't have happened if he followed the advice of his advisors. He went ahead because he had promised to Prime Minister Modi, and it was conveyed to him that, you know, a lot of people will be there to receive him, and he made sure he visited India. So he's a kind of a maverick. So he will continue to do that. And I would say that Trump 2.0 would also be different in some ways because he is also, you know, he may be saying things during the election campaign. A lot of leaders do that. But when it comes to running, you know, presidency, I do hope that he gets a bit of structure in place by some great set of advisors when he occupies White House this time and follows their advice.
Guys, that's not going to happen. You know, everybody hopes that someone's...
All right, so these are the latest numbers that we are going by, which is that Donald Trump has cornered 230 of the 538 electoral college votes, while Kamala Harris has 209. Now, this still cannot be called a decisive lead, but it is lead nevertheless. And more importantly, Trump has netted one of the 7 swing states that are key to who is going to occupy White House next. And we have just got a picture of Trump confabulating with Elon Musk at his campaign headquarters, from where he's closely watching the developments. This is the picture, and this is the picture to which New York Times has objected, suggesting that with Musk controlling social media platform X and spending the election night with Trump, maybe this gives them some kind of advantage vis-a-vis the Democrats in terms of information flow. Can we discuss this aspect with the panel? And if I can... Yes, Shravan, you had something to add.
In fact, Kunal Desai is also joining us on this broadcast. In a while from now, Dheeraj, I'll come to you. And Saurabh too. Let me just get an initial comment from Kunal Desai. Kunal, you've been watching this very closely in terms of the reaction really coming in from the markets too. Of course, the markets were essentially rooting for Donald Trump with the kind of aspirations that his side really has at this point in time. Kunal, what's the sense that you're getting?
Yes. So first of all, thank you. You know, it's an honor to be on this media network. I've been following Mr. Goswami's journey since I would say that somewhere between I grew up from a youth to a man listening to Mr. Goswami, and I still remember the infamous interview he did, and he changed the entire history of India when he interviewed Mr. Rahul Gandhi in 2014. That is one of the best things he has ever done, not only for me, but a lot of Indian Americans and Indians out there in India as well. So anyway, coming back to the main point, I am an immigrant. I'm here since 18 years. I'm from Gujarat. I'm originally from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The biggest thing I sacrificed my life and I came to this great country was, mainly for rising up the ranks, to work hard and to earn in a legitimate way. So what do I care about? I care about a president who's going to work hard for my money, for my investments. And even before I became a naturalized citizen, I became a naturalized citizen last year, so this was my first presidential vote. So even before that, I was rooting for President Trump in 2016 and even in 2020 as well. I don't care about what he did, the Capitol riots and all that. I won't go into that direction. But
Kunal, can I ask you this specific question? Kunal, because
yes,
most of the Indian Americans have largely spoken about the fact that what has really worked in their favor. Particularly, a short while back, you've had Alexander from the Republican camp largely talking about the fact that as an individual during his presidency, at least he could afford to buy a house. What is it particularly that has worked for the Indian Americans that the Indian Americans currently seem to be really rooting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely. So interest rates went super high in the last 4 years. In President Trump's time, even I myself got a home at a reasonable interest rate as well. And a lot of Indian Americans were able to afford the home. Right now, it is very difficult. And like I mentioned earlier as well, even you look at basic groceries, it's extremely hard to even get a loaf of bread or sometimes a meat or anything like that from a grocery store. It might be challenging for a lot of people right now. We want a president who works for everyone, and like I said earlier as well, for me, the two biggest issues were, my investments and my money should be on the right track. It should not fall down because I have to work very hard, and so are all the Indian Americans over here. And and of course, I don't want, to be very honest, I don't want any illegal aliens coming from the border and, trying to get my job, what I'm doing. This is a capitalist economy. I'm working hard and I want the capitalist economy to maintain. I worked hard. I used to clean toilets. I used to clean restrooms. I used to work for $8 an hour when I came to America. So from there, I have come a long way by working hard in this country. And I did it all in a legal manner. So that's what I want, and that's the president I support.
Ray, if I can take this to you, because immigration happens to be, particularly as far as illegal immigration, that's an area that resonates even with the Indian diaspora there, because they're worried as to what really happens if it continues in the way Biden administration did, and of course the same that was promised by Kamala Harris too. So that remains, a sticking point. Do you believe that was a key factor this election?
Yeah, I mean, people say it was, and it motivated a lot of voters. I think there are many reasons for it. This hue and cry about Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, which I thought was detestable. But what I do understand is if you live in a place that has a certain group of people living there, and all of a sudden you see a huge influx of different people, regardless of what they look like, it's unsettling. You're like, where did all these people come from? Why is it all of a sudden different? And, there are many reasons why people are concerned. I think a lot of it has to do with racism, but, it strikes people in different ways. And, the demographic changes in this country have been noticeable by a lot of people, particularly white men, who find it unsettling. But what we've also seen is Latinos are concerned about illegal immigration. Obviously, Indian Americans are as well. And so it's gone beyond just the concern of white Americans to a bunch of different groups of people. And I'm not sure how we get a handle on it in a humane way, but let's hope that we do in some way.
Well, Mr. Jagdish Sevan is also joining us right now. He's the president of the American India Public Affairs Committee. He's joining us from New York. And thank you, Mr. Sevani, for joining us here on Republic TV. Of course, Trump Sarkar is quite right now looking very, very, in the offing. We expect that Trump is now leading and moving for a return at the White House. So how do you see, what is the mood amongst the fellow Indian Americans, given the fact that we have discussed how immigration is a big issue? At the same time, of course, the way he has been, pitching for the rights of Hindus, and for the first time we've seen any American president speaking so, vocally and out loud without mincing any words. How do you see this, and how are the people from the Indian community seeing this?
Well, Indian American communities, they are really very happy with this development that Trump is going to be the 47th president of United States, because in the past he minces no words in describing how he feels about India, how he feels about Indians, how he feels about Hindus. So he has always supported us, and we have full confidence in Trump. Second thing is, he has a very personal relationship with our Prime Minister Modi. And the third thing I can say that it is new India under the dynamic Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And as much as India needs America, America also needs India at this junction. We are the top 5 economies in the world, and in 2047 we are going to be almost 30 trillion economy. So US and India are natural allies, and under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and the President Trump, our relationship are going to reach new heights.
Absolutely. In fact, I'll go across to Jyotsna Sharma also this time around. And just we have another update coming in that Nancy Pelosi has won her 20th term. Of course, we know about the bond between Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump very well, of course. But we're talking about the Trump administration, if it's going to be Trump 2.0. We'll also talk about the policies as far as trade is concerned. And there are a lot of reactions that have come in from the experts regarding the tariffs, regarding how there will be a reignition of the trade war with China and how it affects the Indian market as well. So there are a lot of apprehensions regarding that. Do you think that Trump 2.0 could be even more difficult, or there might be some change? What are you picking up on that front?
See, Trump has proposed certain things about the tariffs during his electoral campaign, right? Now, he will stick to some. But of course, when it comes to practicals, when he actually occupies the seat, when he has to deal with the world, with the right countries like India, he has to go a finer way. He has to find a midway. No rule he can set can be very, very set or say, fixed. He will have to tweak it a little bit because it is about the global presence. It is about the business that America wants to do with the other countries in the world. And that's where it is. I am not very much learned about the trade policies, to be very honest, but I wanted to specifically mention one more thing when, people are talking about Trump being too harsh or he's not a good person, Mr. Ray is saying, right? One major thing when we speak about Indian Americans liking President Trump to come, is the reason. One thing people have completely missed out during the campaign. Also, they spoke about the sex change of the kids. Here in the school system, I want to bring it to the masses. Specifically, I'm speaking on that topic right now. Indians are basically family-oriented, conservative people, and Republicans are conservative by nature as well. When it comes to the sex change, the schools have been given the authority that a child who's under the age of 10 even, if the child says, I want to be a girl, not a boy, the school will take charge of the kid and change the gender without telling the parents about it, without taking the parental consent. This was also a very, very big issue, which actually made us concerned. What if, again, Democrats come and, this kind of ruckus happens in the school system? We have young kids. They see superheroes, they see movies and everything. Sometimes when the kids are small, a boy would want to act like a girl. It's a role playing, but that doesn't mean that they want to change the gender. Under a very small level of age, here the school administrators are taking steps to change their gender, which is a very, very big disaster that they're doing. And this was highly taken up by the Trump team, and they were against it. This Democrats have not spoken about, and this is happening. There was an actual case 2 years back. There was a family in Oregon which had to take away their kid, leave their, the state, pack up all their stuff and move back to India because the school was supposed to take control of that kid and do the gender change.
Yeah.
There are cases like that. And we Indian Americans, we feel the pain. We are family-oriented people. What the heck is it? This is sheer nonsense in the name of LGBTQ or whatever they're speaking about. This was also a major issue.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to bring that topic to the masses.
It's a real issue insofar as U.S. Politics and in fact U.S. society is concerned, and both real and real time, because as we speak in Florida, I believe an amendment has been defeated which would have changed abortion rights, and the Republicans getting their way there. Let me get in Dheeraj Cole into this. Dheeraj, typically what's panning out now is what American pollsters call the red mirage, which is that early results come in from rural and hence Republican areas, and so give an impression that maybe the Democrats are winning. And then later, the results from the metropolitan areas, the urban areas come in, which are typically Democrat, and so the results change. You think that this is actually a red mirage, as the pollsters suggest, or this is closer to what the final result might be?
Thank you. Give me a few minutes because I didn't get a chance to put in some points. So coming to your point, I think the thing is reversed in Pennsylvania. The rural area is going more towards Republican Party, and the metropolitan cities, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, I've been there yesterday as well, they are more Democrat. And I think as time goes by, I think Republicans lead. Currently, they are leading. They have already won North Carolina. So we have 6 swing states, no more 7. So I think Pennsylvania, the gap is increasing. And it looks pretty convincing that Pennsylvania and Georgia are going to go the way of Trump. And if that happens, he's done. But having said that, I want to bring your attention again to 2 areas. Like when we talk about illegal immigration of 12 million people, it's a big burden on the society currently, which is costed as of now $150 billion, anticipated to go to up to $400 billion. Ukraine war is also very expensive endeavor. We have already delivered 64.1 billion. The inflation is very high. Median average income in US is around household income in 2023 was 80,000. If you have a median household income, you cannot afford a house in this current situation. So things are really bad. One more point I would like to pitch in, Trump 2.0, and along with Elon Musk, along with people like RFK Jr., who will be very good in healthcare. I'm a physician myself. I have an AI startup for which I'm working in healthcare. So they have a good vision to hit at the root cause, which is quality of life and food ingredients like intakes, which will affect diabetes, hypertension. Talking about AI, one point you should realize, Trump wants to bring down the cost of energy very low, because wherever AI grows, there are two areas. One is semiconductor, second is data storage, and the third is the energy. So Pennsylvania is sitting on a lot of methane and gas. The fracking is banned, but Trump wants to revive it. And we expect hundreds and thousands of jobs to be created here. Secondly, data centers will be created. IT guys will come here. Pennsylvania will revive. And then along with it, AI manufacturing and semiconductor chip plant is being talked about to bring here. So Pennsylvania, I'm connected to the root. I think we are looking for Trump to come back. A lot of job creation, good quality job creation, not Walmart, Costco jobs, like professional, good quality job creation will happen. And you will see this, I think this will happen. And for India, the question you asked earlier, how it will benefit India, India is the software hub of the world. So I am working on AI projects. My coder is sitting in India. So India, you will see the trickle down effect of the money coming in the AI. Just imagine the largest company of the world right now, as we speak, Apple and Nvidia, 3.2 trillion. That's the hardware. The software is controlled by India.
Dr.
And I see sky as the limit. So it's all good.
Yes, Dr. Kaul, of course, point taken, and of course, very important point. But I request all our guests to please stay on with us. We will be slipping into a very, very short break, viewers. But remember, the latest update coming in is that the Republicans have won the U.S. Senate majority. We'll continue to get you the breaking updates coming in this high-stake battle, the race for the White House. More on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Director, the taste of success.
उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया.
Claim the wealth that belongs to you. Claim the rays of the rising sun. Stop living in fear. Stop being confined by boundaries. With good health, claim the countless magical moments that life has to offer. Our aim is to give every Indian the freedom to access good health, which is why we are one of the fastest growing health insurance companies. Niva Bupa Health Insurance.
days, the happiness of a household depends only on one thing: the speed and reliability of your broadband connection. A high-speed, stable broadband connection means a constant happy mood for our family. To top it off, if we get our favorite entertainment, our home would feel like heaven. So we have upgraded to One Broadband, the trust of Hinduja Group, and entertainment from Next Play OTT. With One Broadband, there is happiness always.
For this new plant, of course, we need to install pumps. We have Kirloskar Brothers at our earlier plants. What would your preference be this time?
Only Kirloskar Brothers. पापा, सिर्फ किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स ही क्यों? बाबूजी, किर्लोस्कर ही क्यों?
क्योंकि किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स है। सिर्फ किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स है।
सदियों से भारत का भरोसा।
सदियों से भारत का भरोसा। किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स लिमिटेड।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. We are continuing our rolling coverage of the US presidential election, which is spanning out in the United States. The breaking news development as we speak is that Donald Trump, the former president and Republican presidential candidate, has taken lead again in all the 7 swing states. Remember, he has already taken North Carolina, with both CNN and Fox announcing that Trump has taken this state. And now in the rest of the 6 states also, in 2 of which earlier Kamala Harris of the Democrat Party was leading, the sitting vice president. Now Trump is again in the lead, and that's going to be very substantial in terms of influencing the final verdict. Trump already leading by a wide margin insofar as the electoral college votes go. And we are going to continue our conversation. The panel from earlier stays with us. Rakshita, can we get the headlines?
Absolutely. Let's get back to the headlines, viewers. The top story that we are tracking with our most extensive coverage on the US elections. Republicans win US Senate majority, seize control of the chamber for the first time in 4 years. First swing state, North Carolina, goes to Trump, secures 16 electoral votes. It's a neck-and-neck contest in key states, Georgia and Pennsylvania. Fox News and CNN report Harris scam, avoiding media comments as early counting results trickle in. Trump monitors election results from campaign headquarters. Reports suggest that Elon Musk is all set to spend election evening with Donald Trump. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi secures 20th term as representative from California.
Checking. All right, Bhavna Daya, Foreign Affairs expert, joins us. She's a founder of International Council on Human Rights, Peace and Politics. She's in fact joining us live from Delhi today. We also have Jagdish Sevani, President of the American India Public Affairs Committee. He's live from New York. We have Kunal Desai, Software Release Manager. He's joining us live from Texas. A very red state as we speak, and Jyotsna Sharma continues to be with us, senior journalist, live from New Jersey. I am told we have to let Saurabh Shukla go. So my question to you, Saurabh, before you go out for your day or evening in Boston, I believe you're there. Saurabh, yes, as we speak, Donald Trump has clawed back into lead in all the 7 swing states. Since you would be going for sleep, perhaps it's past midnight, nearing past midnight, are you going to go by calling out the election and say that Trump might be winning?
I would say, it's almost done. I won't, again, as I said, you and me were there in 2020, and we have to obviously wait till the votes are out, but the lead is too wide. If you see the swing states, the lead is, whether it's, Pennsylvania, even Michigan, the lead is too big for a Democratic Party to really get those numbers, unless some miracle happens that, all the other votes that are getting counted are 100% their vote. It becomes very, very difficult. So I would say that this election seems very clear that Donald Trump looks like to get back to White House 2.0, Donald Trump's 2.0. How will the term look like? As I said earlier, he will be a lot of things which he said during the campaign may not happen when he actually becomes the president. It's a different ball game sometimes. But obviously, he will be a Mercurial leader. If he becomes the president, there will be certain changes definitely when it comes to the geopolitical situation. But for a wider, whether it's India's strategic interest or the interest of Indian American or skilled immigrants, I expect some positive outcomes there, because I do think that he has very clearly laid out right at the outset that he wants skilled immigrants in the US. Having somebody like Elon Musk by his side, who himself has been an immigrant, his wife, Melania Trump, has been an immigrant herself. So I think all these factors put in totality, I do expect that concern that the Indian American diaspora has had for a long time. And if he does get the House, he's already got Senate. And if by some stroke of luck he gets the House of Representatives as well, then there is no reason, because the president needs the Congress to make that big change happen in the backlog that has been haunting a lot of Indian skilled immigrants who are contributing a great deal to the US economy and were the reason they backed a Republican Party overwhelmingly. If you see, it seems that the narrative that Donald Trump wanted to send out to America seems to have worked to the working people. Also, I think, the last few days of the campaign, the change in certain things like even on abortion issue, his revised policy, that seems to have helped him get the women votes as well. So I would say when I'm back on your primetime shows, by that time we should know what is the final result. But for now, as post midnight here at the East Coast here in Boston, I would say Donald Trump has a decisive lead in this presidential election.
Well, in fact, if you go by the numbers, Saurabh, it does look like the gap is certainly widening. In a short while from now, we're going to take you through the big states. What are the numbers really looking like? As of now, it's 230 for Donald Trump and 210 for Kamala Harris. Jagdish, if I can also bring you in right now. We've largely spoken about how it's cementing at this point in time. But in terms of the surprises, because previously also in 2020, what we saw was the last minute changes that were basically taking places in the swing states. Are you really looking at any of these states where there could possibly be a surprise, or you think like Arizona as well as with North Carolina and Georgia, it's pretty much cemented a victory for Donald Trump?
I personally feel that 2020 was different and 2024 is different. Definitely, unless some miracle happens, 99.99% Donald Trump is our 47th president. Because if you see that only 6 swing states are left, and there also he's leading in most of the states. So I don't know from where Kamala Harris will get the votes. So it's a done deal. And it is now Indian Americans are really very happy that Mr. Trump is going to be the new president, because he shares a special bond with Indian American community and with our Prime Minister. So I am looking forward to the next 4 years of great relationship between India and US, which will reach to the pinnacle. And world today needs that both of India and America to come together. It is good for the whole world that these two largest and oldest democracy come together. From economic point, I will say these results are the part of in 2 words. One is I, one is E. I is for immigration and E was economy. Under President Biden, just imagine 10 million illegal immigrants came through Mexico border, and that affected us a lot. I am from New York. Manhattan became like, my daughter and a lot of other people, they were really afraid to move in the Manhattan during the daytime, looking at all those illegal immigrants.
Jagdish, I'm sorry to interrupt
the crime
you.
They were committing.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I think so we're getting those live visuals actually coming in from the campaign headquarters as far as the Republicans are concerned. And also the other breaking news coming in. Kamala Harris, in fact, was to be in a party that was supposed to be hosted in her alma mater, and it was being speculated that she would be speaking there. Abhishek, it turns out that it's unlikely that she is going to deliver her speech at her own alma mater.
Yes.
So it appears that she is going to concede defeat if the way it is going, because right now there's no word really coming in from their campaign headquarters.
Well, you see, even if she has to concede, it would have been graceful had she done that with a speech, but it seems that she would choose a statement. That's why we are hearing. And this is a CBS reporter who's coming out with this information that the reporter has been told by the Harris campaign that they have cancelled the speech that Kamala Harris was planning at Howard University, which is her alma mater, which means that while she had planned a victory speech, and since victory is far nigh, she's now deciding not to give that address and perhaps go with a statement. And Shahjahan Alexander is back with us, perhaps in time, because we are hearing that Trump has won Georgia or is winning Georgia. Shahjahan, if you're getting me, am I right? Has Trump taken an unassailable lead in the key swing state of Georgia as well, from where you are coming live?
I believe so. It has. I don't. AP hasn't called it yet, but I believe more than 95% of the votes are in, and
the projection is coming in from CNN, if I'm not wrong.
Almost 120,000 votes ahead. I don't think anything is going to happen in that 120,000 votes unless Kamala Harris get the whole rest of the votes, like the 5%, which will never happen. So yes, Georgia is for Trump this year. Georgians made a mistake last time and we corrected it, we rectified it. Georgia is with President Trump. President Trump loves the state of Georgia, great state of Georgia, and we love President Trump.
If I'm not wrong, the projection is now coming in from CNN. The projection as far as the projection for Georgia is now coming in from CNN, while AP hasn't really called in. But CNN is projecting a win for Donald Trump in Georgia. Now, that in itself is going to be a big, because you're looking at roughly about 16 to 19 electoral votes really in favor of Donald Trump at this point in time. The other big news also coming in from North Carolina also. That's another swing state where Donald Trump is well positioned right now. So clearly, at least of the 7, 6, it seems, at least from multiple projections coming in from the Western media, it is Trump way ahead. Alexander.
Yeah, North Carolina has been called. North Carolina, it's been called. Pennsylvania and Georgia is once we find out what happened in Pennsylvania and Georgia, if any of them called, either AP or Fox or CNN, anyone can call it. One of them calls, then the rest of them just rally behind them. So Pennsylvania and Georgia, if we could get a solid answer on that, it's a done deal. I can't wait for January to be in Washington, D.C. to celebrate President Trump's swearing in as the 47th president of the United States of America. It's going to be, let me just say a few things. It's more than politics. This time, this election is more than politics. It's beyond politics. It's not just Republicans and Democrats. This nation has suffered for the last 4 years because of the, incompetent administration we ever had in the history of the United States. President Trump, all through his campaign trail, he said that the most grateful man in the history would be Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter would always be grateful.
Okay. Alexander, I think so these visuals that are now coming in, Alexander, sorry to interrupt you, because as I understand, these are visuals which are now coming in from Kamala Harris's alma mater. If I can just get a little bit more details right now of the visuals which are on the screens right now. Yes, I'm aware that these are Kamala Harris supporters, but where are they from is what we need to put out right now. I believe that this is coming in from Kamala Harris's alma mater, where she was supposed to, where she was supposed to address. In fact, as Abhishek was also pointing out, so contrasting pictures really coming in. On the one hand, if you really look at the campaign headquarters of the Republicans, where Donald Trump was actually seen sharing the stage along with Elon Musk, that in itself is a heartburn picture for many. And on the other hand, right now on your screens, these are images coming in from Harris's alma mater where she was scheduled to speak, but it turns out that it's unlikely that Kamala Harris is going to make any sort of speech with regards to the elections right now. So it's an indication of which way it is going in. Jyotsna, if I can also bring you in, what's the sense that you're getting? All of you have been extremely cautious today. You all have learnt from what we have seen in the past. But having said that, what makes you perhaps walking on that cautious path even now? Because from the picture that we are getting, the larger picture that is emerging right now, it seems he's comfortably placed.
Absolutely. Now, at least, yes, there is that comfort in our mind that there is a substantial difference, of the votes in these swing states, at least 6, and he's comfortably placed. So it looks like, yes, President Trump will make it. And right now I was looking at Fox News, the co-chair of the campaign from the Harris campaign at the Harris headquarters was actually delivering some message. Looks like that's what people are vacating now. So yes, thing is happening. I just want to peacefully enjoy when I'm sitting here for so long. But आज ऐसे बैठने का मजा अलग है. I would say after 4 years, I'm getting that euphoria, you call it. And in fact, I have personally, interacted with President Trump. Half an hour I've spent on stage with him way back in 2022 when he hosted a Bali at his home at Mar-a-Lago Resort. And he is a different individual. How people have demonized him and how he is absolutely different. I had a very particular specific experience with him, there are a lot of Indian Americans there in the Diwali celebration that time. And Republican Hindu coalition and President Trump had hosted that Diwali at Mar-a-Lago in October 2022. So what happened was people were waiting to get pictures clicked with him. Of course, he arrived a little, late or whatever, some reasons. So I asked President Trump while he was leaving the stage, sir, can I have a picture with you? So he said, no, I have to go. So of course, with my own as I said, sir, I would still request, because there are a lot of people who wanted to get pictures clicked with you, and they will wave in this selfie with me once you come into the selfie, and they'll feel good. You would not believe what happened that day. He said, okay. He gave me a selfie. I will share that selfie with you. And then he got down the stage. On the both sides of the aisle, he shook hands with those people, all the people who were there in the Diwali celebration, took selfies with him. So the thing is, if there are right people conveying the right message, the advisors, President Trump has a heart and an ear to hear. I was nobody there, but he heard me. So this is my particular personal experience of him being very gentle and caring.
Well, in fact, let's also go across to Jagdish, who's joining us on this broadcast. Jagdish, it appears right now with the images coming in from both camps, clearly two things coming in, that at least one side preparing to concede defeat. So it's unlikely that what we saw in the previous elections where Donald Trump's supporters were unwilling to accept the mandate, perhaps the Democrats would not like to send across a message of that sort.
Absolutely not. I'm sure they will concede.
It's good for America. It's good for America, Jagdish, if at all the candidate concedes defeat, because last time it came across as a big shock that if this can actually happen in America, where you have people running amok, that sent across a real bad message.
Of course. I always give them an example of India, that we have 1 billion voters and we have always a peaceful election, and the results are always within a day. And I'm sure that Kamala Harris will definitely concede peacefully, and that's the right way. That's the beauty of democracy. If you lose, just accept gracefully and go. And we, of course, Indian Americans are very happy that Trump is going to be the 47th president who shares not only special bond with Indian Americans, but who shares a special bond with our Prime Minister also. So I would say happy days are here again. I've just sent you a clip from, I was at Trump Tower about half an hour, 1 hour back. There the celebration already started when I left at 10 o'clock. So
okay,
let's get ready for celebrations.
Can I pitch in something?
Kunal, I'll just bring you in. Bhavna has not spoken for a while now. Bhavna, let's now also focus from the Indian perspective. We've heard what the Indian Americans have to say, but clearly, over the last few days, the messaging that was also been done by India, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar largely spoke about the fact that this is going to be a continuation, and the very fact that India will work with whichever administration comes to power. Many thought that even when Joe Biden would have come in, things would have really changed. But it turns out that things did actually, perhaps strengthen over a period of time. And so there is a Teflon coating, irrespective of the kind of administration really comes in. Nothing much would really change.
That's absolutely true, because I completely second your thoughts here, because whichever administration comes into power, which is most likely Trump's, I don't suppose there's going to be much changes. And I think, when we speak about Indian Americans and especially the electorate, I think it has undergone a remarkable transformation. You see, once reliably democratic, voting patterns now show an emerging split. There's a very sophisticated political voter base that we see now. So I think it wasn't just about voting this time. It's about, the Indian American community finding its political voice. And I think that becomes much more interesting. But I think the implications of this election, come what the results are, which we know where it's heading, I think it's going to be more or less in India's favor in a sense. We see, there are trade partnerships, there are visas and technology cooperation, which is going to remain very robust. Yes, the political ideologies have been very different, wherein Trump has vouched for American nationalism and, America first. But I think the close relationship with India and, the strong hold of the community there, I think the effect is not going to be really, something which is, let's say, on a pessimistic front. I think it's going to remain optimistic largely. And I'll also like to point to the direction that, we've not spoken about the effect on the international global politics. I think that's going to be much more interesting, because we, if Trump comes to power, I think it's going to be much more interesting to see what the response to China is going to be in that respect. We've seen already the effect on Middle Eastern policies with the Abraham Accords, but I think it's going to be much more interesting to now note, since the Arab community, Arab Americans have been really influential in this election campaigns. So I think it's going to be much more interesting to note that. And, we have the Russia-Ukraine war going on. Let's see how that turns out, because I think under Trump's presidency, there are going to be really significant changes also on the global front, which we expected, but obviously did not happen under Biden. So I think this time it's going to be much more practical and a very positive front put out. So I think along with looking at Indian Americans, it's also
just really one more breaking news now coming in. Bhavna, sorry to interrupt you. I'm told that perhaps Michigan likely to be the first swing state to announce a winner in a short while from now. So as far as the Republicans are concerned, good news really coming in from most of the swing states right now. But Michigan perhaps would be the first swing state declaring a winner in a short while from now. As of now, the projections largely coming in from North Carolina to there. They've already called in the elections there. That has gone in Trump's favor. With regards to Pennsylvania and Georgia too looks like heading towards Donald Trump's way. Shahjan, Alexander, I'm not too sure whether he's still with us or not, but otherwise we could have also gotten a short while back. Alexander, if I can take this question to you, because I wonder whether you are still afraid, because some sort of messaging that is being done by the Democrats right now, that perhaps if you wake up in the morning, things could really go in a different way. Are you still very concerned? Because the messaging seems to be a little different, because I just got a breaking news right now. We'll try and play out that soundbite really coming in from the Democratic camp, where they're saying that the nation could wake up to a different leader altogether. So does that still remain as a bigger fear, or you feel that nothing really can change right now?
I strongly believe that is not going to happen this time. Why I am saying that? Because nobody thought that whatever happened last election in 2020 would have happened, because we were not ready to expect something like that. But this time, throughout the campaign trail, you won't believe that we had several training sessions for poll watchers, several training sessions for how to prevent voters fraud. So the entire campaign throughout the trail, we were very vigilant. We took a lot of precautions. We had training. We had trained lawyers who were educating poll watchers and grassroots workers. So we were ready this time. So I don't think it's too big to rig. Let me put it like that. It's too big to rig for the liberals this time. That's how I want to put it. So saying that, I believe it's going to happen because Georgia, as of now, Georgia, it's pretty much done. More than 95%, and President Trump is leading with close to 125,000 votes. And Pennsylvania, 90%, and it's a 120,000 margin. So those two are done. And just like you said, Michigan is going to call very soon because it's already 60% and it has more than 220,000 difference. So once that is done, it's done. So looking at the Kamala camp or the Harris campaign, team, it's not looking good for them. I think it's a good thing that they accepted it. Last time when you ask, initially I was asked that why is it hard to concede? Because last time, whoever thought that someone like Biden could, 80 million people voted for him. Nobody could believe that. So definitely something has happened. Again, I don't want to go into the conspiracy or whatever happened in the past. Whatever happened is happened. We are looking forward for a great 4 years. And then, the most interesting thing is that we are going to get a pure Indian second lady. Not a half Indian, not a quarter Indian, a full-blooded Indian is going to be the second lady of the United States of America and very soon going to be the first lady of the United States. J.D. Vance is a promising leader for the United States.
Alexander, what's your stake in this? This is essentially between Tamil Nadu and Andhra. How does Kerala come into this?
Look, there is no Tamil Nadu in it because, we believe that we just go by the father's side. We don't go by the mother's side. So she don't know whether she's a Jamaican or a black or African. Like I said the other day, Mr. Kapoor, that one day she's a Jamaican, next day she even changed her accent. Can you believe that she even changed her accent?
Society, Alexander, not good. I think you got the facts wrong. You see, Kerala is the only state in India which has a matriarchal society. You can't say you go by the father's side. Get in Kamala Harris in. Of course, she is half a quarter Indian, and as also, of course, J.D. Vance's wife, Chirukula. Right? We have to get the name right. But you see, the fact of the matter is that, as you were rightly mentioning, Alexander, the chances of any further changes in the verdict now seem remote. And we are going by, we are just shortly going to publish that soundbite which has come from the Harris campaign. It's very nuanced. So they are not sort of conceding yet. But the fact that Harris supporters are leaving the venue of Howard University, where Harris was expected to make a speech, possibly a victory speech, which seems a little remote now. And the fact that the campaign manager has now said that Cedric Richmond has said that they are not going to make any announcement that Kamala Harris is going to speak to the people tomorrow as nation's leader and not as vice president, which means windows open, but this is as close as the campaign can get to concession, right, Jyotsna?
Yeah, sorry, I missed out the line. I was actually, right now, Fox News was declaring like Georgia would go to Trump.
Georgia has gone to Trump, it's already announced.
AP just called Georgia. AP just called Georgia.
Okay, that's the breaking news now coming in. Georgia is there. I guess, I'll just take a quick, we'll just put out the breaking news. We'll have to also slip into a short break and we'll come back. But the breaking news now coming in with regards to the swing states. So big news, Alexander, that you're also sharing. I believe that that's coming from AP. If AP has already called in Georgia, because the projections came in from the other networks too, that Georgia has gone Trump's way. So that's the big win coming in right now. Michigan in a short while from now likely to actually actually announce the winner there. So Michigan perhaps would be the first swing state to announce a winner. Clearly, of all the swing states we are talking about, at least 6 now moving towards Donald Trump. So it's quite clear, at least what we can say, is that Donald Trump likely to be the 47th President of United States of America. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we come back with the big news makers joining us from US.
Consequential elections of our lifetime, and we have momentum. It is on our side. Can you feel it? And we have the momentum because our campaign is tapping into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people, because we are optimistic and excited about what we can do together. And make no mistake, we will win. And we will win, and we will win, because here's what everyone here knows. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that, and we are exhausted with it. Well, you all know what we say. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. Because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom.
Tuning in, our non-stop coverage on the US polls continues, and for most of you who are tuning in now, yes, it's close to noon in India, but past midnight in the US, especially on the West Coast, and on the East it is close to midnight. So far, the broader story is that Trump is leading, and the most recent development that Harris, who was supposed to deliver her victory speech or her concession speech at her alma mater, the Harvard University, is not happening anymore. The crowds have already started dispersing, and Samiksha, really looking like at this point that Harris has quite conceded. Trump is leading. That's the story.
Well, that's right, Suisha. And you know, the key takeaway also coming in at this stage that 2 swing states have gone to Trump already, Pennsylvania being one. In fact, beg your pardon, Georgia being one, and North Carolina being the second one. So yes, of those 7 key states, 2 have already gone to the Republicans. Suisha.
Absolutely. And Rakshita, let's also tell our viewers that of the 7, Trump is leading on the other 5, and 2, of course, like Samiksha said, North Carolina and Georgia, where Trump has already been declared a winner.
Absolutely. In fact, the fact that Trump is leading in these states, winning 2 of them already, has in fact, led to Kamala Harris supporters leaving from that venue where she was supposed to address viewers. Republic TV got you that lead first. Remember, viewers, what we are breaking right now is that how Kamala Harris supporters who had gathered there at the Howard University, they are leaving, and what the message is coming in from Kamala Harris's camp is that she will be speaking tomorrow, not today, but at the same time, the campaign, the representative is saying that she will be the leader, she will be addressing as a leader, not as the vice president. A lot of mixed messaging out there because we understand that the picture is not looking good right now. I would like to now, introduce our panel of esteemed guests right now. We are joined by special guests right now on the broadcast as we continue to get you live shots coming in from Florida. All right, Shahjahan Alexander, who is a GOP campaign team member, is live from Georgia. Bhavna Daya, foreign expert, she's joining us live from Delhi. Joining us, Jagdish Sevani, from the American India Public Affairs Committee President from New York. And we have Jyotsna Sharma, senior journalist from New Jersey. I'll just go across to Mr. Shahjahan Alexander first, who's live from Georgia. Remember, Georgia is another state that Donald Trump has right now bagged a very important black vote bank. Remember, Mr. Shahjahan Alexander, that Georgia has been clinched by Trump. And now what we are learning is that there is a lot of crowd. It's a house full in Florida as we speak, and a lot of excitement. And we see ever since these early leads have been coming in, the slogan of fight, fight, fight has been reverberating, wherever Trump supporters have gathered. And now it's a full house, and the Trump supporters are just waiting for the man to come in and address them. They have already sort of started celebrating, and they just can't wait for him to be re-elected.
Absolutely. President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago, and he will definitely will be joining the large crowd that is awaiting him to accept the great victory that the American people has given him. Last 4 years, they literally targeted him, the liberal medias, the liberal camp, the Democratic Party, the deep state. We've been talking about the deep state votes, the deep state. They have targeted him, not just President Trump, him, his family. They have done every single thing to attack the man who gave his life for this nation. He don't have to be in this position. He could be anywhere. He's a billionaire. He could be anywhere, but he took a bullet for this nation. In this 21st century, President Trump took a bullet for this nation. So definitely, yes, he deserved this victory because everybody thought that he would just go away. Even people who were with him, his close allies, they just left him, and they thought that he would just go away from the picture. But he did not. He was very persistent, is very energetic, very confident, because he loves this nation. He loves the United States of America. He loves the working class people. He loves the hardworking people who wanted to build a future, who wanted to build their dreams. He is with the people. He's the people's president. So I can't wait to be in the next 4 years of another President Trump's term. It's going to be very exciting. But I want to be very realistic when I say this. There is a lot of things ahead. It's not an easy task. He has a very tough job because whatever he started building in last 4 years, the Biden administration, the Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden administration, they destroyed it. Whatever he tried to build, they demolished it. So he has to rebuild it again from the scratch. He has to fix the southern border. He has to fix the economy. He has to fix the fiscal policies. He has to fix the foreign policies that he started. He has to fight with Iran. All those money that the Democrats pumped to Iran, he has to fix that. There is a lot of work ahead and he's ready to do that. That's what the final campaign word. We will fix it. Yes, we will fix it. He wants to fix it. He wants to fix it, and he wants to hand over it to the next generation. He wants to hand over the baton to the next generation, which is definitely J.D. Vance. Very energetic. I was with J.D. Vance yesterday. We had a final campaign rally the day before election in Atlanta, Georgia. One of the most eloquent, energetic speeches that I have ever heard. So we have a good leadership. We have a great leadership. Definitely a lot of Indians are going to be in his cabinet this time. Vivek Ramaswamy, I hope he's going to be in the cabinet. Tulsi Gabbard, she's going to be in the cabinet, hopefully.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And, you're absolutely right. Donald Trump, of course, would have a huge responsibility and a lot to fix. On the other hand, the mood on the ground, especially among the Democrats, there is a sense of disappointment. In fact, we'll also play out that reaction from Cedric Richmond, who is Harris's campaign co-chair, the man who announced that Harris would not be delivering her speech today, rather tomorrow. And while they had hoped that it would be a victory speech, is not what it is looking like. Let's listen in.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
And let's go across to Bhavna Daya, who's joining us on the broadcast. The New York Times has already projected that Trump is going to come back to power. While we're still waiting for the results in the 5 swing states, is there any scope, or can we officially say that, yes, Kamala Harris has conceded defeat?
Well, I think the numbers tell the story that we want to hear, right? I mean, it's pretty much clear that Trump has already bagged 2 of the swing states, and many more are leading. So I think the numbers, the data is actually telling a clear picture. And I think, as democracies function, I think this particular, backing off from this mention at the Harvard University, I think that speaks aloud, right? And as the world's largest democracy, that is, we are in India, we try to find these little hints, and we make out that, okay, what's the political message around here? So I think the message is pretty clear. I think Kamala Harris is trying to accept very gracefully that she has to accept defeat here in this, because the numbers are clearly in Trump's favor. And I think it's pretty much clear that he's leading in all the other states. He has very good, robust support in the others. And I think this pulling off from this mention and, delaying it to other, I think it's a clear mention. I think it's a very full blue light hint at what the election result is going to be.
All right, so now we have some breaking news coming in. As we speak, we're getting to know that the New York Times has reported that Trump is projected to become the first Republican to win the popular vote. This is the popular vote we're talking about in 20 long years. So that's what we are breaking right now. And remember, we was in the 2020 election. If we talk about Biden, he won the 51.3% of the popular vote. Trump had secured 46.8% of the popular vote. And I'll go across to one of our guests on that. Jyotsna Sharma, I'll go across to you. Of course, we've been talking about the popularity of Donald Trump, and this time, unlike in 2020 presidential elections, he is trumping the popularity vote as well, as reported by the New York Times.
Absolutely, his popularity has to grow for sure. The 2 failed assassination attempts. People are not, the public was witnessing everything. Why would President Trump have to go through this? Why such attempts happen? So, Of course, popularity, infamously or famous, good way or bad way, you become popular. President Trump, of course, is infamous for certain things, but gradually, while the elections reach their peak, his image has changed over the period of time. His commitment to the nation, his unwavering commitment to fight in these elections. So that's where it is. Now we understand that he is a leader. He is a person who has determination, focused towards the nation's growth, focused towards the growth of his own people, the Americans, the average American person. He cares for it. Popularity does not grow by bringing in some Hollywood stars into campaigns as Democrats did. Popularity grew because he was committed day in, day out. At the age of 78, he has a vigor of a age person. His commitment is relentless. And that is what was being witnessed by the people. And that was the Democrats, what they were doing to the country, where America stands today. There was anger amongst the general public. Be it Latinos, be us, the Americans, even the blacks for that reason. So all these have a lot to bring this popularity to come and the success eventually as he would be president of America. This is what I have to say.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I want to take this point to Kunal Desai. He has always been that leader who's loved and hated at the same time, while he enjoys massive popularity but has always had his share of controversies and haters speaking against him. Tonight at 247, Trump, Harris still at 210, and they say there is always that difference between the cup and the lip before you declare what it is. Were you expecting a clear mandate on counting night itself? Kunal Desai, you'll have to unmute yourself for us to be able to hear you.
Sorry about that, guys. So I was pretty confident that he's going to take the presidency, for sure. I was not confident that he's going to do it tonight, this fast, but I was pretty sure that he's going to be the 47th president. Now, there are 2 or 3 points I wanted to make, which I missed earlier. One was, regarding the 2 big wars going on, which definitely the fellow panelist talked about earlier. So that, I don't want wars to continue because it's all my tax dollars going there, to fund those wars. Donald Trump is going to ensure that those wars are going to be stopped, and ultimately it's going to help not only me but all the fellow Americans. There are 2 other critical points which I felt at the ground level here in Texas, because I talked to a lot of people here. Mm-hmm. One was the woman factor, female factor. They tried to make Kamala Harris stand as a competitor to cut the female votes, from what I felt. But actually, from the ground level, from the ground roots level, I think it came back to bite them, because women here are resonating with President Trump's messages from the work he did between 2017 to 20, second group of people is the people in their early 20s who are starting their career, who are starting their jobs, the guys who are below 25 years old. I think those guys, majority of them voted for President Trump. These 2 groups of people are very solid forms of people who have voted, and I think they are the key decision makers in this election, as you are seeing in the results right now. That's what I think.
Yes, and we will request you to stay with us. In fact, requesting all our guests to stay with us. We will head into a very short break, Suyesha, but the big news break, of course, this hour is Donald Trump, who's all set to return to power. He is going to become the president of the US, and with this, we're also expecting that Kamala Harris is not likely to give that speech that she was expected to give at the Howard University speech.
Not just that, it might be post-midnight, but the nation's still awaiting to hear from Donald Trump to what he envisages in this re-election. Stepping into a short commercial break, we'll be back on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
All right, welcome back, viewers. We're getting to you more breaking updates coming in as the counting of votes continues. Now, news coming in from New Hampshire. Well, Kamala Harris has backed New Hampshire in the latest. Remember, out of the last 7 elections, 6 have gone. 6 times the New Hampshire has gone to the Democrats, and that's what we are breaking right now as we speak. Kamala Harris winning in New Hampshire, and this is, of course, continuing the state's 2-decade-long streak of awarding its 4 electoral votes to the Democrats. So that's the big update we have right now. Of course, we continue to track more updates coming in. Remember, Donald Trump has bagged 2, that is North Carolina and also Georgia, and he's leading in the other key battleground states. We'll be right back with more news, updates, analysis, insights, and breaking developments from both the camps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Director, the taste of success.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
Well, welcome back. So, Yesha, the big news break I guess we are getting this hour is that Trump has won Pennsylvania. We're just waiting for that confirmation, but that's the 3rd swing state that the Republicans have won. North Carolina, it's Georgia, and Pennsylvania is also one of those states that Trump seems to have.
Oh yes, extremely crucial because Pennsylvania was the state that was looked at as the game changer, not just one of the swing states, but also the most crucial swing state. And if this does get confirmed, then it looks like a very, very clean and clear lead for Donald Trump, who is already readying himself to deliver that address that America is waiting for way past midnight. But we see all the Trump supporters gather there at Florida to hear from Donald Trump, who in all probability and giving the trends is now looking like he is set to take over as the 47th President of the United States of America. Also, a very seemingly clear sign that Harris decided to cancel her speech, rather a conceding speech that she should have given, but she's cancelled that. She'll speak tomorrow. Donald Trump all set to speak. The stage is set. We'll slip into a short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side with further details. Stay tuned.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Yes, it is the biggest and most crucial lead coming in. Trump has won Pennsylvania. Trump has won the third swing state, and rather the most crucial one. It is the battleground state that was to be the game changer, Pennsylvania. That is the biggest of all 7 swing states with 19 electoral votes. Pennsylvania and Trump having sealed that presidential contest in this state. Big news coming in of the 7 swing states that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania after Georgia and North Carolina. And even as we continue to stay with our guests, I'd like to go across to Dheeraj Kaul joining us from Pennsylvania. Dheeraj Kaul, does this mark a clear way to victory for Donald Trump?
Hi, thanks. I'm back again. Sorry. Yeah, so I've been talking about it since yesterday that I've spoken to hundreds of people in Philly, Pittsburgh. I don't want to call myself a Republican, but I've spoken to a lot of people, especially Gen Z people and millennials. And there was a very strong current towards Donald Trump, his policies, and what future looks like. So we were in our mind confident he will get PA. I traveled to Georgia at least 6 to 7 times in last month. So I've seen the undercurrent in our community, Indian Americans who live in Georgia, Arabic community. I've spoken to African American physicians of different subsectors. And there was a strong current voting actually African American against the vice president and going for Trump. So Georgia was clear shot for me, and Pennsylvania was a very close call, but we knew the undercurrent is there. So now it's almost game done. So Trump is in. So whoever won Georgia and Pennsylvania goes to the White House. So that's what happened, and we are looking forward to really good next prosperous 4 years, stopping the wars, which all of us youth, we want world to come in peace, and Trump is the best negotiator out there in world leaders, one of the top, other than Modi ji. And I think he will negotiate the truce. And we have spent a lot of money, our taxpayer, like $174 billion to Ukraine, and it's high time we start looking back. And Trump, if you remember, had even asked NATO to start paying for some of the expenses US taxpayer dollars go towards protecting them, which a lot of people support. And same thing with illegal immigration. Hardworking Indian Americans work very hard, pay hundreds and thousands of dollars in taxes, have to wait 15 years to get a green card in IT sector, in healthcare. And Trump wants to reform the immigration, legal immigration, which a lot of law-abiding, tax-paying Indian citizens and Southeast Asian citizens really want. I'm very bullish on energy. He's going to open up the fracking because Pennsylvania is sitting on a lot of methane gas and natural gas, which will lower down the price of energy, hence lower down inflation. And also he's planning to bring down the interest rates, which anyway are going down. So first-time home buyers, it will be good. I'm in the AI sector, so I'm very happy. Energy cost, if it goes down, it will boom the AI sector. And he's also planning to bring the semiconductor chips back to US, including increasing the NVIDIA factories here and TSMC. So economically speaking, he's going to do very well. Law and order restoration, immigration resolution, bringing down the inflation. These were 2 very big issues: inflation, immigration, and obviously women's right, reproductive rights, which Trump has indirectly said he's not for a blanket ban on abortion. I'm a physician, so I'm telling you, like, third trimester abortions are banned. You cannot get third trimester, but second and first trimester, based on the condition, it can be done. Certain states have it's harder, but that was a misinformation campaign conveyed, and it's unbelievable what Vice President was talking, that ladies are dying in the outside ER. Trust me, I've treated thousands of patients. This is unheard of. This won't even happen in a third world country, that ladies dying in a car and no physician is treating. So this is unnecessary rhetoric, and people are educated, people see these things. And now she's talking about reforming, immigration. What was she doing for last 4 years? So this narrative didn't sell very well. So I'm very glad. I'm looking forward to a very strong 4 years.
Yes.
excellent ties of India and US and growth.
In fact, let's take that same point across to Kunal Desai, who continues to be with us. Mr. Desai, talking about the policies under Donald Trump, he's been quite vocal about how he intends to increase import tariffs. In your view, how do you think is that going to impact India, given that he says that it's always America first for him, and that there are going to be paradigm changes when it comes to the taxation, the import tariffs imposed by the US?
I don't think it's going to impact much from the Indian perspective. He's very good friends with Prime Minister Modi, as we all know. In fact, getting President Trump elected actually is a blessing in disguise for India, because from the defense perspective, we have two big enemies in forms of China and Pakistan. So, if we have excellent relationship with someone like President Trump and Narendra Modi, it's going to avoid something like FATCA sanctions. Even if we buy some defense hardware from, let's say, Russia, if Kamala Harris or Democrats had to be elected for 4 years, there was a threat of FATCA sanctions as well. I don't think this point was discussed here. That's why I specifically wanted to bring this point into equation. Other thing is, all these things indirectly impact Indian Americans sitting here, because we all have some point of investments in India as well, like mutual funds and whatnot. So if our country home country goes up, India is our forever home for sure. If it goes up, our investments go up in India as well. So from that perspective as well, we obviously want President Trump to be here to safeguard our investments in India as well, and of course here as well.
Right, I'll go, of course, to Jyotsna right now, keeping focus on Pennsylvania, because that's the biggest breaking of the hour, because this is a key state, a very important one in road to the White House. And here, we have to understand the importance of Indian American. The vote bank is very important. We saw how Kamala Harris and Donald Trump both, in fact, went tooth and nail to, in fact, campaign here. And we talk about, for the Democrats especially, we're talking about no presidential candidate from the Democrats have ever won the race, without winning Pennsylvania. So that, of course, is a big alarming, alarm bells ringing in for Kamala Harris. And as going back to the point of Indian Americans, that becomes very important, as there are 600,000, Asian Americans, Indian Americans to be the part of that larger chunk who have played an important role there. Clearly shows the affinity towards Trump for that vote bank.
Absolutely, I would say falling in Pennsylvania, 93% votes already are in favor of President Trump, with a lead, 51, like the percentage that I see. There's a 3% margin, which is quite a big margin, and Kamala Harris, she cannot reach back. So now, as far as Indian Americans are concerned, our vote bank also has importance, and it is with these kind of fractions, Indian Americans come in play. I know it's not a very huge number, but this number matters. There are Indians in Pennsylvania, as Dr. Paul has been speaking about. And of course, in Michigan also there are a substantial number of Indians. There are Indians in Georgia. Of course, it's not just about New Jersey and New York, only Indians are here, or in California. There is a substantial number of Indian Americans living in these swing states as well. And of course, it's a happy moment here. Each vote has counted. In fact, very interestingly, the Indian American diaspora was not addressed properly until the fag end of the election campaign by President Trump. And then, of course, the tweet that came of Diwali, his wish, and of course, the concern about Bangladesh, the Hindu American community, of course, won the heart of President Trump. And he became vocal there, whereas the Kamala Harris team, the campaign team, nobody has spoken about the atrocities that were done in Bangladesh. So everything matters, and we are observing everything sensibly. We are the alleged taxpayers in the country, share a good chunk of our strong position in the STEM areas of America. So definitely, this Indian American segment has earned a lot of respect. And we definitely look forward to see more growth in President Trump's, for Trump to, as being 47th president of US, we would expect something good for us. Not just that, as of course I had a team unfulfilled. When I've been doing advocacy for the green card backlog, 1 million. I still work. I see a way of hope. I see that the Senate is pretty in control. If we get the House well, it will be very easy to remove that 7% cap, which actually blocks the getting green card, and the kit would be less than a lot. So there is my only request, or say the which is may Trump get better advisors. Last terms of the immigration, he had some supporters who sat next to him, and that was a major
Right.
us.
Right.
We could not get words get to the table. This time, I think.
Right. Right. Jyotsna, you do hold that thought, as I also bring in Purnima Nath. She's a foreign affairs expert and she's joining us from Wisconsin. Thank you for speaking to Republic. Purnima, I want to bring up the point of how Donald Trump's ideologies were far more in alignment with India. Now, everyone is constantly speaking about the bonhomie and the camaraderie that Donald Trump shares with Prime Minister Modi. So that's certainly one. Also, the very fact that when it comes to the two wars that are ongoing, be it towards Israel or be it also Donald Trump saying that he intends to end the Russia-Ukraine war, that again is in line with what India is wanting. Even the anti-China angle. And while we are talking about increasing tariffs on imports, but another view to this is that due to that anti-China interest, Donald Trump would have more Indian companies be an alternative for the United States to explore. So in that sense, it's a win-win situation with Donald Trump.
See, the way I look at it, the idea of India, the way they actually align their foreign policy, we know what until now they have pushed non-alliance policy. They have a better relation with every single entity. They are working with Iran, they are working with Palestine cause, they are also supporting Israel, they are working with Russia, they are working with United States. America is not able to understand the policy because America has designated enemy. You know, Iran, Russia, North Korea, China has been designated, and a recent agenda through execution through Canada designating India as the state adversary is also it's along the same line. Basically, they like to disappoint different countries and bully and threaten different countries. However, India doesn't play that way. If you look at BRICS, I mean, BRICS has India and China. So I don't think India or Narendra Modi is going out there trying to figure out or actually communicate that India is now, in a position to lead several conversation discussions and global policy as well. So I think America is not used to that kind of politics. But from perspective of Trump, if Trump comes at all, you're right.
Purnima, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but I quickly want to take our viewers through the latest statement that is coming in from Elon Musk, who is in fact watching the results very closely with Donald Trump, who's gone on to say that America is a nation of builders and together we can build. That is how you can trust America. So he is once again reinforcing Trump's victory, and I quickly want you to comment on that too, because Elon Musk's support to Trump has been very, very crucial through this entire election.
Absolutely. From the time that Elon Musk has shedded $44 billion to acquire Twitter, it was a price that someone has to pay in order to preserve the freedom of speech in this country. If you know, 99.99% of media is actually left leaning, and they were all trying to push narratives to basically silence, suppress, and shame the the right side, the opposition view. This was the only platform, not Facebook, not Instagram, not any other platform that we had at this point of time. And all the legacy media was left-winger, whether it's a BBC, NBC, ABC, Reuters, Washington Post, New York Times. Didn't really matter. They actually didn't carry any other opposition view. And it's not just them, but Economic Times, Forbes, Vanity Fair, you name it. Literally every single media that we had was left-winger. And this was the only platform that citizens were actually putting content and expressing their ideas. And I think this his support for Donald Trump was such a lifesaver at this point of time. People like us who are constantly terrified that who's going to silence us. So I think, Elon Musk is the only person who has come across, and obviously you have seen other left-wingers, traditional left-wingers like Bill Ackman, and then even J.D. Vance, coming from Yale, or his wife coming from Yale. Traditionally, I would think they're all literally liberal left-wingers. Right. That's how the mindset is shaped there. However, I was surprised that he actually thinks right. That was a quite refreshing, experience for me. So I think, things are changing.
Absolutely.
For the right
and we're all waiting to hear on what Trump has to say tonight, as we are tracking every movement of what is happening in Florida. In the meanwhile, I'd like to bring in Shravan, who is going to be taking us through the numbers of 2016 to 2020 to what it looks today.
Well, in fact, it's the battleground state, and I'll try and explain what this battleground state is all about, why we're saying that there's going to be a swing state. Now, all of that put together, that decides who is going to be the president. In fact, let's just take you through. This is the data coming in for 2016. Now, we'll focus first with Arizona, and I'll tell you how it looks this year too. It was 49.5% for Donald Trump and 45.4% for Hillary Clinton as far as Arizona is concerned. Let's move on. Georgia. Remember, Georgia has already been called as far as this election goes. Here too, 45.6% for Hillary Clinton, 51%. So remember, in that election, 2016, it was a sweep for Donald Trump as far as these states are concerned. Michigan too, 47.3%, 47.6%. A neck-to-neck race as far as Michigan is concerned. Let's move on to the other. This is Nevada. Nevada is about 45.5% for Donald Trump. That's where the only state that went to Hillary Clinton at that point in time in 2016, coming in from Nevada. That picture is not clear this time. North Carolina is 46.7%, 50.5% back in the year 2016. Let's take you through the other swing states that we are talking about. Pennsylvania. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, happens to be the crucial state. Even in this election, it turns out to be in favor of Donald Trump. But what did it look like in 2016? 48.8% and 47.6%. Now, will this really change? We'll tell you what happened in 2020. 47.9% in Wisconsin and 46.9% that went in for the Democrat candidate. Now, these are the states as far as 2016. So only one, that is Nevada, was the only state that went in for the Democratic candidate in the year 2016. Now, let's compare this to 2020. How exactly did they change, and why exactly are they known as the swing states? That's only because these are the bellwether states that would essentially flip from one to the other. And we'll also tell you the historical perspective of how things have changed in these states in a short while from now. Let's start. Arizona here, 49.4%. There was a huge jump that we saw, more than about 2 lakh votes being counted in favor of the Democratic candidate, that was Joe Biden. Georgia too, 49.5%. Now this was a close neck-to-neck contest in the last elections in 2020 in Georgia. 49.2 for Donald Trump, 49.5 for Joe Biden. Michigan, 50% and 47%. So last time, if you clearly look at, there was a big flip. The flip particularly in the suburban areas too. That too also changing this year. We'll do the comparison in a short while from now. Nevada is about, again, 50% and 47.7% for Donald Trump. Let's take you through the other. This is North Carolina, 49.9%, 49%. This was the only swing state in the last election which was pretty much neck to neck, close contest that took place. Let's see if there is anything remaining. Pennsylvania, again, 48.6%, 49.9% that remained with Donald Trump. 48% as far as Wisconsin is concerned, 49.4% for Joe Biden back in the year 2020. So Pennsylvania was one place which was in favor of the Republican, and perhaps this time too, what we saw, Pennsylvania again happens to be that same very swing state which is now gone in favor of Donald Trump. Remember, that's the same place where there was an assassination attempt that was made. So it was largely predicted that there would be some sort of a sympathy wave for Donald Trump. So what has happened in the year 2024? Right now, as far as the swing states are concerned, at least 6 have actually gone in favor of Donald Trump. Nevada is the only one which closed in much later, and that is the reason why it's taken time. Let's also take you through some of the live images now coming in from the campaign headquarters, particularly the Republicans in Florida. That's the live images now coming in, Suesha. So clearly, a moment of triumph for the Republicans here, and they are largely comfortable right now because the swing states really moving towards that side. I'm not very sure if we can spot any of those celebrities present at the campaign headquarters of the Republicans, barring a short while back we had that image of Elon Musk coming in. Are we expecting Donald Trump to make a statement anytime soon?
Oh yes, that is what everyone is hoping for, Shravan, to listen into what Donald Trump will say tonight, and especially important given how Harris backed out the last minute to deliver that speech at Harvard was rather disappointing for all her supporters, who are still hoping that something would turn, but far from how it is looking, especially after the Pennsylvania numbers are out. Because that is certainly a state that Kamala Harris had to clinch after Donald Trump won Georgia and North Carolina. It was hugely important that she won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. But the very fact that the Democrats have lost Pennsylvania is clearly proving how they are far behind in this race. Of course, the numbers that we are flashing right now, 247 for Donald Trump and 214 for Kamala Harris.
If we can also bring in my colleague Rakshita. If Rakshita, you can also, perhaps take our viewers through what's the numbers in terms of the House of Representatives is concerned, and Senate too. Wresting power from the Senate is another big win really for the Republicans. So it's a red day in the United States of America. Taking away the majority from the Senate is in itself another big win for them, which again, for Donald Trump to be able to take forward some of the radical decisions that he's already announced that he is going to, you will need the kind of support really coming in from the House of Representatives as well as the Senate.
Absolutely, of course, this is coming in after 4 long years. If you see the Republicans have won this majority in the U.S. Senate, that means, of course, that it's going to be very important for, for Donald Trump if he is elected to the White House for control and major of the policies. Now, this is coming in after 4 years. He has managed, in fact, Republicans have managed to flip at least 2 seats today. And remember, this is the 2 losses have reversed the 51-49 majority held by Democrats. Republicans stood to gain more seats, given that very tight races were there in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan. And of course, they have secured at least 1 chamber. That's of utmost importance for Republicans. That is the U.S. Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. And it gives the GOP, remember, major power center in Washington and a lead role in confirming the next presidential cabinet. It's going to be very important for the say in the cabinet, and as well as any Supreme Court justice if there is a vacancy. Control for the House of Representatives still up for grabs. 100 races yet to be called. But yes, given the fact that Donald Trump is engaged in multiple legal cases right now, it becomes very important for him to win this with the Senate.
Right. And Rakshita, we are getting more breaking news coming in. Donald Trump has won Wisconsin as well. He has won the 4th key swing state, in fact winning the 2nd congressional district in Maine. So 2 leads primarily coming in of how Donald Trump has won the 4th swing state and also the 2nd congressional district in Maine. This is a big development coming in as far as the swing states are concerned after already having swept North Carolina, Georgia and Pennsylvania. He is in victory mode in Wisconsin and also having won the 2nd congressional district in Maine. We stay with those pictures coming in from Florida, where his supporters are eagerly awaiting his speech. We also have to slip into a short commercial break. But before that, in the pictures, you see Donald Regan also donning that red cap, which most of the supporters have, in that crowd waiting to hear from Donald Trump. It is Trump's day clearly, as the Republicans have swept red across the United States of America, the 4th key swing state where Donald Trump has won, and also good news coming in from Maine. Slipping into a short commercial break, we'll be back on the other side too. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we take you through the big numbers coming in from the US. So is it Donald Trump, the next president of the United States of America? That's what the Fox News is already calling in. Fox News, I'm told, has called in the elections, naming Donald Trump as the 47th president of United States of America. What's the number really looking like right now of the 538 electoral college? 277 moving towards Donald Trump and 226 coming in for Kamala Harris. Most of the swing states, the big swing states, particularly here, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, have already gone towards Donald Trump. The only place yet to be called in is Nevada, because that's where the voting closed in late in the evening, and that's the reason why the numbers are yet to come in. If you really look at the map right now of the United States of America, Republicans have not only been able to hold on to their traditional states, but also swing in the very crucial states that we're talking about, starting from Virginia to Michigan and a few other places like North Carolina and Georgia. These were the key states, ladies and gentlemen, that the Republicans have been able to swing it towards their side. The Democrats pretty much sticking to what they have had in the past, to not much inroads really making into the other places. Would things really change? It appears to be no. And if you really go by the numbers that it stands right now, it is Donald Trump, 47th President of the United States of America. Let's also take you through the latest images now coming in from the headquarters, the campaign headquarters in Florida, where you have a short while back, you've seen Elon Musk as well as Donald Trump there. So celebratory moods right now. A short while back, we've also got the images coming in from Kamala Harris's alma mater, where she was scheduled to speak. It appears that that has now been cancelled. So it's pretty much clear if everything goes the way it is right now, it's Donald Trump as the next president.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan. And our guests who continue to stay on with us, Dr. Dheeraj Kaul, Bhavna Dahiya, Jyotsna Sharma, Shahjahan Alexander, Kunal Desai. We stay with these pictures as I bring in Dr. Dheeraj Kaul. Well, clear victory for Donald Trump is what Fox News is saying. He is the 47th president of the United States of America.
That's exactly what we've been talking about, and I'm very happy. We did some support gathering for Trump for last few weeks, and it was very obvious here and in Georgia. And, I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I like to be non-biased. But when it comes to future, I have a 11-month-old. So when it comes to him, I have to think of future. This is a country which is a magnet for growth, for prosperity, and sharing technology. I'm a physician, transplant physician, but I work in AI in healthcare. So the amount of changes we are going through in this time is a paradigm shift. This is a very disruptive time of artificial intelligence, robotic, and space, in which Elon Musk is a legend for me. And as you can see, how much he has supported Trump, not because Trump is going to give him something or he's going to be a president, because he can see how important, what's the junction at which the world is standing. We have almost a third world war going on. There is an inflation across the world. Then you have undecided issues going on. AI coming in. There is no regulation. There is, alternative currencies like cryptos coming in. By the way, Trump is supporting crypto. So you can see Bitcoin going to 75,000 as of now, 76,000, highest it has been. Stock market has gone up 400 points in Dow and 1% in S&P futures. I work in the biotech sector and in finance of biotech as well. So very connected with that area. So everybody is very optimistic. I think this is the time we all need to be together. The only one thing I'm worrying is this election should not divide people, because at the end of the day, we all have to work together and grow and stand by the best person who can take this phenomenal country ahead. And at the same time, being an Indian, originally, I would like them to bridge bring India and America, India being the largest democracy, America being the oldest, America being the biggest fighter, and India being the biggest supporter of tech to grow us further. And we have only good times ahead if cool minds prevail. And the best thing is Trump is gonna, we expect him to bring down peace in Middle East. That's why you are seeing Michigan, a lot of Arabs are voting for him. Even Jews are have voted for Trump. And the third thing is Ukraine war. It needs to be stopped. I have traveled to Ukraine. I have been to Russia. It's the same people. It's the most unbelievable war happening. Millions are dying. So much is devastated. This is the time when the world needs a strong leader. We have a great one in India, and we will get a great one in US. And I'm very optimistic for the future.
Well, absolutely, of course. And we're getting more updates. In fact, Fox News has called the results in favor of Donald Trump. And the latest we're getting in is that even Reuters news agency has called elections for Donald Trump. So that's the big breaking news we're getting in right now, viewers. Trump is returning to the White House. This is what we are getting as per the reports. And I'll go across to other guests who have joined us here. We have Jyotsna Sharma also right now from New Jersey. So it's good news for all the Trump supporters, MAGA supporters. And as we speak, we're getting in those visuals from that venue from Florida, where Trump supporters have gathered. That includes Elon Musk, all the star-studded campaigners for Trump's campaign for Make America Great Again have gathered there. And around 1 a.m. local time, Donald Trump is expected to take the stage and address his supporters. And Reuters news agency has called the election for Donald Trump. This after Fox News has called the elections for Trump. So two big updates coming in right now. Latest being Reuters calling the election for Donald Trump. Second time now. In fact, this is the first time in 100 years, Ms. Jyotsna, that an American president loses the successive election. He won one election, and the next election he lost. He demitted office and then he's back in power. And as Mr. Kaul was talking about the implications for several regions, especially given the fact that we are witnessing two wars, at least in Ukraine and Russia, and of course what's happening in Gaza, it becomes very important how it will have an impact across the globe, especially if we talk about the geopolitics of these regions.
Historic, much needed win, I would speak about. And not just that, there is a sigh of relief amongst the MAGA supporters. Now we can envision a stronger America. The stature America was losing, it would be regained by the virtue, by the hard work, or by the leadership of President Trump. I now foresee the job market coming up. The market was miserable. I do interact with the staffing, IT industry there, and it was miserable. Hundreds and thousands of people were laid off lately. It was a miserable job market. The stock markets had tanked. People who had their 401ks or entire life savings invested, they had just gone into minus. And now with this, when President Trump is coming to power, all those groups are coming high. Safe borders, security for the Americans, right kind of spirit of growth and togetherness. And when we speak about patriotic or say nationalism, that should breed here. I hope there should be no division. Trump has been demonized a lot by the Democrats. A lot of lies were floated around. At least that image that has been created should fade off now. They should look at President Trump as their president. He is the president for everyone. He is not just a president for Republicans. And I hope he gets the right set of advisors, no divisive, no racist advisors.
Sorry to interrupt you, because I think so the projections are now coming in from the other Western media too. In fact, New York Times has already projected Donald Trump as the next president of United States of America. Similar sort of response really coming in. Alexander, you must be a happy man today. Perhaps that's the reason why you've not gone off to sleep. You just do not want a thing to change this time. No taking chances. If you go off to sleep, perhaps you wake up and you see Kamala Harris as the president.
Well, I just cannot go to sleep because I have to order a bunch of cakes in India to send to my businesses back in India for my employees there. I'm going to order.
What does it mean for India? Because, Stuart, Alexander, if I can ask you this question, because for India and for those who are operating outside India, what does this essentially mean? Because some would say that the kind of announcements that Donald Trump is likely to make as far as the tariff imposition is concerned, that would actually hurt the businesses too.
Let me make it very clear. That's a very very tricky thing. People have tried to. How should I put it? Let me. If I have time, I can tell you a story. Okay, I was in one of the grocery stores the other day. I came out of the grocery stores, and my wife was still inside. I walked outside, and there was a lady. I'm not being racist here, excuse me, but a white old lady was outside the grocery store. As soon as you see a brown man, you tend to think that, oh, that guy is Kamala's supporter. He works for Kamala Harris. So she probably would have thought like that I'm a Kamala Harris supporter. My wife always say that whenever she go to a patient's place, they automatically thinks that, oh, she supports Kamala Harris. Just like the lady thought that I'm a Harris supporter. And she stopped. And she showed me some of the stuff that she bought, and it was in her cart. She started a conversation. She initiated the conversation, and she said, I've been waiting a long time not to buy this stuff. But I cannot wait anymore. If that guy wins, I have to pay 200% tax on everything I buy today. I was like, no, that is a lie. That is not true. She's like, no, how can you say that? He said he's going to put 200% tariff. Okay. Anyway, to shorten the story, we spent almost 25 minutes. My wife and I spent almost 25 minutes to explain her what exactly it is. So President Trump, when he said he is going to impose tariff, It is for big businesses, corporates that who has the opportunity to make their products here in the United States and give employment to the people.
Alexander, sorry to interrupt you because we are constantly getting in the breaking news right now. In fact, as the states are now being called in, the swing states also moving towards Donald Trump. So that's the happy news. Perhaps the cake that you want to basically order right now, you can already do it, Alexander, if you simply go by the projections. We're going to put out the numbers right now on your screens. Fox, these are the numbers that Fox is projecting right now. In fact, you have the New York Times also putting out the numbers. We'll take you through a consolidated picture of what the numbers really look like, because right now everyone essentially wants to really look at the numbers. We'll take it on the wall right now as far as what's the big picture. And has Donald Trump really inched closer to 270? Is that very clear? It's a done deal, or is there still a scope? Is there still a scope of things really changing? So on our screens right now, let's take you through the numbers that are emerging right now. It's 277 for Donald Trump and 226 as far as Kamala Harris is concerned. Now, this number is as per Fox. So clearly, you have crossed what we call here the halfway mark. The magic number has already been attained by Donald Trump, so it's clear win for them. I'll take you through the states in a short while from now. Largely, what's the picture like if you compare it with 2020 versus now? Have things really changed in terms of both camps are concerned? We're going to slip into a short break and then take you through the big picture really emerging right now. What could really happen in the next few hours? And not just that, what does it mean for India? Because that's the big concern right now. If at all, if there is any change in the administration, does that really mean anything for India? All this and much more on the other side.
Director, The Taste of Success.
All right, we are cutting live. Two pictures coming in from Palm Beach, Florida, where Donald Trump seems to have arrived or is going to arrive anytime now. Remember, multiple media platforms, including the Fox News and Reuters, have already called the election, as also New York Times, by conceding that Donald Trump is on way to winning the election for the 47th president of the United States and is all headed to the White House again. Remember, Donald Trump, who had lost in 2020, becomes second only president in the history of the United States to come back after losing a poll. The last time that this happened was in 1892 when Grover Cleveland, after losing in 1888, came back to win 1892. And now President Trump is all set to be president again. And he has won the three crucial swing states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, and is leading in the rest of the four and hence he is all set to be the president. Let's look at the numbers. Shravan, if you're back, we can get the numbers going for the benefit of viewers who might have joined in now. And if you look at the numbers, the electoral college, which essentially determines who's going to win, you were saying that halfway mark is 270. Shravan, is Donald Trump closer to that mark now?
Well, in fact, the projections that are coming in fact, we're going to put out the consolidated picture in a short while from now. First, let's take you through what is it that Fox is projecting at this point in time. It turns out that they have already called in the election. 47th President of the United States of America. It is none other than Donald Trump. Reuters, the other news agency calling the election right now, it's once again Donald Trump. So if you really look at the gap right now, that gap is only widening. And as far as the big swing states are concerned, the crucial states are concerned, that has already moved towards Donald Trump. So it's very unlikely that things would really change. So perhaps what we focus right now for all our viewers who are tuning in right now in India, as far as the Indian diaspora is concerned, they were all essentially rooting for Donald Trump, a return of Donald Trump for various reasons. We're going to take you through those reasons also. Let's first look at the picture right now, the big picture coming in. We'll also break it down in terms of the states that we're talking about. What are the numbers that are essentially emerging from each of these states? Because that's also another crucial area. Why is this entire discussion revolving around those 7 swing states? Why is it so very important? Why is it that the entire campaigning was basically revolving around these 7 swing states? All of this and much more right now, while we stay with these latest images now coming in of close confidence of Donald Trump that can be seen. In fact, some imagery that tells you what lies ahead in this presidency of Donald Trump and what would perhaps be the focus areas, because largely you've already seen clarity really coming in from the campaigning of Donald Trump with regards to one, imposition of the tariffs. How exactly will he be dealing with immigration, all of that. But in fact, can we just try and first put out the picture in terms of the numbers, and then we also can perhaps go back to our guests who are joining in and the breaking news also coming in. So right now on your screens, the numbers that we have, 277, that's crossing the halfway mark, and then of course the 226 essentially coming in for Kamala Harris. So it's, ladies and gentlemen, this is the picture right now of the 538 electoral college. 277 has gone towards Donald Trump, and it's 226 for Kamala Harris. Let me just give a small snapshot of what we know so far in terms of the state. So if you really look at the East Coast right now, the East Coast also, large parts of it, it's red. Now, let me break it down. In terms of Pennsylvania, which is one of the swing states, has moved towards Donald Trump, particularly if you see some of the key concern areas like Philadelphia and others too. It turns out the counting essentially indicating that Donald Trump has been able to push through what he felt essentially that it was time to secure America. And that's the large part of his campaigning in Pennsylvania was largely about that, immigration being one such thing that found some sort of a resonance here in Pennsylvania. North Carolina, much earlier into the counting itself, was indicating that it was moving towards Donald Trump. And then, of course, you have the bigger states, but not really the swing states, particularly Texas and a few others, which were largely seen as the stronghold of the Republicans. So they've largely been able to hold on to what they secured even last time. So that has added to the numbers that you really see right now on your screens. Now, what hasn't been called so far? Nevada is the only swing state. It seems there isn't much clarity right now. That's only because the voting continued till about late last night, and that is the reason why the counting perhaps is going to take some time. So that is one swing state of the 7 really coming in. So this is what it looks like, Abhishek, in terms of numbers right now.
Well, fair enough. The sum total of which is shown that Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. We are building up to that possible victory speech for which everything is ready, and the lectern has been put in and a security sweep carried out. And Donald Trump, in fact, earlier we saw pictures of him reaching the Watch Party Convention Center in Palm Beach, Florida, where Trump would be speaking to his supporters. And remember, the scale of the victory is stupendous, Shravan. We have been tracking all the contests closely, and if you go by state,
I think so. There's one picture that is coming in. Abhishek, one picture that is coming in. I don't know whether we can just get in. That's the first picture that our sister channel right now has of Donald Trump with a copy of a speech. I don't know if that's what we are essentially indicating right now in a short while from now in Florida, where you would have Donald Trump really coming in. Suesha, yeah, that's the first picture of Donald Trump coming in from Florida right now. So it seems, if you really look at the body language too, also a short while back, people from the Republican camp also indicated that this time he's been extremely cautious. One would have perhaps expected Donald Trump coming in a little earlier, even when the numbers were coming in. But this is a different Donald Trump altogether, waiting cautiously as far as the numbers, giving a clear picture, cementing altogether, Abhishek and Suesha. And these are images first on Republic right now of Donald Trump. In a short while from now, the victory speech likely to come in. So what would one really expect from Donald Trump right now? Is it going to be a roadmap of what he says? Securing America, making America great? Because if you really see, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of most of the key issues, starting from immigration to abortion, to in terms of geopolitics, strategy exactly, how exactly would America really deal with NATO, and of course, to ongoing war right now in the Middle East as well as Russia, Ukraine. He has been very, very candid. How does this really have an impact on the ground is something that one will have to really look at, and perhaps that clarity expected to really come in that first victory speech that he's going to make. Many firsts also, Suesha, as far as this election goes. If it was Kamala Harris, it would be the first woman president of United States of America. As far as Donald Trump is concerned, there too you would have several firsts coming in. So it is historic in many ways.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan and Abhishek, and that picture very, very clearly indicating that he understands all of America. In fact, the entire globe is waiting to hear from him. Firm, assertive, and what exactly is the roadmap that he's going to lay for the future of not just America, but even in terms of the geopolitical scenario that will pan out under Donald Trump's leadership. So yes, certainly looks like he is getting ready to speak and deliver that victory speech, as we very clearly understand that from Fox News to New York Post to Reuters have all declared him as the 47th President of the United States of America. All of his supporters eagerly waiting in Florida to hear from him at that campaign ground. And most importantly, Kamala Harris, who last minute rejected giving that speech. So we know who the winner here is, the man who's standing at the victory post, all set to address America.
Well, in fact, these are the first pictures now coming in of Donald Trump. In fact, the supporters all gathering there. Just to take our viewers in the gathering, who are the people who are present there? And perhaps that will tell you what exactly is Donald Trump really hinting at. Elon Musk, of course, many seeing that picture in itself caused a lot of heartburn. And the Democrats, on the other hand, at the pictures coming in from the alma mater of Kamala Harris, where she was also scheduled to speak. It turns out that they had to cancel this, which in itself is an indication coming in right now, the fact that she's conceded defeat. But one would certainly expect, Abhishek also, if you can come in, Kamala Harris and the Democrats in particular could have actually sent across a message that, they're conceding a defeat, restoring what many would say the beauty of American democracy, because that's what they largely spoke about in the last elections, to criticizing Donald Trump. But what is really happening as far as the Democrats are concerned? By now, they should have conceded defeat.
Well, you see, for all the feminista gang that the liberal Democrats sort of pushed, they had to, bring out a man to announce that Kamala Harris is not speaking tonight. Optics aside, the fact of the matter is that, it's interesting. I'm sort of just going through, I've been, of course, closely tracking the campaign and going through the results that are coming in. So a lot of areas which are traditionally black and hence Democrat, there is tremendous support that has come in for Trump. It's surprising, Shawan, that Okay, let's cut straight to the pictures coming in. I believe Trump has arrived. Trump has arrived with Melania. Let's cut to those pictures and to the net sounds.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. We have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him.
nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Of United States of America, the 47th president, and of course he lives with that signature Donald Trump tango, Abhishek. In fact, the big message really coming across Sampath as well as Alexander right now. First, he talks about sealing the border. He's very clear, legal immigration. The second is with regards to the tariff. See, he's very clear of what he really wants.
Yes, the speech was very clear. It was a very gracious victory speech. You know, he mentioned everything that he said all throughout the campaign trail. Promises made, promises kept. It's not just words. He's going to do it. He's going to try so hard to fix all the mess that has happened in the 4 years. Again, he said,
Alexander, because right now the focus would be what next. I'll also bring in Sampath right now. Mr. Sampath, as far as representation of the Indian diaspora, because President Trump had already indicated that he is going to protect what he said was with regards to the Hindus. So it's very clear that there is a possibility of representation of the Indian diaspora in this Trump administration.
Yes, I think weeks ago he declared that he's a fan of India and he's a friend of Indian Americans. I think there was a big statement when there was the issue about what was happening in India and US. I think he straightened it out with the one statement. I think it changed the dictionary of US-India relations. I think he'll be the best friend of India, and we look forward to his leadership.
What I found very interesting, Abhishek, also, apart from sealing the border comment that he makes, for the longest time, Abhishek, they said that he's going to start a war. Today, President Trump once again reiterating the fact that he's going to stop the war, which is essentially indicating as far as Russia-Ukraine is concerned. For the longest time, the hypocrisy that we have seen dealing with NATO, that too, he's very clear that no longer will US really, shoulder the burden.
Well, absolutely. Even in his first term, he had really read the riot act to NATO and said that either you pay or, America is not there to foot the bill. And NATO can be disbanded. He actually said that NATO can be disbanded if Europe is not willing to pay. I'm sure tonight is going to be a night of jitters for many leaders in the continent there, across the lake, as they say, across the Atlantic. And the European leaders are going to be much, much worried. The most worried being, of course, Zelensky, because a Trump win means that he is going to really calibrate American engagement with Europe, and specifically with the Europe war that's going on, Shawan. And I think a lot of policy announcements there. I think for all the praise that he heaped on Elon, calling him a star is born, Shawan, I read some difficulties going ahead for Elon also, because he said that we have more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia. So effectively, Trump is going to pivot towards oil as the key for the economic model that's there in Trump's mind. Remember, he has earlier also, while praising Elon Musk, mentioned, for example, in the context of the Detroit automobile ecosystem, that he's going to pivot back to oil. That's not good news for Elon, for all the praise that Donald Trump gave in. So from Europe war to the oil economy, I think a tremendous amount of policy push there coming in. My takeaways are, apart from all the praise that he reserved for Elon Musk, there are already indications that the Trump presidency would be about more of what the first Trump presidency was between 2016 and 2020.
Well, in fact, there are, Purnima, if I can just bring you in, what's the stark difference that you see from the earlier presidency to what is expected? I'm told that some more breaking news now coming in. In fact, world leaders are already congratulating a short while back. The first one to actually congratulate was the head of state of El Salvador, and now it's Benjamin Netanyahu. In fact, you've already seen that one message that President-elect Donald Trump has indicated with regards to how exactly he will be calibrating his approach as far as the war is concerned, particularly referring to the Israel war, and of course not to forget with regards to Russia-Ukraine. So that's another important.
Israel would be very excited and happy about a Trump victory. Remember, Shawan, in the last term, Donald Trump had shifted the U.S. embassy, the U.S. mission, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So in a way, that was a strong message that the Trump presidency is all about backing the Jewish state fully, and obviously Netanyahu would be excited, and that getting expressed in the post that he has.
There's no namby-pamby kind of a response here. The Republicans here making it very clear as to how exactly they want this to actually go forward.
If you look
policy
at
decisions.
Look at the irony, Shawan. It seems going by the pattern, if Kamala Harris has lost Michigan, also the Muslims, the Arabs did not trust the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats, and when it came to Gaza and the Palestine war of Israel, and the Jews, of course, thought that Trump is going to be better. So in a way, pincer of a situation for the Democrats, where neither the Muslims nor the Jews have really voted for Kamala Harris.
Well, in fact, Purnima, if I can just take a quick question before we also move on and give you the full picture, how it looks like, how are the numbers really stacked up right now. But first, a comment from you, Purnima, and then I'll get all our numbers up for all of viewers who are tuning in right now. Let's take you through the numbers right now. So 538, 277 and 226 to Kamala Harris. Now, as far as this win goes, it's historic, ladies and gentlemen, because what we are looking at is a clear victory in at least 7 of the battleground states. So clearly, if you see with the previous victory too, 2016 as well as 2022, this is turning out to be the big victory for Donald Trump, primarily because of at least 7 of the states moving towards Donald Trump. And we'll break the numbers for you too, because it turns out that it is moving way beyond than what we saw in 2020. So it's a decisive victory for Donald Trump. Purnima, if I can just get in a quick word from you. It is different because it is turning out to be a complete mandate that has been given to Donald Trump. And these states to to swing states also clearly moving towards, once again, Donald Trump. Let's also take you through the congratulatory messages now coming in after Benjamin Netanyahu. You have the French President, Suesha, who's also congratulated. If you can just quickly take our viewers through those messages now coming in from the world's leaders.
Yes, absolutely, Shravan. Emmanuel Macron, who's tweeted, and I quote, "Congratulations, President Donald Trump, ready to work together as we've done for 4 years with your convictions and with mine, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity." In fact, even Netanyahu, who has addressed Donald and Melania Trump as friends, also signing off in true friendship, saying, "Yours, Benjamin and Sarah Netanyahu." So yes, wishes certainly pouring in from across the globe, especially from leaders who are most happy that Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. We're also trying to get a reporter from Canada.
Just a quick word. Let's just get it from Mr. Sampath. Mr. Sampath, a quick word from you. Through the election campaigning, we have seen how the Indian diaspora has essentially reacted to it. What do you really see that President-elect Trump would essentially do for the diaspora? Because Alexander said that, look here, I was very happy when he was the president because I could buy my home. That was the reason why he said that he makes a better president. What do you think would be the characteristic of President Trump in his next term?
I think the world will be a safer place without war, without the hassles of military invasion of one country to other country. I think he'll be a great friend of India. Naturally, he is a friend of Russia. I think the war will stop. I think the Middle East, which is boiling now, will definitely take a clue who is the head of state in the United States. I don't think there will be so many skirmishes that are happening because the United States is supporting those skirmishes between Israel, Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza in the Gaza Street. I think that will stop. I'm sure movement, of course, President Trump will take over only on January 20th. Until then, I'm sure they will cool down.
Mr. Sampath, while we're getting in some more breaking news, do you believe some of the world leaders right now, particularly in the West, will have to grudgingly accept that you have President Trump back, pushing ahead what he believes no longer can be a burden for America? You have French president now saying that he's ready to work with President-elect Trump. Not that he had much of an option, though, Abhishek. Here you have Macron saying that ready to work together with Trump. Sampath,
look, Shravan. So
not much that he had a choice.
Look at Europe. Macron is on his way out. Yeah. Olaf Scholz is on his way out. So effectively, Viktor Orban becomes the first European head of the government to actually congratulate Trump, and he is right. And he is someone made of the Trump politics, in fact, in many ways. So if you look at it, European leaders would be saying this with a lot of discomfort. Even irrespective of whether they are in or out, Europe is going to have a tough time dealing with the United States under Trump.
That's an important area because all this while, Europe essentially wanted to strengthen NATO. That will be perhaps the big friction point. Sampath, one quick word. I do understand it's late at night right now. But with regards to working with the European partners, do you believe that perhaps President Trump is going to alter it, keeping in mind that you cannot have much of a friction point right now? And then I'll also take our viewers through the numbers that are now coming in. Sampath, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think initially the NATO was very not so sure they want to do business with the United States under the leadership of President Trump because he demanded the right things to do because they had not paid the dues of NATO for years and years. And US was the only country paying and managing the whole NATO. I think he said it right. So they were not very happy about his demanding the funding of the NATO. And I think NATO was much more stronger under his leadership. As you know, he has very close relations with President Putin. He told within 24 to 48 hours of his presidency, he was going to talk to President Putin and to stop the war between Ukraine and Russia. I think that will be the biggest gift to the world because we don't know what is really happening in Ukraine, how many thousands and hundreds of thousands of people might have perished. Nobody knows because, it's all under the rug. I think that will definitely bring a peace. So also in the Middle East, so also in the Afghan area, where U.S. left suddenly and they had to rework their system. I think the whole world will be different place to continue their struggle to survive and live. I think President Trump will make a big contribution. More than anything, I think he'll be a close friend of India, and we're looking for that. That's the only reason, in spite of Kamala Harris had an Indian heritage, we supported Trump because he is going to be much more closer to India, and he has promised so many things. We'll make sure that he does what he said. I'm sure Modi ji and him, and they will get together and resolve whatever issues we may have with our neighboring countries, including Pakistan and Bangladesh. It's a big thing.
Mr. Sampath, I'll just request you to stay on with us as we now just quickly take our viewers through the numbers that are emerging right now for all our viewers who are tuning in right now as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States of America. Which are the states that have essentially contributed to that? Let's take you through the details emerging right now. We've got a better picture right now with the projections that have come in from multiple sources. Now, let's just quickly take you through what are these 7 swing states that we are really talking about and why this is becoming the key turnaround. Let's first take you through what are the 7 swing states and what does this essentially mean. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. So you're looking at the number of electoral votes. Largely here you have Pennsylvania. Remember, this last time was taken over by Joe Biden. Again, that has flipped at least 19, the highest coming in from Pennsylvania. Then, of course, you have from Georgia as well as North Carolina. North Carolina, remember, was one of the first states which essentially was moving towards Donald Trump this morning. Then, of course, it was followed by Georgia, Arizona, as well as Wisconsin and Michigan. What has really changed? All through the campaigning that took place in the last few months, you've had both the candidates essentially talking about 2 things, at least when they're going to places like Pennsylvania, Georgia, largely talking about what their promises as far as immigration is concerned. This, again, ladies and gentlemen, you've had President Trump once again making it very clear. He believes that it is going to be through sealing the borders and what he says should be legal immigration. Largely, as you can see, the picture really changing. These are the bellwether states too. It has flipped many a times in the past too. For a very long time, you've had, these are the places which were seen as somewhat Democrat stronghold taken over by the Republicans. In the last election, remember, at least one was with the Republicans. This time it turns out that all the swing states, all the 7 swing states have moved towards the Republicans. So that's how it looks like. This is the full picture. That's the full picture coming in. Let's also go across to our guests who are joining in right now and what Donald Trump could essentially mean for India as well as the region. Because remember, just about a few days ago, Dr. Joseph Chalil, you've had President Trump essentially talking about the fact that he is going to be playing a crucial role as far as protecting the Hindus are concerned. So many would have seen this as what he believes the policy dealing with Bangladesh.
This is a great day for as we were predicting for America and for the world. Trump has actually won a very decisive victory. It's not just a victory in electoral college votes. It's a victory now will be in popular votes. A victory in the Senate majority, which will strengthen the hands of the president in confirming whatever appointments he need to make, and also possibly in the U.S. House, which will control the purse. So no one's going to question his victory now, and this will bring in global peace. He created a new type of Republican Party. This is not the Republican Party which everyone's used to 20 years ago with the Bush families or even with the Reagans. This is different. This is a time when our people are supporting, including from Arab Americans to Jewish Americans, supported President Trump. Indian Americans, even though Kamala Harris was, of our own heritage, was largely in support of President Trump this time. And even the Black Americans supported President Trump. So from everyone, from black to white to Asians, to Muslims, to non-Muslims, to Jews, supported President Trump. This is a great coalition for President Trump to come in this time.
And I'm very eager to get a reaction from Daniel Bodman, senior journalist, joining us from Canada. Daniel, you are hoping that Trump comes to power. Good news. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. I'm having a good time. It's keeping me up past 3 a.m. and smiling. So that's I think it's great geopolitically. What you're talking about is true. Trump did break a lot of the false paradigms. The Obama worldview of we can hug the terrorism away and empower Iran, and if we hug the people who hate us the loudest, the hardest, then they will somehow realize that we are, in fact, noble and they will become like us. That never happened, and it made things worse. And you saw Trump come in and, the peace between the Abraham Accords. He was setting actual deterrence. I tend to, where I probably disagree with a panel in India, is I'm a bit more bullish on Ukraine than I think a lot of people are. I think Ukraine's highly underestimated, and I think people forget that Trump, there's a reason why Russia didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was president, is because there was appropriate American deterrence, mainly in terms of energy independence. But now you have the Europeans who, they have to actually make hard choices and they're going to be forced to what? Abandon Ukraine? No, they're going to play ball with Trump and be forced to sort of get NATO in order to provide some actual deterrence from the Russians, because, America's not going to do all the work for them. But regardless, for all this, it sets the sort of just bring gas prices down, stop with the overcomplicated nonsense. If there's just energy glut and there's industry and people are good, if you could just supply people with like basic needs in a reasonable way and not get government overly involved in this, then everyone's just going to be happier.
Okay, so we're getting in some more breaking news right now. The first congratulatory message coming in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He says, need to put an end to Russian aggression. In fact, referring to President-elect Trump, who said a short while back that he is here to stop the war, a clear indication of which way is it headed. In fact, he's reiterated this multiple times. If we are ready to play that out, because perhaps at least 3 big takeaways from the victory speech of President-elect Donald Trump. One with regards to immigration, the second with regards to how exactly he would essentially deal with 2 ongoing war. And of course, now you have Ukrainian President Zelensky saying peace through strength approach works. Now indicating that whether at all there's going to be some sort of a dialogue too. In fact, not just that, one character perhaps President-elect Donald Trump referred multiple times was, of course, Elon Musk, and the fact that the image of Elon Musk with President-elect Donald Trump a short while back from Florida, that too perhaps caused a lot of heartburn. Let's first listen into what Donald Trump had to say about Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. He spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. He sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But
all right.
I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this.
All right, let's move on to another breaking news development coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi joins other world leaders in congratulating Donald Trump on social media handle X. Prime Minister says, and I quote, heartiest congratulations to my friend real Donald Trump on your historic election victory. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive, global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability and prosperity. Prime Minister, in fact, goes on to post a few pictures of him with President Trump, which includes one in Ahmedabad, where Prime Minister had held the Namaste Trump event, hosting President Trump in front of 100,000 huge crowd. And then there is another picture of Prime Minister and Donald Trump at the Howdy Modi event in Houston, Texas. And then, of course, there are a couple of other pictures of the two leaders engaging. That clearly shows the kind of chemistry that is there through the pictures comes out, and which was underscored by President Trump during the campaign, not once, twice, perhaps three times. And Narendra Modi becoming the first leader perhaps from Asia Bloc to be congratulating Donald Trump. And of course, this is big for India. Remember, in the period of 2016 to 2020, when Donald Trump was president, India carried out the surgical strike in Balakot. India removed Article 370 from Jammu and Kashmir, and we generally saw our geopolitical situation really strengthening, and no interference whatsoever from the deep state in the United States. Unfortunately, over the last 4 years, Shawan, we have seen the Biden-Harris administration strengthening Pakistan by improving their F-16 arsenal. We have seen the United States having some role, as reported, in destabilizing Bangladesh and hence India's neighborhood. And we have seen the United States indulging in push and shove on issues of human rights, freedom of religion, etc. We have seen United States play some destabilizing role in India's northeast. So in a way, that's a good development. India's geostrategic community and the policy think tanks would be breathing easy. And Prime Minister there really underscoring that with his congratulations. If you read between the lines, Shawan, and I would like to, what Prime Minister Modi is saying is that we will build on the successes of the first term, and that's really okay. Moving on, back to back, Prime Minister Modi congratulates President Trump, and then we have Giorgia Meloni of Italy coming out with her congratulatory message on Trump. Historic friendship with America, she is saying in her post, and sincere congratulations to Donald Trump. Remember, Meloni, in fact, happens to be a right-wing leader in Europe, and so there would be an ideological coming together, unshakable alliance with America. She is also the one who is strongest, perhaps, in terms of staying power in Europe, with Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron going out, and of course in United Kingdom we have Keir Starmer, who is from the left bloc. Okay, Shawan.
Well, in fact, it's quite interesting after the French president making the congratulatory remark, you have the Italian head of state now responding. So it's interesting with the way we have seen how things are really panning out in the last few months, and now changing equations. Alexander, if I can just take that question to you, because within the Republican camp right now, in terms of the renewing the relationship, many would say that changing administration in the United States of America does not really impact India right now, because it's almost like a Teflon coating that has come into the relationship. But do you believe that this could essentially mean bringing in the golden era of the two nations, the relationship once again renewing?
I have always believed that the foreign policies usually it's a long-lasting relationship. It normally won't change when administrations change. But in this case, I definitely believe that President Trump, because of the friendship between President Trump,
Alexander, there's a personal chemistry that we are referring to here, because one could easily look at the body language of both the leaders when they have been together, the kind of bonhomie that they essentially share that perhaps translates further. And if you really look at the images of President Biden along with Prime Minister Modi versus what we are looking at, even the images that we are now playing out, that in itself shows the comfort that both the leaders have.
Exactly. See, that's what I was trying to say. The friendship, Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, because of the policies that they aligned with, there are a lot of things they have in common. They have more things in common. That's what makes a relationship better.
Donald Trump.
Right. In fact, we're going to put out those images, multiple images, because that image in itself tells you the story. That it narrates the story that we have really seen over the last several years, where you've had the Prime Minister essentially referring to Donald Trump as his friend. He's done that multiple times, and in every speech that he has actually delivered, he's largely spoken about how things have nurtured over the years. Let's now break it down for all our viewers in terms of what is it really expected, perhaps in the months to come, and how India could play a very important role, particularly in the last few months. If you really see the way India has played a role diffusing tension, particularly in Israel as well as Russia-Ukraine war, do you essentially look at right now, Purnima, if I can bring that to you, do you really see right now, what's the view in America with regards to India's role right now?
Having me, I appreciate that. First of all, I want to say I'm beyond ecstatic. I've been keeping it quiet, but I can't keep my excitement. First time, I'm just saying after Donald Trump talked, and I was speechless. I was beyond. It's scintillating. I can't hold my excitement. You can see the point I'm trying to say over here, that if Donald Trump was not elected, it was not just a bad luck for Americans, but for the world. So it's something that I just posted right after I've heard he was declared. Congratulations, America, congratulations, the world. He had been talking about it for quite some time, that if he was the president of America, these two wars would not have started, and there's a lot of truth around it. And Modi kept saying that this is not the time of war, and he's right. And when Donald Trump was the 45th president at that point of time, he also was talking about ending wars that was going on around the world and bringing the troops back to our country. And Afghanistan also was part of the conversation. And after he was ousted from White House unceremoniously, and these leftist Marxist goons left Afghanistan with such a disastrous drama. It was not a good look for America as well. It was not a good look for the people of our country. And then coming back from there, they start a new war, the leftist political folks. But at this point of time, his agenda is absolutely clear. He wants no wars. Also, he wants to make sure that there's legal immigration. His stance changed. The folks that were completely anti-immigrant have changed because of the fact that in the last 4 years they have seen how illegal immigrants can actually create massive havoc from corruption, from crimes, from taking away funds from our treasury. That's what has changed Donald Trump's stance as well. And he understands that he actually needs to bring in high-skilled labor like us who came to America to build product for America. I was not building product for India. So like that, I think these are something that we have to converse, and right-wing parties has to understand as well. And I think that was the massive shift. And obviously, he very specifically said that A star was born. Elon Musk was there. He has to protect the talent for America. And he understands what it means. He understands what the immigrants have done for the country. And I think with shifting towards India, there's no better partner than President Donald Trump. I'm not calling him president-elect. He is the rightful person, and for the country, he's the rightful person for the world. So I think from a perspective of the labor trade, the conversation will continue, but he's not going to be the punitive kind of person. You already know what he's looking for, whether it's a tariff, whether it's software engineering, whether it's building coalitions between different entities. I think it's going to be fantastic outlook for the world.
Okay, you see, the first mention of any policy statement in Donald Trump's speech was on the border and the issue of illegals. And let's play that soundbite and then we discuss on the other side. Let's play that.
Isleen, abhi join kar rahi hu.
Acha, theek hai, okay. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
All right, those were the first couple of minutes of the victory speech of Donald Trump. And in the first few sentences, he brought in the issue of border, and that really underscores how significant an issue the illegal migration has been in this campaign. And Anang Mittal joins us live from New York, from Washington, D.C. In fact, Anang, you think the Democrats really misread the situation? Because as much as rest of the United States, even the legal migrants really grudge these illegals coming in because they think that they're getting a free pass. So it was an issue, and not necessarily to the advantage of the Democrat establishment in so easily allowing all these illegals to stay and, naturalize themselves by proxy, and hence Donald Trump mentioning it in the first few sentences of his victory speech itself.
Yeah, I think the Democrats have been mistaken on this issue for almost 20 years, and that's why there's been no movement on illegal immigration and on legal immigration, which is affecting people like your former panelists and friends and colleagues and cousins and relatives of mine who've been stuck in the green card and the H-1 wait list, which is now 100 years old. You're going to have to live for 100 years to maybe even get through the wait list. So it's because of Democrat intransigence that this issue hasn't moved, because Democrats have believed for almost 20 years, if not longer, that the more illegal immigrants that come into this country and become legalized or become part of the American fabric, become citizens, that they're going to vote for the Democrat Party, that it's to their advantage, and they thought that was a natural vote bank that they could cultivate by not enforcing the border. And tonight's election has shown, the results have shown, that the Latinos who are here, who came here illegally, who have been here for generations, don't like illegal immigration. And people who are of non-white population don't like illegal immigration. They don't want the border to be completely open and completely porous and letting in God knows who. There have been many people who are on the terror watch list who have been caught there. I've seen the border with my own eyes, and earlier this year, I was there with my boss, the Speaker of the House, and we were doing a press conference with a bunch of other congressmen, and somebody from behind across the river literally was crossing as they were giving a press conference. There was no fear. These people had no fear that a literal body of congressmen with guns and police were standing there, and they believed that they could completely flaunt the law and come across, and that's exactly what happened. They were taken away by the federal police, the border police there, because you could do nothing. The local police were not allowed to interfere in that matter. So I think this is a problem of the Democrats' own making, and like I said, the fact that Donald Trump has closed the minority vote, has closed the Latino vote, and even they were beating him up for some comments that a comedian made at one of his rallies about Puerto Ricans. Even the Puerto Ricans who live in America have voted for him en masse, and the new governor of Puerto Rico is a Republican. So clearly, the Latinos and the non-whites trust him and have given him their benefit of the doubt more than the Democrats believe that he should have been. So it's time for some serious introspection. It's time to examine your own priors in terms of what messaging that you've been sending out to people, that they don't want to listen to you. They would rather prefer Donald Trump. He's a known entity. He's been known for almost 10 years now, and they prefer him over you. And so I think the Democrats have to do some serious soul searching, some serious introspection, and come up with a better alternative rather than only making an election and every part of their messaging that is anti-Trump.
Yeah, Anand, good that you mentioned about Puerto Rico, because the Democrat campaign, the Harris campaign, made a lot about that joke that was cracked at one of the Pennsylvania rallies of Trump by a stand-up comic on Puerto Ricans, and yet if the Puerto Ricans have voted for Trump, it's interesting. We are joined in by Suresh, can you take it?
Yes, Mr. Alok Bansal also, who joins us. But before that, quickly going to Umesh Agarwal to get a sense of that statement by Donald Trump on liquid gold, saying we have more liquid gold to repay debt, primarily putting out a strong message to Saudi Arabia and Russia, vowing energy dominance. I'm not too sure if we are receiving your audio. I requested you unmute yourself, Umesh Agarwal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I do believe that Donald Trump will mostly focus that the renegotiated petrodollar arrangement that had lapsed earlier this year will be continued. And certainly there will be repercussions for the BRICS world order as well. the BRICS had unveiled a new financial system where they were planning to build a new payment system. Donald Trump has stated on record that all the countries which are going to export will have to pay the import duty. He has proposed to raise taxes on China at 60%. And I do believe that the monetary system will likely to be integrated with the BRICS payment system very soon. And I do believe that China will be taken to task. And I do believe that that China will be the strengthening of the Quad will happen during this regime.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I quickly want to go back to Shravan, as I believe he's showing us more numbers, Abhishek. But before that, if you want to quickly make a point. All right, Shravan, as he has more numbers.
Well, the numbers are pretty much solid right now in terms of most of the states are essentially being called in. So let's take you through the big picture emerging right now and also the multiple states that we're talking about. The big picture, where it stands right now as far as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is concerned. You've already had most of the Western legacy media calling in the election right now. The news agencies too now calling in. But the big takeaway, if I may say so, number one is with regards to, if you really compare it with the last election itself, there is a massive swing, at least in the most of the 7 big states. And that is the reason why, if you're calling this election as a historic election, it's because of the fact that unlike in the previous elections where you've had 1 or 2 swing states still with the defeated side, this time it seems that all the 7 states have gone to Donald Trump. Perhaps most of what he has been talking about finds resonance. In fact, if you see most largely talking about the fact that economy was in complete doldrums under the Biden administration, at least if you go by what the Republicans had to say. And this is exactly what he started with. In fact, in the speech that he made, the victory speech, he says he is going to rebuild America, that he's going to fight for every American every single day, referring to the fact that if there is a crisis in the economy, it's going to be addressed by him. And he says, I'm going to fix it. Apart from that, he has largely spoken about the fact that illegal immigration has become the biggest headache, Suvesh, and that is the reason why that was the first big statement. So if you really look at the chronology of the issues that was picked up by Donald Trump in his victory speech, he basically starts with the big takeaway, of course, with regards to illegal immigration.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the very basis of his campaign, Make America Great Again, where he once again echoed through his speech saying that Americans have taken control of the nation. So pretty much for the Americans, as he set an optimistic tone for his tenure also. The declaration of the bold vision that he's carved for the country, like you're saying, Shravan, reforms and border security that have very prominently figured in his victory speech. As we also continue to stay with our guests who are with us on the broadcast. Mr. Alok Bansal also, I believe, and of course I'll have to confirm if he's with us, but he is. All right. Mr. Bansal, primarily indicating a strong shift towards stringent policies and enhancing national security, Donald Trump has very clearly envisioned how he envisages this tenure.
See, there is no doubt that Donald Trump has won emphatically, and that shows to some extent, besides anything, that there is also an element of misogyny as far as US society is concerned. Having said that, Donald Trump has always emphasized that he'll focus on economy, and at this point of time, I think the perception in US was that the economy is not doing well, so he's going to be focusing on that. As far as security is concerned, he's talked of no war. So he's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war. I think he will start reducing support for Ukraine and bring it to almost zero. And that would pressurize Ukraine to come to terms with Putin and his demands, and there could be some rapprochement as far as this conflict is concerned. On the other hand, on security issues in Middle East, he's going to emphatically support Israel and be vociferously against Iran. That would stymie any possibility that one had of another deal with Iran, because the president of Iran at this point of time is a liberal and he wanted some sort of a rapprochement, and that's why they have been curtailing their response as far as Israeli offensive has been concerned. So as far as Middle East is concerned, you could see an aggravation of conflict. As far as India is concerned, H-1B visas would come under pressure. You could see that American companies which have set up production facilities or which are planning to set up production facilities in India may be forced to set them up back home. So this sort of issues could come up. But overall, I think his focus would be on economy. So the global economy should take a upturn as far as Trump presidency is concerned.
Well, in fact, Mr. Bansal, if I can just take a quick word from you with regards to the other big message that he sent across in terms of imposing the tariffs, because that has been something that many have misread, that if at all those tariffs are essentially brought in, do the businesses really get hit? And largely, are we really talking about only the American businesses really flourishing? Is that the message that he's sending across?
See, he has always been talking of protectionism, in fact, virtual protectionism. He feels that this open market economy actually helps other countries which produce goods at lower costs and makes US economy suffer. So he is going to impose tariffs, and that is going to affect India the most because we have a positive trade balance with America. So we need to be very careful as far as these issues are concerned because there is a sense of euphoria that Trump has won. But there are, and in the short term, maybe it may probably help us a lot. But in the long term, there are a lot of pitfalls which we'll have to negotiate. And with Trump, it's going to be a transactional relationship. So if you want something, you'll have to give him something. So that's what is going to be the case as far as India-US relations are concerned going forward.
Well, in fact, Mr. Bansal, I'll just request you to stay on with us while we also take viewers through these congratulatory messages that are essentially coming in. A short while back, you've had the NATO General Secretary also putting out that message. So, in fact, let's take you through the big numbers that are emerging right now. How does it really stand right now? 277 for Donald Trump and 226 for Kamala Harris. So, largely, if you look at most of these states, the swing states are also moving towards Donald Trump. So, that's the reason why many would say that this is a historic win, because even Joe Biden last time could not really see the kind of results that we are really looking at right now. So which are the states which have essentially moved? Let's take you through the ones which are on the East Coast. North Carolina, where you have about 16 electoral votes, that's the second highest. The highest, of course, coming in from Pennsylvania. Georgia, too, remember, has moved towards Donald Trump. That's, again, 16 electoral votes. So if you look at least two such states have been taken care of. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. That's the highest if you really compare it to the other battleground states. So at least three of them. Wisconsin, about 10 electoral votes. And then, of course, you have Michigan, Michigan, and Arizona. So let's put that out as far as Michigan is concerned. And Arizona, because there too, remember, it's gone towards Donald Trump. We'll put that out in a short while from now. So if you really look at all these 7 swing states, all of them essentially moving towards Donald Trump. And if you compare it to the previous election of 2020, there too, remember, you've had Joe Biden at least getting about 6 of them. Here, it's moving towards 7 straight win from the battleground states. So that's the reason why Donald Trump's victory is largely being seen as the big historic victory. Abhishek and Suresh.
Well, absolutely. And, the congratulations are pouring in from around the world. And we are seeing sort of meltdown also happening in a section of the American society, particularly American press. And these reactions in many ways are along expected lines. But what's caught my attention is the manner in which identity politics has really failed for the Democrats. For example, we had that very famous video of Barack Obama calling those black youth that they should vote as black because Kamala Harris grew up as black. And I'm going through those results, and there are many of the counties which are
there any surprise victory also, at least if you really look at changing vote bank also, because for a very long time, if you look at this strategy also, Abhishek, you've had perhaps Kamala Harris largely emphasizing that she's a black woman, not really emphasizing on this, South Asian descent. So where he saw that as a part of a strategy to ensure that the black votes really particularly coming in from swing states like Georgia would move towards her. So what are the numbers really telling you right now? Abhishek?
In terms of black votes?
Right.
So I'm yet to get any specifics in terms of numbers, Shravan. But I can tell you, for example, if you go through some of the constituencies, some of the counties, not constituencies as they are called there. So, for example, I am looking at Anson County in North Carolina, which is a frontline state or a battleground state or a swing state, and Anson County is 40% black. And Trump has become just the second Republican to win this county since 1870s, from the time of Abraham Lincoln. And that's some major gains for Donald Trump. And Shravan, so I was just breaking down the identity politics part of the US election this time around, and I was mentioning how Barack Obama, who's sort of an epitome of liberal politics, not just in the US, but perhaps around the world, he was seen appealing to the black youth to vote as blacks because Kamala Harris grew up black. And we are getting these kind of results where even blacks have voted for Trump. And maybe we can take it to some of our friends there in the US on the panel. Bhavna, if you want to take this question, whether Trump has really broken those identities and it's Americans cutting across those identity divides, voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely. I completely agree with this because, this elections has been kind of, exemplifying the entire identity politics that has been going on in during the entirety of the US elections, because, we see the growing importance of specific communities like Hispanic voters, or, we see Arab Americans playing a very important role this time. They were much more demanding about what's going to turn out for the Middle Eastern politics. And we see a very, very strong hold of Indian Americans. So, I think identity politics in this election has been very, very, eminent. I mean, you could see that. And I think the results are very much clearer about that. And I think Trump has actually turned it in his favor by appealing to specific communities and, taking up things that actually resonated with them. I particularly come back to Indian Americans because he's actually, kind of resonated so much with Indo-Americans. Like, he hasn't just talked about, inflation and trade, but he's also talked about gun safety. He's also talked about, deregulation and tax cuts, which is again very, very important for small business owners. But I think it's also pretty much important that how, along with resonating with particular communities, Trump has tried to maintain, a very a big chunk of his identity has been built on putting out a very strong front as a generic front. I heard this in his speech wherein he said that, God has particularly chosen me for a purpose. A lot of people say that, and, it's to save our country. So, this entire notion of, America first and saving the country and building the nation, I think it has cut across communities. It has cut across, specific groups. It goes back. And I think he has achieved something remarkable. He has turned established opposition into populist support. We see a very general populist support for Trump this time. I think every attack that, was meted out towards him, that has actually strengthened his base's resolve. Even those celebrity endorsement for Harris, I think, they appear to backfire. Trump actually successfully, used identity in this by calling them as elite disconnection from ordinary Americans. I think this was very, very interesting. And I think when we look at identity politics, I think we should also look at how successfully he managed to control narratives and also, turn every pessimistic opportunity into a very good opportunity, which helped him. When he actually transformed his greatest weakness that everybody called into his rallying points, when he was faced with 88 felony charges, rather than retreating, rather than saying something that might have gone against him, he just said that, I still remember that line when he said that I'm being indicted for you. So, there was a masterful reframing that turned this legal vulnerability of Trump into political strength. And this is just one example. I think the numbers speak for themselves, wherein he's, this constant again and again coming back to this point that are you better off now than the 4 years ago? There's this whole notion of comparing the two terms and, trying to place identity into focus that, do you think you're going to be better off? I think that this positive reframing of the entire narrative has been really, really successful. And again, I think foreign politics remains very, very important because, America, which is a very diverse community, we see a lot of communities which are very, very active and very, very important. So this again and again going back to the Middle Eastern politics, I think that has been really, really successful in terms of shaping Arab Americans' votes. Indo-American votes have been shaped by that, by Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy, by pointing towards a very aggressive stance towards China. I think that has played well because, if we read between the lines, so he goes with this policy of going against, like the aggressive stance of China, which we call as China plus one strategy. I think if we read between the lines, this positions India as a primary beneficiary of global supply chain reorganization. Because, if he goes back from China, there's a high probability of moving towards India. I think this opens a lot of doors for India. And I think in this particular politics, the region which has turned out to be the most important was the Indo-Pacific region. We see a lot of discussion around Quad, just because, again, sidelining China and trying to set up the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region. So, we see enhancement of Quad. And I think this remains very, very important. And as along with that, I think India has a lot to gain in this. There is going to be strong technological partnerships. There are going to be strong economic partnerships. And I think it's going to play well in favor of Indo-Americans. But along with them, also for India, I think, this we again go back to this very, beautiful relationship between Prime Minister Modi and, Trump. I think we see those events of Howdy Modi events and, Trump's strong stance on China. I think they've actually resonated deeply with the Indian Americans. And I think this goes same for other communities as well. So I think Trump has successfully managed to build a narrative that, swept across these communities. I mean, he played a very important role here by, appealing to specific communities, but also gaining a very generic stance towards that. So I think that actually worked really, really well.
Absolutely. And you very aptly summed it up. I request all our guests to stay on as we'll continue to introspect into those key statements made by Donald Trump in that victory speech. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break, but we'll be back on the other side as we talk more on all of this. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight. And we're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and I'm Rakshita Mishra. My colleague Suesha is also joining us here at the studios. And it's, of course, a big day for America and for Donald Trump. The Republicans, they're back at White House re-election, and Donald Trump has scripted a historic victory this time. The suspense has finally ended. We'll get you a lowdown of all that has happened in this entire campaign, the factors that were behind this, and what to expect in Trump Sarkar 2.0. Suesha.
Oh yes, and most importantly, introspecting that victory speech by Donald Trump has clearly this night, Trump supporters are sleeping very well as they have emerged victorious. We also understand how Kamala Harris cancelled her speech last minute, clearly conceding defeat. How exactly is the next term going to look like? We discuss all of that. First, a quick check of the headlines.
Will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again."
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
Making his position clearer, Trump breaks up the immigration issue and says, "We will heal the country and fix our borders."
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Donald Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says, "God spared me for a reason," promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States of America.
Congratulatory reactions pouring for Donald Trump from across the globe, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Donald Trump on X.
Ladies and gentlemen, the people of the United States of America have announced their verdict. Donald Trump has swept the 2024 U.S. presidential elections, making a historic comeback after 4 long years.
Oh yes, absolutely. As he laid emphasis on the very basis of his campaign, "Make America Great Again," he also went on to say that God saved me for a reason, and he has promised to reverse all the wrongdoings and fix all that is wrong in the country. Donald Trump, in that victory speech in Florida, which ended on an optimistic note, Donald Trump, who outlaid his vision of what he sees in Trump 2.0.
Absolutely. In fact, we're joined by an esteemed panel of guests on the broadcast here. Well, we have been joined by Jyotsna Sharma, live with us from a senior journalist live from New Jersey, and Kunal Desai, software release manager. He's an Indian American living in Texas. He's live from Texas. Jagdish Sevani, president of the American India Public Affairs Committee, live from New York, and Bhavna Dahiya, foreign affairs expert, founder, International Council on Human Rights, Peace and Politics. She's live from Delhi also, joined by Pathikrit Payne. He's a geopolitical expert. He's live from New Delhi. Now, of course, this is a historic moment in the United States, and Bhavna Dahiya, I'll just go across to you first. Trump began with this very emotional note that God saved me for a reason. Of course, Trump, the Republicans being as nationalist and as Americanist as possible. We do remember the 2 assassination attempts and how the sympathy factor was much talked about and could have played an important role. How do you see this now panning out when he says that we will, fix things in the United States? What are the holes that he's talking about that needs to be plugged in?
It's really interesting that, when we actually hear his victory speech, when we read it between the lines, there's just so much we can make out about, the coming years for American politics and what the stances of Trump are going to be. I think it talks more about American politics, which is, of course, not going to be quite the same. I think his victory represents not just, his political victory, but I think it's a fundamental challenge to how we understand, American electorate, American politics now, especially, given these fundamental changes that we've seen in this electoral cycle about voter behavior, how different communities are evolving, right, and the nature of political power in modern America. I think his promise of golden age of America, that's not just a campaign rhetoric. I think it can be seen as a reflection of the extraordinary mandate that he has received. His victory speech had a lot of themes which related to healing and strength. When he talks about that God spared him for a reason to save his country, that takes us back to these themes of healing and strength. Wherein there was also another statement that he made that every citizens, I will fight for you, for your family, for your future. I think this is a triumph if what we can call as insurgent populism over traditional political orthodoxy. I think his victory represents just, one of the most remarkable political resurrections in modern American history. Again, I think one more important event in this was Harris's cancellation of Howard University's speech, because, that was not just a change of venue, but it's a recognition of political reality. And I think it's a reminder that sometimes it's more important to decide what not to do. And I think this was seen very clearly in the victory speeches of Trump as well. Let the magnitude of this moment sink in. Multiple indictments, establishment opposition and mainstream media criticism. I mean, what not, right? And yet looking at the numbers, looking at this amazing victory, like this razor-thin margin victory, we see the messages of how too big to rig and we're taking back our country. These are some very strong messages, right? And these are the messages that have exactly resonated with the electorate, who are actually frustrated with what, they perceived as elite disconnection from their daily struggles. I think this was his ability to transform every attack into evidence of persecution. I think that has created an almost impenetrable political armor. And what's also particularly fascinating is how Trump has rewritten the rules of political engagement. I mean, every conventional political weapon that was used against him, from legal challenges to, media narratives about him, they were transformed into proof of his central narrative. The central narrative being that he's fighting against a corrupt establishment on behalf of ordinary Americans. I mean, look at how this amazing narrative comes out very indirectly in his speech and also throughout his campaigns. His message that, they're not after me. They're after you, to the Americans, right? I'm just in the way. I think that created a very powerful bond with the voters that, transcended just political loyalty. So I think, when we look at his speech, it's not just about the mandates and the stance that Trump is going to take in the near future. I think that also talks about what force and, what direction is American politics going to now move ahead in. So I think it's not just rhetoric, it's not just narratives, but it's also about how the politics is going to be shaped, which is, of course, not going to be the same.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I'd also like to bring in Anang Mittal, because I understand it's really late night for you from Washington. So quickly to understand from you, fully noting that from the blacks to the Hispanics to even the Latinos who've gone to vote for Trump. But even in his victory speech, he draws that line very clearly, where he says that looks like we'll be keeping control, unquote. We are going to fix our borders. We are going to fix everything about our country. So he has stayed true to how he had projected his vision for America. And despite the varied vote bank that has come out in support, Donald Trump sticks by it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. I think his message has always been that he, in terms of making America great again, it's economic power, military power, that America projects a symbol of strength. It's a shining beacon on the hill, as Ronald Reagan used to say. So he harkens back to the older Republican leaders who were much more successful and sort of were seen as being people who revived America from a negative period, from negative decades. And I think, quite honestly, the identity politics thing on the Democrat side is really played out, and that's what this election is showing. Donald Trump has made double-digit gains with the Latinos, with African Americans, with Asian Americans, and he's also made major gains with the Gen Z vote, 18 to 29-year-olds. So it's very obvious that the old method of using identity politics is not going to work, and that wasn't the case for the Democrat Party either. They used to be the party of class. They used to fight for the lower class. They used to fight for the labor class. They used to fight for the unions, and all of those lower class people, Americans, have gone over to Donald Trump. And so it's quite obvious that the political paradigms have shifted. He's now responsible for three major electoral shifts in the United States. When he won in 2016, nobody had won before with as little experience as he had in governing. And now that he's won again in 2024, he's shown that American people are willing to place trust in somebody who went through a very contentious election period in 2020, has gone through federal indictments, has gone through all kinds of legal troubles, and it's only strengthened his position. And I think it's to his credit. There's never been somebody like him on the American stage. There's probably never going to be anybody like him in American history for a very long time. And that's why people are making the comparisons back to Nixon, back to even FDR, or even the 1800s. Leaders in the 1800s. Grover Cleveland in 1868 was the last president to win two non-consecutive terms. So he's really showing that he does have the mandate of the American people. The Senate is also in the Republican hands, and the House is also in Republican hands. So he now has the opportunity to do what he should have maybe had wanted to do in 2016 and wasn't able to. And so he's gonna absolutely execute on those issues. Like I said, domestic policy, tax cuts, making sure the border is secure, making sure that manufacturing is up, and even on foreign policy. Some people were worried, or one of the commentators were saying that maybe the tariffs were going to hurt India. But again, for Trump, he's a showman. He's a man he's a businessman, and so he likes to make deals. So even the talk about tariffs that may end up hurting India in terms of the trade deficit, I think he's going to use the tariffs really as a way to make a deal, to negotiate for a better deal. And so even when he talks about doing tariffs with China, he's really looking for a better deal. I don't think he actually wants to punitively hurt China unless there's an actual sort of defense reason for it. For example, technology transfer, things like that. I think he's going to be much more friendlier to India in terms of technology transfer, in terms of making these defense and manufacturing deals.
Right, Mr. Mittal, thanks so much for joining us here at Republic TV. And of course, it's been a very exciting night for all the Americans. And of course, all eyes have been on, the result that is out now. Let's take a quick look, in fact, take a listen in to what Donald Trump had said on the swing states. Remember how they hold a key when it comes to deciding who will take over the White House. So, Donald Trump, viewers, what did he have to say on the 7 states?
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to...
Oh yes, and quickly to take you through more breaking news that is coming within India. Yes, Sensex has zoomed 1,000 points after Donald Trump swept victory. Nifty has surged by 1.5% after Trump's landslide win. In fact, we're learning on the IT stocks that have rallied. TCS, Infosys that have taken a massive lead. Bitcoin prices that are at an all-time high, and the markets reporting extremely well after Trump's victory. It is good news for those invested in the markets as Sensex has zoomed 1,000 points after Donald Trump swept the American elections. Let me take this to Dr. Joseph Chalil joining us from West Palm Beach. He continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Certainly, India is elated. There was a lot of talk all this while to who would be a better leader for India between Trump and Harris, and the markets reacting very positively.
This victory of Donald Trump, the landslide victory of Donald Trump, was not an accident. This has been in the works, as I know, for the past year and a half. I have to give credit to an Indian American for strategizing for President Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy. He was the first guy actually set this in motion by asking the then Republican chief to resign, and also tried to bring in Elon Musk and Joe Rogan to the Republican Party. Those people were not part of the Republican Party or the Trump coalition, and also trying to create this strategy of reaching out. And it wasn't a surprise because, as I said, I knew maybe weeks before that we had a million volunteers ready at 8 police stations, and this strategy was ready. Again, over persecution of Donald Trump did not help. And the assassination attempts on him did not help either. I was at Palm Beach Convention Center where the victory rally was going on today in the evening hours, and I had a lot of Republican supporters were coming in and saying they truly believed Donald Trump's life was saved by God, and if somebody's life was saved by God, and who are they to not vote for him? So he became more than just a person at this point. So again, for Indian Americans, I think this is going to be a great day. Unfortunately, I think most of the Indian Americans in USA voted for Trump, not because of maybe they might be fans of Trump, because they hated or they had dislike for Kamala Harris more. Because I wish she had maybe embraced her Indianness a little bit more while she was vice president. She never took a chance to visit India while she was vice president. She could have come to her home city and embraced it. But she claimed, and she was embracing her blackness or African Americanness, and now the African American media was saying that she was lying about it, because and there's some books about it, saying that she showed a picture of her grandmother, and now proofs coming saying that these can never be her grandmother because her real grandmother died before she was born, and so she was trying to show black relatives as if she is more black than what she really is, and she abandoned her Indianness, which I think she's paying a price for. But Trump was open. People like Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, these are the people who created the last-minute surge, and I think it's going to be a good day for the world, a good day for Americans, and the enthusiasm here is really palpable, and I could see when the convention or the watch party today evening was moved from Mar-a-Lago to a major here in Palm Beach. So.
Right, of course. Now we will get you more insights as to what all have been the promises. Remember, that were made by Donald Trump. Remember, he has swept these elections. It's been historic for America, and in fact, Trump says that he will make America great again. He has made several promises. Remember, on immigration, on trade, on taxation, so on and so forth. There are many promises that have been made by Donald Trump in his entire campaign. Also, of course, involves how he aims to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, remains to be seen what is the blueprint for all of that. Donald Trump being Donald Trump, he makes quite fiery statements and big claims, but remains to be seen what really happens. And I have Shravan Sen joining us here in the studios, who will help us understand what is next as far as the Trump 2.0 term is concerned. Shravan, over to you.
Well, typical to Donald Trump, his entire campaigning was about bold messaging. In fact, let's just break this down. What is it that he has said in his campaign and in the victory speech too? What's the clear indication that's really coming in? Let's first look at the taxation aspect, because if you really look at the campaigning, in the campaigning you've had the Democrats largely being accused of increasing the taxation. Now, what is it that Donald Trump is talking about? He's talking about reducing the corporate tax from 28% to 21%. So that's again one of the reasons why you're looking at big corporates essentially giving a thumbs up to this entire plan that he has. And perhaps that is the reason why you've had the markets seeing a massive surge. With regards to tariff, remember, this is an aspect where there's been a huge debate as to whether at all, if he imposes the kind of tariff that you're really looking at, where he says that he's going to impose over 10% tariff on US imports. Now, where does this really stem from? It basically stems from countries essentially buying products at a much lower rate from the United States of America, and that is the reason why he says that it is time to protect. The protectionist aspect really comes in. Now, this is where India plays an important role. Anti-China measure likely to implement policies that is going to reduce reliance on China. Now, this is an extension of what we saw President Trump in his previous tenure, which again is going to be something that perhaps lead to another war of words with China. And let's take you through the other. In terms of immigration, remember this entire election, ladies and gentlemen, was revolving around what Donald Trump essentially believes is the right way forward dealing with immigration. Once again, this is exactly the first big takeaway from his victory speech, where he says he's going to seal the borders and he is going to stop illegal immigration. He's pledged to execute what is going to be turning out to be the largest deportation in the history of the United States of America. And that's the big debate that is now emerging, because you've not heard anything really coming in from the Democrats as far as illegal immigration is concerned. Let's now talk about the war, because this is another aspect where you've had President Trump largely talking about the fact that he is not going to start any war. In fact, he's referred to this in the victory speech, where he says that during his last tenure, there were no war. As far as this tenure goes, he says, could block or limit US financial support for Ukraine. If you really look at the US Congress, once again, pumping in a lot of money in Ukraine. And that is the reason why perhaps you have President Zelensky a little nervous today as to how exactly is he going to really take it forward. So that's the Russia-Ukraine war. Climate change, remember, this is a part where the liberals have had a massive meltdown, because he's not really gone in for the big words as far as the changes with regards to policies bringing in some sort of unanimity with regards to EV. Here he aims to eliminate all subsidies as far as renewable energy and EVs are concerned. Now that's a hugely contested, hugely debated issue as far as climate change is concerned, and how he sees how Donald Trump basically views the third world countries to also perhaps step up rather than being on the clutches of the developed nations as far as climate change is concerned. US Federal Reserve aims to exert control over the Federal Reserve. Now that is again another protectionist reform that he's likely to bring in his next term. Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States of America, shattering the 136-year-old history of the United States of America with Donald Trump coming back to power.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
And even as congratulatory messages continue to pour in from across the globe, world leaders wishing Donald Trump all the very best for his second term. And the latest, this is coming from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. The tweet that reads, and I quote, "I congratulate real Donald Trump on his election as the US president. Germany and the USA have been working together successfully for a long time to promote prosperity and freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. We will continue to do so for the benefit of our citizens." This being the latest reaction from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. We'll continue to get you the latest as we slip into a short commercial break, but a big victory for Donald Trump, who's scripted history. And even in his victory speech, as he carves out the roadmap for how he sees his second term, we continue to get you excerpts of that on the other side of the short break. To stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
For staying tuned, Rakshita and I get you more and more congratulatory messages that are pouring in after Donald Trump has created history to become the 47th president of the United States of America. It has been a high voltage election campaign that we've witnessed, and after all that back and forth of whether it would be Harris or Trump, yes, Trump has emerged on the victorious side.
Once again, it's Trump's government is going to be Trump administration at the White House, and what to expect from this term and what impacts it could have on New Delhi and of course on the geopolitics. If we talk about several other regions, we'll get you all that and more reactions coming in. But first, the headlines.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh,
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, Make America Great Again.
Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
We just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making the big comeback, Trump says, God spared me for a reason. He promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States.
Congratulatory reactions that pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Trump on X. It hasn't been an easy road, but Donald Trump, who's finally emerged victorious to become the 47th president of the United States of America, and in that victory speech that he delivered in Florida, where he made it emotional and he said God saved him for a reason. He has promised to fix all that needs to be in America, and he's also promised people a brighter future.
Absolutely, Zoesha. It's a speech full of emotions, full of course, victory, the sense of victory, congratulating his supporters, and of course, thanking the voters, also making those very, very important promises, and of course, thanking the states who have, voted for him. The swing states have been in focus. Shavan joins us here on the studios to get you a lowdown on how America voted.
Well, in fact, Suesha as well as Rakshita, it looks like the exit polls in the United States of America has also completely failed, because if you see the run-up to the elections, you've had almost all the legacy media largely predicting that this is going to be a neck-to-neck race. Election is unlikely to be called in for the next few days, and that's happened in the past. But it seems, if you really look at the numbers behind me, the projection really coming in, it's not neck-to-neck. Donald Trump is now the President of United States of America, the 47th President of the United States of America, and it is being said a historic win. Now, over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to tell you why exactly it's been seen as the historic win. The numbers that it stacks up right now, of the 538, the halfway mark has been crossed. That's 277 to Donald Trump's Republican Party, and you have the Democrats stuck at 226. Now, why is this victory so very sweet for Donald Trump, and what has really changed? That's because, remember, some of the key states that we're really talking about, the battleground states, the swing states, or whatever else that you really call it, now that has really worked in favor of the Republicans. And that is the reason why that entire victory margin seems to be now changing. We've got a better picture right now, particularly in the states that we're talking about. Let's take a look at the East Coast first. Now, these are the battleground states. Now, why are they the battleground states? Remember, it has flipped every election. It has been with the Republicans for a considerable period of time, flipped towards the Democrats in the last election, and once again, the Republicans are now comfortably poised with these states going completely towards Donald Trump. Starting with the big state here, you have Pennsylvania with the largest number of electoral votes, that's 19, followed by Georgia and North Carolina. Remember, North Carolina this morning, as far as the India time is concerned, North Carolina had clearly given a mandate to the Republicans. So one of the first to really call in, followed by Georgia. Remember, this was considered to be the tough game here. But again, once again, changing, particularly with some of those promises that have been made by Donald Trump. Followed by, you've had Arizona as well as Michigan once again going towards the Republicans. Nevada was the last to be called in, and as far as Wisconsin is concerned, there too, remember, these are the two places which came in much later. But having secured at least these three, you are home. And that's exactly what has happened in this election, ladies and gentlemen, with about 7 swing states going for the Republicans. Now let's tell you about what does it really look like in terms of the electoral votes. North Carolina, about 16. Now that's gone towards Donald Trump. Let's take you through the others. Georgia, again, 16 electoral votes. Now I'll tell you, Pennsylvania, let's just stick to this, because this, ladies and gentlemen, even in the last elections, there was a neck-to-neck fight that we saw. This election, it has gone completely towards Donald Trump. And let's also tell you that of the 19 electoral votes that you're really looking at, some places like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, were places that appeared to be a little difficult, but now clearly going towards Donald Trump. And the very fact that this was the very place where the assassination attempt actually took place. Wisconsin also 10 electoral votes. So clearly, if you put together, you are actually home with these big states in your kitty. Apart from that, of course, the Republicans have majorly held on to their stronghold, like for instance, Texas being. So this is the entire area that you're really looking at is now completely red. Now, this is the picture that is basically emerging. So it's comfortably poised, it's comfortably placed for Donald Trump, unlike what we saw previously, where there was a change by the time US actually woke up to the next very morning. So ladies, the game is very clear. 47th President of the United States of America is Donald Trump.
Oh yes, absolutely. As we'd also like to introduce our guest joining us this hour, Pathikrit Pain, who's a geopolitical expert. He's joining us from Delhi. Veena Sikri, she's a former diplomat, joining us from San Francisco. Aarti Chopra, political observer, again from San Francisco. Sampath Shivangi, Republican National Party delegate, joining us from New York. And Jia Manjari, foreign affairs expert, joining us from the United States. Veena Sikri, if I could come to you first, because we have been discussing over and over again on who would be a better bet for India. Now, right after his victory, we of course saw how Prime Minister Modi congratulated Donald Trump in that tweet, calling him his good friend. Was exactly the emotion that was put out by Donald Trump a few days ago in that tweet, where he called Narendra Modi a good friend. And just so many pictures showcasing the bonhomie and the camaraderie between the two leaders is why everyone is of the opinion that despite the ups and downs, the Indo-US relations will be on an upswing. Your opinion? Ms. Sikri, I request you to please unmute yourself, ma'am. We are unable to hear you.
Sorry, yeah, okay. So first of all, I'd like to respect the decision of the people of the United States, and we are indeed very glad that they have voted for President Donald Trump. Although it's true that anybody who had been voted to power, India would have been very happy to cooperate and collaborate. But the tone of our Prime Minister's message to President Donald Trump, I think, says it all. It says very clearly that we do consider President Donald Trump as a friend of India. We do consider that he has an excellent rapport with Prime Minister Modi. And we do indeed look forward to the next 4 years with President Donald Trump at the helm of affairs in the USA as an occasion, as a time when India and USA can further grow the bilateral relationship to further heights. And I would say that President Trump's support for India, support for the Indian diaspora, support for example, the Hindus in Bangladesh who have been subjected to the greatest atrocities beginning August of this year, this has been expressed clearly and unequivocally by President Trump at different points during his election campaign. So this in itself spoke very loud and clear about President Trump's own inclination, his own willingness, and his giving it a very high priority, the development of the relationship with India, the development of relationship through the Indian diaspora and directly, and his following of the atrocities that are being perpetrated against the Hindus in Bangladesh. He also spoke about the Hindu phobia among the left liberals in American academia. So these are very special points that India has been concerned about in many recent years. And to have President Donald Trump, even when he was doing the campaigning, to speak about this point really does say a lot about his concern and interest in the issues that are of importance to India. And it does augur well for the bilateral relationship. I think that in the last 4 years of the Democratic presidency, the relationship has progressed. There have been initiatives like the ICET, the Initiative for Critical Emerging Technologies, and many others. But there have also been a lot of issues that raised question marks, issues whether it was what happened in Bangladesh, whether it was, what was happening in the support that the American government was giving to the Canadian government in the allegations that they were making against India. And, there were a lot of issues on which questions were arising, and we were wondering which are the deep areas of the American democratic government that were, engineering all these kind of activities, while at the same time, on the face of it, and in keeping with President Biden's own statement, there was a good and prospering relationship. Now, we hope that all these kind of issues would now no longer be at play, and we would be able to work together with President Trump on carrying forward the shared agenda on the basis of mutual trust and mutual benefit. And there is a lot of area in which we have. There is security areas. We also know President Trump's views on China. We also know President Trump's strong views on trade and immigration. So certainly, while on trade there may be some different points of view that emerge, surely we can always work together to have a outcome which will be of mutual interest and mutual benefit. So I think that all in all, we have great hope and expectations from this relationship based on the earlier 4 years when President Trump was there between 2016 and 2020, and seeing the strong strides that were made at that time, the way in which the rapport developed, the way in which the two administrations worked together. I think it's a very good augury. And the year 2025 is going to be indeed auspicious. Not only is President Trump going to be sworn in, but it is also the year when India will host the summit for the Quad countries. We were to host it this year, but this year America hosted it, and now India is going to host it next year. And so we are really looking forward to this occasion when President Trump will visit India, and there will be the Quad summit in India. There will be very important statements at this time on maritime security, on trade, on all the issues that are of concern to the Quad countries, and it will give India a great opportunity to showcase the interests we have in Quad and to showcase India's other economic strides and economic development that we have been doing. On security issues, as I said, on defense matters, we do see a great progress ahead of us. And we do see that, for example, the GE engines that have been promised for the fighter aircraft in India, these haven't arrived, although the decision was there. But we hope that now there will be no further delays and that these GE engines will arrive on time. So there are a lot of issues like that which were held up. We do not know for what reasons under the Biden administration, but we look forward to these being solved. And I think, again, that the Indian diaspora and their role will also be greatly strengthened in the context of the Indo-US relationship, because they have played a positive role. There has been a great shift in the voting of the Indian diaspora from the Democrats to the Republicans. And this is reflected in the voting patterns in the swing states that were just enumerated. So I think here too we're going to see that President Trump will surely have a role for many members of the Indian diaspora in his administration, and we look forward to all of that.
Ambassador Sikri, we've seen that, India has, of course, maintained the bipartisan tie, but, there is expectation of more continuity on part of Washington, D.C. And Trump is known to be a very unpredictable character. He's a very unpredictable leader. In the same breath, he can praise Narendra Modi and at the same time call India, a very big abuser in terms of trade. In his first term, he has called India a tariff king, and what followed were retaliatory tariffs also from New Delhi. And you mentioned about trade, you mentioned about defense. All these become very important under this purview. How do you see this going forward, given the fact that there has been a rearrangement of geopolitical ties in the post-Ukraine-Russia war, and also what's happening in West Asia? Do you see that Trump will have a different approach this time, or for the good or for the worse?
No, I think, Trump as a personality, as an individual, we've had the occasion of the last 4 years. Prime Minister Modi himself has had the occasion to work with President Trump and build a rapport. Yes, you're right. There are issues which he has strongly emphasized in his campaigning, and trade is one of them. And he has called, he has criticized India's tariffs. But I'm sure, as we have done in earlier administrations, Republican administrations like George Bush and others, we have been able to work out a deal. I mean, I remember when we were allowed the motorbikes to come in to be imported into India, and in exchange of that, there were the Alfonso mangoes. We went to USA. All kinds of interests are at work at all times. There are different interests at different times, and I'm sure we will be able to work things out. There's nothing that is insurmountable, because Trump understands the situation, and our leadership, Prime Minister Modi, also understands President Trump, and we look forward to his administration. Once he nominates his individuals in key positions, we will be able to immediately start a dialogue with them. Certainly, nothing is going to be a cakewalk. Nothing is going to be easy, because Trump is going to protect American interests first, and we too are very interested. But there are a greater number of areas of convergence of interest. I mean, you spoke about the two conflicts going on in Ukraine and in the Middle East. I mean, certainly on Ukraine, it is President Trump himself who has assured that he will bring this conflict to an end, and India too has been taking a great deal of interest in this regard, and our Prime Minister has visited Russia and has direct talks with President Putin on more than one occasion. So I think that this already gives you an indication of areas of important convergence, critical areas where there is a convergence of interest and where we will be able to work forward. So I think that we will be able to have a strong dialogue, and always in any dialogue, there has to be give and take. We have to work out the areas of interest to President Trump and to the Americans, and see what our own areas of interest are. But I think it will be a very refreshing change from many of the areas on which we were running into real difficulties with the Biden administration.
All right, ma'am, to stay on us, I'd also like to bring in Patikrit Payne joining us on the broadcast. It is one thing to make poll promises and the other to deliver on it. Now, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where Trump has been very vocal, saying that he will finish it off in a day, literally after he resumes office, takes charge. My point to you is that Ukrainians, of course, have been watching the US elections very closely, as they were hoping that this actually transpires. Even Russia is now sending feelers of new opportunities to reset relations between Moscow and Washington. How do you see this transpire, not just in terms of interpersonal relations between Russia and US, but most importantly, the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Okay, Sueshra, first of all, a small correction. My surname is Pine, not Payne. But on the larger context, let me put it this way. Ukraine was not fighting the war against Russia. It was NATO which was fighting the war against Russia. Ukraine was just a pawn. There were 30-odd NATO countries which have been supplying weapons, US being the most predominant one. And the day this weapon supply stops, Ukraine will simply lose that war. Unfortunate as it is, this was not a war that should have happened. Even during Trump era, there were challenges that Russia had with Ukraine. Crimea was taken over, but you never had a full-fledged war going on, which had the potential to cross the lines and become a full-fledged European conflict. Biden administration kept on funding and fueling and arming this war, which could have been prevented. Let me tell you one thing. Within 1 or 2 months after the war started in February 2022, Zelensky was on the verge of having some kind of a negotiation with Russian government, and it was stopped. It was stopped by the West, and that is why this costly war is having a severe impact on the European economies, on America and the rest of the world, because the prices of several commodities are going up. And that is why what has often been said, that there are these elites and unelected, the tyranny of the unelected that we may call. There are military-industrial complexes which do benefit when conflicts like this happen, but there has to be a limit to that. Even when you talk about the war in the Middle East that is going on, there is very little effort which we've witnessed from the United States to stop the conflicts. You have been funding the war on one hand, and they're giving a little bit of ointment to the others. For a long period of time, the Hamas network and the leadership was sitting in Qatar, planning it out. What did Biden administration do about it? The entire Biden administration and the Five Eye Alliance was so much concerned about Niger, who was a designated terrorist in Canada, but could not inform Israel about the attack that was supposed to happen, that was about to happen on October 7 last year. So I think what I feel is this: it may or may not be easy to prevent a conflict, but the one thing is very sure: the Biden administration lacked intent to stop the conflicts. Number two, there are many other areas, and the moment the conflict ends, the price of several critical commodities will come down. The moment the price of commodities come down, many of the economies which are global south economies will start prospering. And Trump is a transactional person who understands that it is important for United States to accommodate other countries, understand other countries' concern. The biggest problem for the Biden administration was this, that they thought that they can do a control-alt-del and you can just wipe out Russia from the map of Europe. It's certainly not going to happen. Right. It did not happen. Russia today is a far more de-dollarized and resilient economy. The Americans were buying the same oil from Russia being channeled through India. So I think Trump has a better prospect in terms of reducing conflicts, improving ties than Biden administration.
Yes, Pathik. In fact, we're also joined by Aarti Chopra, who's a political observer, live from San Francisco. Now, Ms. Chopra, as Pathik was telling us about the impact on the Russia-Ukraine war and the politics behind it, how do you see this impacting Europe per se? Because it is, of course, witnessing, wars at both ends right now. If you see one side, of course, not far away is Israel and what's been happening in West Asia. And now, of course, for 2 long years, or more than 2 years, the Russia-Ukraine war. The Western European powers have been not very welcoming of Donald Trump. They must be wary. How does this really play out? And when it comes to the European leaders?
Well, thank you for this opportunity. And I'm actually down in Los Angeles. I think the world is not dumb. The world knows what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine war. And the world is also getting to understand this deep state military-industrial complex. And this election with Donald Trump and the Republicans sweeping it is proof that not only Americans, but the world has their eyes on Donald Trump's ability to stop these endless wars, this endless military-industrial complex. I think NATO is going to have to really answer to the new administration that will be incoming, because the world cannot sustain endless wars. We are on the brink of World War III. I mean, that's what we talk about here in America all the time. That what type of world are we leaving for our kids? And yes, this is all geopolitical, back and forth. This is about natural resources. This is about oil. This is about natural gas. This is about territory. This is about borders. And, no one knows this better than India. And America, being the most powerful democracy, while interfacing with India now as the world's largest democracy, both of these countries are going to have to work together to stop war in Europe. And NATO is going to see its days now. I think it's not going to be this endless, defense contractor moneymaker anymore. I think voters have spoken, the world has spoken, and I think Ukraine and Russia is going to be coming to an end.
Right. And, we're slowly coming to an end of this conversation, given the paucity of time. So I quickly want to go to Sampath Shivangi to get your response on behalf of all Trump supporters when that rather emotional statement that was made by Donald Trump, he said, God saved me for a reason, and I'm going to fix all that needs to be in the country. It has been quite a lot for Trump supporters given those two failed assassination attempts. What were your thoughts at that time?
I think he has the facts with him, and they are true. And now, at his age, he's a big believer in religion and the God. I think that's a good thing to hear. I think he'll be a good friend of India. And he was. Of course, we had some difference of opinion, naturally, two nations, big nations. Now I'm told India is going to be the fourth largest country in the world, largest economy in the world. I think that would also help in making decisions on behalf of U.S. I think U.S. is a big bulwark against China, especially in the Quad Treaty. And India is the chair now. I think President Trump can go to India, maybe have a detailed discussion about India-U.S. relations. 4 years were not bad with President Biden, but I think we have a lot of negativity, especially with Niger case and Porno case. And now within Canada, Christians have blocked Indian going into their own temple, and that is uncalled for. We need big support from U.S. On that regard, because this has to be stopped. We can't just go forever. I think President Trump can do it. I doubt Biden would have done anything. But of course, we have to wait for 2.5 months because he's going to take over only on January 20th. Maybe on 21st, things will change all over the world. And that's what we're looking for. The previous speaker mentioned about his commitment to what is happening in Bangladesh. I think it's a big factor. Killing of Hindus and destroying the businesses of Hindus. I think it's the next door neighbor is doing to you, who you have fed them, who they are surviving because of India. The whole Bangladesh was created by Indian soldiers and Indian citizens who helped Bangladesh. This is a very wrong attitude by Bangladeshis. I think President Trump should take a lead, and I think we should, when it comes to Quad meeting or before that, I think one word from him to Bangladesh, things will change. He's not an ordinary guy. He means what he says. So that way we are looking for his leadership again, and I worked in his administration. So, I look forward to his leadership in many ways. And thank you, Republic.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And I thank all our guests right now. And, we will love to continue with the conversations as throughout the day, we will get our viewers more analysis and what to expect from this upcoming term of Donald Trump. But right now, me and Suesha will be sipping to a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more news from the country and across the globe.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Trump makes a historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again." Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during his speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a big comeback, Trump says, "God spared me for a reason," promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States. And congratulatory reactions pour in for Donald Trump. From Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky, world leaders are congratulating Trump. Viewers, it's a big day for America, and the people of the United States have chosen their leader. The verdict is out. It's Donald Trump who has swept the 2024 U.S. presidential elections, making a historic comeback after 4 years to the White House. And he has laid emphasis once again on his poll slogan, "Make America Great Again." Trump says that God has saved his life for a reason. Remember, this is, of course, he's pointing towards the 2 assassination attempts while he was campaigning. And now he has promised to make the future of the United States bigger, better, and bolder. What to expect? How does it really impact the bilateral ties between New Delhi and Washington, D.C.? And, of course, how it sends out ripples across the globe. That's what we will be discussing. Sampath Shivangi, Republican National Party delegate, live from New York. Also, Jia Manjari, foreign expert, live from the United States. I'll go across to Jia Manjari. She's joining us from the United States of America. Tell us, ma'am, what are you picking up, from people around you, whoever you've been interacting with right from the time the picture was clear that Donald Trump is back again? How are the reactions like?
Of course, it was really expected reactions because if we say about the campaign by Democratic have been not taken seriously or properly, though they have put too much of money, more than the Republicans. But I can see there were so many loopholes in that. Whereas if you see that in beginning, the face of the election was Mr. Biden. And then after all of a sudden, once they found that he is not performing well, his dialogues are not coming properly, his body language is not supporting, and his health is not supporting, then they have changed the candidate all of a sudden. So that's what my and like others' opinion also, which was quite confusing. Second thing, this dialogue which was earlier also in many of the democratic elections in other countries like India, we have heard about that democracy is endangered, constitution is endangered. So people. People were really pretty well aware about these kind of words that, these are now becoming a slogan of against nationalist people. So Trump, of course, Trump's image from past many years are it's a very staunch state nationalist because he always talk America first. So yeah, that has gone in his favor. And after that, if you remember, once this declaration came that Biden would not be the face of the election and the Kamala Harris would be the face of election. After that, Biden went to a kind of campaign and then he took a hat from one of a stranger citizen and took it on his head. And that hat was mentioned Trump. So that was a clear message, actually. So what I can see is it was internal conflicts, and the loyalists of Democratic Party have not supported Kamala well. So that was the outcome. We were already expecting this kind of outcome. So that's how it is. And the freebies kind of things which Kamala has promised to US citizens, I think that US citizens have taken their national security seriously and border security seriously rather than taking those freebies. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, Mr. Sampath, I'll go across to you on the matters that connect straight to New Delhi. And, there have been issues of minorities being attacked in Bangladesh that have been waked up in the last leg of campaigning by Donald Trump. It has garnered a lot of popularity from the Hindus in America. And, of course, from New Delhi, it's a very welcome statement that has come in. We've not seen a U.S. president, before in the past speaking so vocally for the rights of the Hindus, for the rights of Hindu minorities in several other countries. There is this very hot topic and a very big cause of concern, that is the Khalistani elements, the Khalistani terrorists. In Canada, of course, we are witnessing this unprecedented standoff between Canada and India. How does Trump administration come in here? Will there be a crackdown? Will there be a better handling? We just saw, America, of course, has been handling it a little maturely, if you see, whenever there is any sort of bilateral issue between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. But with Trump coming back, do you see that there should be some movement for the better when it comes to such elements and the concerns regarding it?
Absolutely, you're right. And the whole Bangladesh issue started, I'm told, that intervention of United States wanting a base or some kind of land or sea land in Bangladesh. And that's what the statement came from the ex-Prime Minister Hasina. But nobody knows what is the truth. But I doubt US will intervene in Bangladesh and go against India, but nothing is impossible. I don't think this is going to happen with President Biden. He has already warned Bangladesh and the leadership there that, destruction of Hindus, their properties and their existence in Bangladesh is unacceptable to the United States. I hope the new leadership has learned a lesson. If not, I think they will. There is a lot of belief in the US that it was started by two ex-presidents of the United States. I don't want to name them, but they were the one who inducted the so-called Nobel laureate leader in Bangladesh. I don't think he has any experience in administration or leadership. He was just brought as a dummy, and he has not done anything good. I think Trump will teach him a lesson with Prime Minister Modi and him together we can resolve Bangladesh issue once for all. I don't think that's a problem. I was not sure if Kamala Harris or Biden would have done that. I think one way having President Trump as President of the United States makes a lot of headway towards India-Bangladesh relationship. So also China, the Quad, U.S. was banking on India for them to stop China's aggression or China's policy. But now India and China have spoken and things might smoothen out. But still we need Quad help because that is the only way we can stop China aggression on India.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sampath Shivangi and Ms. Jia Manjari for joining us here on the broadcast on the U.S. election. Viewers, we have to slip into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more updates from the United States and news coming in as far as the country is concerned. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Director, the taste of success.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to...
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers, from Jammu and Kashmir. And one terrorist has been gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Remember, viewers, this is an anti-terror operation that has been underway for the past 24 hours in Bandipora. And what we know is that the arms, ammunition and Aadhaar card has been recovered from the terrorist that has been gunned down in Bandipora. My colleague Arawat joins us live on the broadcast for more. Arawat, this has been a long gun battle. We understand one terrorist has been eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the big win for the forces, and it's in fact day 2, as we have seen that the one terrorists have been neutralized in this ongoing encounter, as a huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. I'll request my Vijay to take you through these visuals. This is the spot where the operation is on, and I want to mention it here. These visuals won't hindrance this operation, as this is the last stage of this operation. And my Vijay can pan camera to this side and show you the visuals of the security forces are there holding their positions near the encounter site where this operation is going on. And this is the big wins for the security agencies after we have seen that the multiple terror attacks took place in the Kashmir Valley from North Kashmir, Central Kashmir to South Kashmir. And this is the big win for the forces, as we have seen that the US-made weapon M4 was also recovered. And this is the win for the forces, as we have been told by the security agencies. And these terrorists were planning to create disturbance in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen how these joint security forces have neutralized the threat, and we have seen and a big win for the forces, and the 2 hand grenades were also recovered. This operation was launched yesterday by the Joint Security Forces after receiving intelligence-based input about the presence of some terrorists in the number of 1 to 2. After that, we have seen the coordinated search operation was launched yesterday late evening, and in fact, we have been confirmed by the Jammu and Kashmir police that the one terrorist have been neutralized, and he was affiliated with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and the huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. Meanwhile, the operation is at last stage and the coordinated search operation is on to nab the second terrorist who was received the intelligence that the 1 to 2 terrorists is present in this area, and the area is still on cordon. And we have seen that the multiple attacks taking place in the Kashmir Valley from north to central Kashmir. But in fact, after these back-to-back attacks, intelligence agencies have sounded alert from the line of controls to other cities and towns of the Kashmir Valley. And after that, we have seen the multiple terror operations are also underway in the North Kashmir, Kupwara, and also the ongoing operation is at the last stage that we are being told by the Jammu and Kashmir police officials. Yes.
Rawat, what are you picking about the identity of the terrorist that has been neutralized because an Aadhaar card has also been right now seized? Is it a fake Aadhaar card? Is it a homegrown terrorist, or is he from across the border? Any affiliation to a terror outfit that has been discovered?
Yeah, Rakshita, it's a bit challenging for the security agencies that we have been told that an Aadhaar card has been recovered from the killed terrorist, and we have also been told by the sources that the killed terrorist is the Pakistani terrorist. As this is the challenging for the forces, as we have seen during the frisking and other things. These terrorists might be showing the fake Aadhaar card to the security forces on the various checkpoints to escape from these various, and this is the alarming situation, and the authorities need to be strict on this, and the investigation is on whether this Aadhaar card is fake or it's the real Aadhaar card. But we have been told that the killed terrorist is from the Pakistan, who have been neutralized in the Bandipora encounter. Meanwhile, the coordinated search operation is on to nab the second terrorist.
Right,
Yes.
Rawat. Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that encounter. Viewers, in fact, we have some more breaking news that is coming in from the valley. Now, BJP has slammed the national conference over bringing resolution for restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's special status, calling it irrelevant. Meanwhile, the PDP has welcomed the decision. Take a listen into the reactions that have come in on that.
धारा 370 का और जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली का कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये देश के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का हिस्सा था, जिसको 5 अगस्त 2019 को लोकसभा और फिर राज्यसभा में चर्चा के बाद समाप्त कर दिया गया है। ये पार्लियामेंट का डोमेन है, इसका जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जिन्होंने चंद दिन पहले यहाँ सरकार बनाई है, उनको लोगों की समस्याओं के समाधान की चिंता करना चाहिए, लोगों की भलाई, लोगों के मफाद में काम करने का प्लान करना चाहिए, और इस प्रकार का प्रोपेगेंडा करने से बचना चाहिए। ये सिर्फ प्रोपेगेंडा है। जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली में 370 का रेजोल्यूशन लाकर क्या कर लेंगे भाई? क्या हो जाएगा?
सर, अगर रेजोल्यूशन पास हो जाता?
कुछ नहीं कहा। ये देश के पार्लियामेंट का डोमेन है कानून बनाना। देश के पार्लियामेंट देश का कानून बनाता है, ना कि असेंबलीज के अंदर पार्लियामेंट के बनाए हुए कानून को चुनौती कोई कैसे दे सकता है? ये सिर्फ प्रोपेगेंडा है। जनमानस के अंदर एक सेक्शन को अपीज करने के लिए इस प्रकार की कोशिशें और साजिशें हो रही हैं।
Wahid, how do you see the assembly proceedings? Because the resolution was moved by Deputy CM, who represents Jammu aspirations, and it was passed in the House.
It's a welcome move, and this resolution articulates the sentiments and ground realities of Jammu and Kashmir people, that people of Jammu and Kashmir are not satisfied with the scrapping of special status of Jammu and Kashmir, which happened on 5th August 2019. So it could have been strongly worded, clearly opposing 5th August move, which it was not, and also clearly stating that we don't want dialogue. This also talks about dialogue for restoring 370 and special status. We clearly want restoration of Article 370 and restoration of special status in its original form. However, whatever is mentioned, we endorse it, support it. It's a welcome move, and this is also articulating the ground sentiments of people of Jammu.
coming in right now, viewers. Now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks on Jharkhand elections has sparked a political furor. Now, it's Smriti Irani who has slammed Mallikarjun Kharge, saying that his comments reveal a lack of respect for the state's significance. So it's Smriti Irani versus Mallikarjun Kharge on his remarks ahead of the Jharkhand Assembly elections. Remember, Mallikarjun Kharge accused BJP of accusing Jharkhand for resources and made several other statements that have drawn massive criticism from BJP. Take a listen into what Smriti Irani had to say.
I am surprised that Congress leadership will have this amount of disrespect for a vibrant state like Jharkhand, a state which is proud of its tribal heritage, a state which is proud of its resources, a state which is proud of its valor and its contribution to nation building, has today been demeaned by the Congress president himself. It is also indicative of the result of the upcoming election, where now the Congress party has, I believe, then indirectly conceded defeat. I am surprised that Congress leadership will have this amount of disrespect for a vibrant state like Jharkhand, a state which is proud of its tribal heritage, a state which is proud of its resources, a state which is proud of its valor and its contribution to nation building, has today been demeaned by the Congress president himself. It is also indicative of the result of the upcoming election, where now the Congress party has, I believe, then indirectly conceded defeat.
So viewers, remember, Mallikarjun Kharge had in fact made comments on the number of seats. He had in fact asked while delivering a speech how many seats are there in Jharkhand, and he was saying that why are chief ministers from Assam and other top leaders coming in for this small election. That's what Kharge said, and now it's drawing massive criticism, scathing attack by Smriti Irani. They're calling out Congress's insult to Jharkhand. In fact, let's take a listen in once again to what exactly did the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge had said.
यहाँ पर सीट कितने हैं? 81 सीट हैं, लेकिन सेंट्रल के मिनिस्टर्स, आजू बाजू के मिनिस्टर्स, आसाम से लेकर सब तरफ के मिनिस्टर्स, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स यहाँ आ रहे हैं। अरे भाई, एक छोटी सी इलेक्शन में इतने लोग आकर यहां पर एक मजमा बना रहे हैं। यहां पर सीट कितने हैं? 81 सीट हैं, लेकिन सेंट्रल के मिनिस्टर्स, आजू बाजू के मिनिस्टर्स, आसाम से लेकर सब तरफ के मिनिस्टर्स, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स यहां आ रहे हैं। अरे भाई, एक छोटी सी इलेक्शन में इतने लोग आकर यहां पर एक मजमा बना रहे हैं।
So that was the controversial statement by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. First of all, he was wondering how many seats are there in Jharkhand, and then he belittles the state assembly elections, saying that why are the top leadership from across the states, from the adjacent states, thronging to Jharkhand for the campaign, and we see that the BJP leaders are hitting out against the Congress President on this.
Thank you very much. much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Donald Trump has made the most spectacular comeback in American political history, becoming second only president to win 2 non-consecutive terms, the last one being in 1892. Congratulatory messages are pouring in from across the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi joining in congratulating his friend Donald Trump for becoming the 47th president of the United States. That's going to be our focus. Shawan Sen joins me. Shawan, Well, in fact, Joe Biden had dubbed President Trump's tenure as an aberrant moment. It now turns out that it is Joe Biden whose term is now being seen as an aberrant moment. 136-year-old history has now been shattered, and Donald Trump is the 47th President of the United States of America. That's the big news coming in. First, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan "Make America Great Again." Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during this speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says, God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States. Congratulatory reactions pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Trump on X. Yeah. It was most keenly contested in the United States, and it was most keenly watched around the world. That's because for whatever time, the United States is still the most powerful nation in the world, and Donald Trump has come up trumps against Kamala Harris and the Democrat establishment, defeating Kamala Harris both in the popular vote and the Electoral College. In fact, this is the first time perhaps in recent history that the Republicans have everything from the Senate to the Congress to the National Popular Vote to the Electoral College. And Shawan joins me to help us understand what this really means. Shawan, looking at the campaign which Trump really ran, can you share some aspects of which perhaps could impinge on India as well? Well, I'll take you through all the details coming in right now. Ladies and gentlemen, after Grover Cleveland, you have Donald Trump, the only second president to come back after a loss. Now, what really resonated during his campaign, and what is it that he's indicating from his first victory speech? Let's quickly take you through. First is with regards to taxation. Herein, you've seen how the Republicans have targeted to the Democrats by saying that they're going to increase the taxation. This is the one big promise that has found resonance among the voters. Intends to reduce the corporate tax. That's a slash that you're really looking at. Tariffs is another hotly contested issue. Intends to impose over 10% tariff on US imports. That's because he largely advocates the fact that you've had other countries bringing in products at a much lower rate. So that he wants to arrest. Let's take a look at the anti-China measures likely to implement policies to reduce reliance on China. Once again, an indication that he just made in the last speech. Let's take you through the other. What next is it looking like? Pledge to execute largest deportation in the US history. Now, this is the biggest takeaway because the first statement that he made after in the victory speech was about sealing the borders and talking about
legal immigration. That's the reason why. That's the big statement he makes. Now, this is the second key point coming in from the victory speech about stopping the wars. How does he really do that? You could limit US financial support for Ukraine. And that's where the US Congress comes into the picture. Remember the kind of money that has been pumped in over the last few years to fuel this. Now, this is, again, not the most popular opinion that has been made by Donald Trump. This is with regards to climate change, where he says he aims to eliminate all kind of subsidies as far as renewable energy and EVs are concerned. Now, that's, again, another hotly contested issue. And the final big takeaway is about the Federal Reserve, where he says that he's going to exert control over the Federal Reserve. It's the protectionist view of Donald Trump coming out from this. So, Abhishek, with regards to what really happens as far as India-US relations are concerned, the bonhomie that has been referred to by the Prime Minister, and particularly taking forward as far as the multiple deals are concerned?
Well, obviously, and we have seen how, Shawan, during the Biden-Harris administration, there were a lot of creases insofar as India-US relationship is concerned from many of the deals which got stuck. Despite all the public bonhomie and a facade of doing good things, great stuff together, the fact is that the relationship was not sort of evenly poised, and it is hoped, as it comes out of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's congratulatory message, that we would be going back to the times where there was actual constructive work happening between the two sides.
Well, in fact, let's also now give the big picture in terms of numbers and what has really worked in favor of Donald Trump. Now, that's the numbers that we're going to really talk about, how the Electoral College was essentially divided and whether at all the Republicans have been able to retain their stronghold. If you really look at the map right now, it's completely red, barring a few states, of course. These are the swing states that has really worked for Donald Trump, starting with Pennsylvania, 19, North Carolina, Georgia, as well as Arizona. So you're looking at least the major swing states moving towards Donald Trump. Of course, as far as Nevada is concerned, that hasn't been called as yet, but it's moving towards Donald Trump. Wisconsin and Michigan. Now, Michigan too, remember, has already been called. That goes in favor of Donald Trump. So if you really look at these 7 bellwether states, that's where the key factor really comes in, working for the Republicans at this point in time, Abhishek. And the big contrast, if you really see from the last elections, is that it appears that all the 7 states could actually go towards the Republicans. And that is the key factor.
Absolutely. In fact, that's really added to the scale of a Trump victory, Shawan. All these states, remember in the last elections, except for Nevada, I believe, Donald Trump had lost all of them and now swinging. That's why they're called the swing states. This time, of course, Donald Trump getting all of them back, and that really underscores, as I was mentioning, that this is the first time, perhaps in at least 2 decades, that the Republicans have all of the national popular vote, as also, of course, the Electoral College.
Well, in fact, we'll also talk about the Senate and the House, because as you rightly pointed out, the Senate has also moved towards the Republicans. After 4 years, you're really looking at the stronghold of the Republicans. Let's also take you through what has already been called so far in terms of the swing states. So far, it's coming in from North Carolina, which is about 16 electoral votes. Now, that happens to be the second largest after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, too, has already been called in. So you're looking at 16 here. 19. Let's move on faster to take you through the other states that have already been called in. That's Pennsylvania, which would be 19. It seems that we've got stuck with our graphic right now. But I'll just quickly tell you. North Carolina, Arizona, as well as Pennsylvania. These are the 3 places where you're largely seeing the swing states coming in. Georgia, that's about 16 here. So you have 19 plus 16. That's the second highest. Pennsylvania, I've already spoken about. And let me take you through the other coming in. Michigan 2, we have just missed that out. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. So all that put together, it seems that you have a bunch of states coming together in favor of the Republicans, as Abhishek was also pointing out. Now, these are the bellwether states too. It has flipped towards the Democrats in the previous election. Now, once again, coming back for the Republicans.
All right. Let's move on to another breaking news development coming in. This is from a very reaction to Donald Trump's victory from a very important quarter, geopolitically speaking. Kremlin has reacted now, saying that it would judge Donald Trump, who has claimed victory in the US presidential election, on his actions. Putin does not plan to congratulate Trump on his victory. We are talking about an unfriendly country that is both directly and indirectly involved in the war against Russia. The president's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, reminded. Now, this is clear. Remember, Vladimir Putin had all but endorsed Kamala Harris. Remember, Shawan, which was picked up by Donald Trump, and when he said in his campaign that it's Kamala Harris whom Putin prefers. In a way, Putin continuing with that messaging that, oh, he's not very excited about Donald Trump. But remember, the position that Donald Trump has taken on Europe war obviously helps Putin, because Donald Trump's victory means that America would not be that gung-ho on the Europe war or its role in the Europe war. America would not be that gung-ho on NATO. And so I believe, I think this is a smart politics, if nothing else, by Vladimir Putin in not outrightly welcoming Donald Trump's victory, and hence not compromise Donald Trump's standing in the eyes of the Americans by sort of suggesting in any manner that, oh, see, Russians are excited about Trump's victory.
Well, in fact, just two big takeaways from the statements that have been made by Donald Trump in the past, particularly with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war. One, the funding that has been given by the US Congress, essentially aiding the war, is what Donald Trump had indicated. That is the reason why perhaps Volodymyr Zelensky developing that cold feet. If at all Trump comes back, what really happens to the funding? And that is one big, perhaps, bone of contention on this on this particular issue. Now, the other statement that was actually made with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, all through the campaigning, this is what he said, that if at all there is a Russia-Ukraine war, that is because of Joe Biden, and he says that if voted to power, he will ensure that the war comes to an end. A reference to it also in the victory speech, perhaps you can play that victory speech in a short while from now, where he once again says that all those who were saying that if Donald Trump comes to power, war will take place. He referred to the fact that in his term, there was no war. In fact, he intends to end the war. In terms with the Congress power that they have right now, in fact, the Senate power that they have, it seems like first cut the funding.
In fact, Shawan, during the campaign, Donald Trump had said very clearly that the moment I win, the first thing I'll do is call Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin and tell them this is not a time for war, as Prime Minister Modi always has maintained. So I think it's going to be interesting. One Volodymyr is going to like that. One Vladimir is not going to like that. It would be interesting to see which one.
Well, in fact, let's also take you through what is it that, how exactly is China really responding to it? Because I'm given to understand China's Foreign Ministry, Abhishek, has also put out a statement, if I'm not wrong. That's the other breaking news now coming in, because with the return of Donald Trump, how exactly would China really respond? Because we have seen the kind of acrimonious relationship that they've had, aggression that we saw in the previous term. Are we really looking at the same kind of an aggression being brought in by Donald Trump as far as dealing with China? Abhishek.
Well, yes, absolutely. So if it comes to China, remember Donald Trump, Shawan, was the first American president perhaps effectively leading the riot act to China in its first term from the United Nations. Otherwise, bombing China with a tariff wall and...
Okay, well, in fact, I think so. They've called in the election, which was known, Trump being elected as the 47th.
Very reluctantly. So it seems, Shawan, a couple of hours later...
Well, if you simply go by the Associated Press's history, they've largely said that we've always got it correct for decades put together. It's that's the positioning that they've done. But having said that, you've had all the other legacy media in the West really calling the elections much earlier. Reuters also, I'm told the wires have already called in. But here, that's also because till about the last election, things nervously changed with every passing hour. This time, there were certain changes that were brought in particularly the swing states. So that's the reason why the counting has happened much faster than what happened in the previous elections. But now, AP, Associated Press, Abhishek, calling in the elections, Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States of America.
Well, belatedly so. I mean, they had, as if they had option. If they had option, they would have exercised it, Shawan. But the fact of the matter is that when even CNN was quick enough to sort of concede even before Kamala Harris, and in fact, if I recollect correctly, when things were really panning out, CNN was actually keeping pace with Fox in terms of increasing the percentage possibility of Trump of a Trump victory. So I think in that sense, having played very anti-Trump during the campaign, American media really had no option now with the numbers coming in. And I think the wide margin with which this drubbing has come in for the Harris campaign, I think there was no possibility whatsoever of playing around for whatever time, and hence you are seeing these concessions essentially coming in.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, we've spoken about what India really gets from a Trump presidency, but there are also certain flip sides that we'll have to really look at. Now, the flip side, let's talk about the flip side of what India might essentially lose now. That's on the tenterhooks right now. Inflation may go up, is some experts essentially indicating higher interest rates, increased costs, because remember, right now for Donald Trump would be to basically be much more protectionist. So does that really have an impact? Once again, that's an area which we do not like. With the dollar really strengthening, how does that really impact us? Indian rupee, whether that is going to weaken or not, that's another big concern right now with Trump really coming in. So that's the bigger concern. Now, these are some of the what experts have been indicating. Of the flip side of it, import expenses may rise once again. If at all the tariffs are being brought in, with American companies being given that primacy, it may have its own impact on the market, extended market instability. But having said that, we have seen that as far as what works, let's also take you through what works. Anticipated rise in the US fiscal deficit. Now, these are some of the things that have really could be a cause of concern. But let's also take you through what India might also gain from the presidency. Now, that is another important aspect. While we're talking about the global inflation, higher interest rates, because this is essentially stemming from the protectionist view of the Republicans, where they say the primary concern would be for the American companies. So that's the flip side of it, but things could certainly change if at all you have the hard bargaining that has been done by the Indians, Abhishek.
All right, Shawan, from the United States back home, and there is a breaking news development coming in, and that's connected with Bengal and what we are getting to hear. There is an FIR registered against Mithun Chakrabarti, Padma Vibhushan Mithun Chakrabarti, BJP leader, of course, for a provocative speech that he seems to have delivered. The complaint or FIR has been registered in the Bidhan Nagar police station, and that's been done today, Shawan. Okay, we have Mayuk live on this story. Let's get more details about what the provocative speech was about. Mayuk Ranjan Ghosh from our Kolkata newsroom joins us over the phone. Mayuk, what's this FIR about against Mithunda?
Well, good afternoon, Abhishek and Shawan. Let me tell you the sections. 192 of BNS, 196, 299, 351, 352 and 61-2. Clearly, it's a FIR against instigation. It's an FIR against creating tension and instilling riots in several parts of West Bengal. That's what the allegations are against Padma Vibhushan and Bharat Ratna Padmi Dadasaheb Phalke, Mithun Chakrabarti. What Mithun Chakrabarti said in presence of Home Minister Amit Shah during a BJP Bengal program is that if Humayun Kabir can say, remember Humayun Kabir had said that we'll stop Hindus, we'll cut them and throw them into the Bhagirathi river in 10 minutes. During the election, Humayun Kabir from Trinamool Congress, he said that. Mithun Chakrabarti said that in 2026, if Hindus are being stopped from voting, from casting their vote, we will do the same thing. It will be a tit for tat. This is what Mithun Chakrabarti said in a BJP program in Kolkata a few days back, and after that Trinamool Congress has objected. In fact, Trinamool Congress spokesperson Kunal Ghosh and others have mentioned that this is a very dangerous, very sensitive comment, and Mithun Chakrabarti should be booked. And right now what we are seeing, 2 FIRs being lodged, one in Bowbazar police station in Kolkata, another one in Salt Lake, that's in Bidhan Nagar police station. So 2 FIRs against against film actor and BJP Neta Mithun Chakravarti. Abhishek.
All right, on that, thank you so much, Mayuk, for joining us with those details. It happens in Bengal. BJP leader Mithun Chakravarti gets an FIR lodged, not Humayun Kabir. Thank you so much, Mayuk. And Shawan, we slip into a short break, coming back on the other side with more of the US presidential poll results and Donald Trump victory.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. Number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
All right, we are back to another breaking news development now from down south in Karnataka, where Siddaramaiah has appeared before the Lokayukt. The Karnataka CM has issued a statement after being questioned by the Lokayukt in the Muda scam, and more details awaited on this big development. Remember, the Muda scam, all details of which were brought to you by Republic TV in a campaign mode, and following which the courts had intervened, following which we had Siddaramaiah, in fact, withdrawing from that land allotment along with his family. Now Karnataka Chief Minister has issued a statement. Let's listen into soundbite. All right, we are soon going to get a reaction. Siddaramaiah, essentially in a statement released after his questioning by the Lokayukt, attacking the BJP on the manner in which the opposition party in Karnataka went after him, and Siddaramaiah essentially playing the victim card. Karnataka Chief Minister is issuing a statement there after having been questioned by the Lokayukt early in the day. We'll try and soon get you the pictures. And BJP making false cases against me is the charge Siddaramaiah is making against the opposition party in the state. Remember, he had surrendered all the land allotments along with his family in the Muda case, Muda scam, following the revelations, and subsequently the matter, of course, is being investigated by the Lokayukt of Karnataka. Okay, now we have the soundbite coming in. Let's listen to it.
ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಪೊಲೀಸರು. ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸ್ನೇಹಮಯಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಏನಂತ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಏನಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಈಗ 40 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆರೋಪಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. CBI ಯಾರ ಕೈನಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇರೋದು? ಇವರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ CBI ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣನ, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಹಗರಣನ CBI ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿದರ್ಶನ? ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಯಾರು? ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಯಾಕೆ? ಅದು ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಹೇಗೆ CBI ಅವರು ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತಾರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ.
Well, in fact, you have Chief Minister of Karnataka appearing before the Loka Ayukta after the case was taken over, looking into the Muda scam, the allotment that was essentially done, allegedly favouring the Chief Minister's family. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we get you more details coming in from US.
Director, the taste of success.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight.
Breaking 136-year-old history, President Trump, the 47th President of the United States of America. We'll take you through all the details coming in and also the big news makers joining Republic TV. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes a historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, Make America Great Again. Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback. After making a stronger comeback, Trump says, God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States of America. Congratulatory reactions pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Everyone comes together to congratulate Trump. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fascinating election night in the United States of America. While many had predicted that this was going to be a neck-to-neck fight between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, it has turned out to be a completely different picture altogether. Historic win undoubtedly for Donald Trump. In fact, remember, he's the second president to have come back after a loss. And what makes this very victory for Donald Trump special? Let's now tell you what's the overall picture really looking right now, as the counting is almost getting over in several of the states. Of the total 538, 277 stacked up for Donald Trump and 226 for Kamala Harris. Now that's the picture really looking at as far as the Electoral College is concerned. The popular vote also moving towards Donald Trump right now. We'll also give you a breakdown of the swing states in a short while from now, and what has really moved towards Donald Trump, the 7 big states, the key states, the swing states as they call it in the American parlance, and of course the fact that they've been able to also retain their stronghold. Let's take you through the other details now coming in as far as the picture that looks like. Now this has basically fueled the win for Donald Trump. The 7 key states, the 7 swing states that we've been talking about, starting with the fact that you have about 19 electoral votes coming in from Pennsylvania. Now that's the tricky state which has swung in the past for the Democrats, but now back in the saddle for Donald Trump. Then of course you have the 2 others. North Carolina in fact came in much early in the kitty. Then of course Georgia being called in, and Arizona and Michigan being the others. Nevada and Wisconsin, as far as Nevada is concerned, remember the voting got over much late. In fact, we're being told that Nevada has been called in a short while back. So these are the 7 states, the 7 key states that has fueled the victory for Donald Trump. Let's quickly take you through what has transpired in the last few hours.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Donald Trump has painted the US map with red after his landslide victory in the US presidential election.
When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white.
Trump beat Kamala Harris in what was touted to be the toughest presidential race in decades.
I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could...
He won the battleground states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin and Georgia, helping him secure more than 270 electoral votes. The 78-year-old outran Kamala Harris despite several controversies and criminal charges like the New York hush money case, the classified documents case, as well as the election interference case. His protectionist policy aimed at strengthening American economy and trade, giving more jobs to Native Americans and ending wars in the Middle East worked in his favor.
Take a look what happened.
An assassination attempt during a rally in Pennsylvania in July, in which he, despite being shot at, fist pumped the air as a sign of courage, turned his opponents into sympathy votes.
God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This was the third time Donald Trump ran for the top job. He became President of the United States for the first time in 2017, but lost his re-election bid to Joe Biden in 2020. In his victory speech, he thanked his supporters and said that this is the golden age for America and he will make the country great again.
Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
The curtains have closed on the polls, but for America, this is the new dawn under Trump 2.0.
Right, viewers, now of course we have to understand that what does this really mean for India. For that we'll go across to Shravan once again to understand how does Trump Sarkar 2.0 would pan out for New Delhi. Shravan.
Well, in fact, there is always a Teflon coating when it comes to India-US relationship, already celebrating 25 years. But bolstering this is the personal chemistry between the two leaders. That's Prime Minister Modi and President-elect Donald Trump. In fact, you've had the congratulatory message really coming in, pictures that were put out by the Prime Minister. Let's now talk about what Trump's presidency would essentially mean for India, and how does that really work for us? One, in terms of the fact that he's already spoken extensively as far as the tariffs are concerned. Now, does that really have a direct impact? If at all there is a higher tariff on the Chinese product, does that give us the boost, the impetus as far as Make in India products are concerned? Let's move on to the other. India's exports could actually gain a major advantage. Now, that's where you have the Indian companies playing a very important role. Energy costs might actually decrease. That could again benefit India, and India has largely been talking about. Indian oil companies may also benefit. Now here, remember, India has already benefited with the kind of sanctions that were initially brought in as far as Russia is concerned, but they found a different way. Products, petroleum products that were essentially being sold to the European market by India actually gave that impetus. Now let's take you through the others. Manufacturing, defense sectors could actually grow. If you really look at the agreements that have been signed by both sides, could actually help up to give the much needed impetus to manufacturing sector. Companies that are running in both the nations may actually gain. So now let me just tell you why it works out. As far as the protectionist regime that you are really looking at, as far as the Republicans are concerned, they are largely looking at how exactly Indian companies as well as American companies really benefit. Now here, you would have Indian companies really getting into the picture. Supply chain efficiency likely to improve. There too, India sees a major role that they can play in terms of the companies that are on the supply side. Opportunities for Indian defense firms. Now that is an area that has been a work in progress, with India hoping that their reliance on Russia is taken away, and perhaps that opportunity comes in from the United States of America. So opportunities for Indian defense firm. Business climate could actually improve. You've already seen the thumbs up that has come in from the Indian markets right now, moment after the election was called in. Indian equity markets could also benefit, because largely you're looking at the space that has been given in terms of investment. So that another area that you would see the boost really coming in from the equity market too. So Rakshita, here clearly the Trump presidency could actually have its own benefit. You've heard the Indian diaspora largely talking about the fact how they have been benefiting in the US, particularly with the interest rates and a few other issues too. So here, India is all poised to perhaps gain from the presidency once again.
Absolutely, Shravan. We, of course, will delve further into that. But right now, we will be shifting our focus to that victory speech after, once again being elected as the President of the United States. Viewers, let's take a listen into excerpts from Donald Trump's victory speech that was loaded with emotions and a lot of, thankfulness to the voters, to the supporters like Elon Musk particularly, who was there at this stage, and, of course, the promises that he has made.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump addressed his supporters after scripting a grand comeback to the White House. Defeating his Democratic rival Kamala Harris in the presidential elections, Trump's victory speech was a picture of certainty that the red wave had indeed drowned the Democrats. Addressing a crowd of supporters, Trump delivered a rousing victory speech, exuding confidence and pledging to restore America's greatness.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, here's what Trump had to say.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible. So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family.
In his victory speech, Trump thanked his supporters, running mate J.D. Vance, wife Melania Trump, and his children for their support in what has been a challenging campaign.
I want to also thank my beautiful wife Melania, First Lady. Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
He also gave a shout out to Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who has been voicing support for Trump.
President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Talking about crude oil, the 78-year-old Republican stated with conviction that liquid gold is going to pay off their debts.
Let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it.
Mincing no words, Trump fortified his stance on the immigration issue.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
A massive factor in Trump's victory was the Republican sweep in 7 swing or the battleground states. Trump's address was celebrated by a raucous crowd of supporters who greeted him with resounding cheers and chants of USA.
And viewers, now we are going to tell you how there were Modi chants reverberating while Trump was delivering that victory speech in Florida. Take a look at this video and we'll just put that audio up to help you hear how there were Modi chants in the air while Trump was delivering that speech.
Make America healthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America healthy again.
All right, viewers, we're getting in breaking news right now. Now, BJP has dubbed the interrogation demanding CBI inquiry against Lokayukta. Remember, questioned Siddaramaiah for over 2 hours today. And B.S. Yediyurappa of the BJP is demanding a CBI probe in the Muda case. In fact, the BJP has staged protest today, saying that how can there be a fair probe against the sitting Chief Minister, demanding the resignation of Siddaramaiah. BJP protesting against Karnataka Chief Minister amid the Muda scam heat. And this after he was interrogated for 2 long hours by the Lokayukta. BJP, on the other hand, Yediyurappa demanding a CBI probe. Take a listen in.
ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಿಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತದಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರೇ ಇದೊಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ದೊಂಬರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಾನು ಸಾಚ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಶೋಭೆ ತರೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಸೇರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಸತ್ಯಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಹೊರಬರಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಬಯಲಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದರೆ CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ತೆರೆದ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಂದು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬದಲು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೇನು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಒತ್ತಾಯ.
And my colleague Smita is joining us live in the broadcast from our Kannada newsroom. Well, Smita, Lokayukta has questioned today Siddaramaiah for 2 long hours, and now the BJP isn't satisfied. The BJP says that there should be a CBI probe, that there cannot be a sitting Chief Minister being probed fairly, demanding the resignation.
Well, there are, prominent subsequent, the issues which are leading the BJP leaders to ask questions regarding the Lokayukta, investigation. Prominently, yesterday when CM's TP2 plan was released by the party, it was clearly mentioned that 10 o'clock CM will face the Lokayukta inquiry, and at about 12 noon, he will go to Channapatna for the by-election campaign. Now, BJP is questioning, how can CM or his office come to know that the Lokayukta officers are going to inquire him for exactly 2 hours, which we saw today also while Siddaramaiah entered Lokayukta office exactly at 10:03 a.m. and came back from the Lokayukta office, finishing the inquiry at 12. So this was, mentioned in Siddaramaiah's tour plan yesterday. This is the first question that BJP is raising. How can Lokayukta's, the duration of the inquiry be known to CM or his office purely. So this is the basic doubt which BJP is, putting across and protesting, saying that Lokayukta as directly comes under the state government. So how can a sitting chief minister go and, face the inquiry, and how can people, especially the complainants, believe that inquiry and the investigation is going in the transparent way? And also, BJP leaders, including former Chief Minister Yediyurappa, are asking for the CBI probe, while Chief Minister, after facing the Lokayukta probe, answered that how many cases were handed over to CBI while BJP was in government in Karnataka. Now this Tutu Meme is continuing in this Muda probe also, while the complainant Snehamayi Krishna is also demanding for the CBI probe, and the court is hearing the issue whether now already two investigative agencies, namely ED and also Lokayukta, is looking forward in this Muda case. Will CBI will also enter is the question which also the opposition party and also the complainants are looking as of now.
Right, Smita. In fact, just stay on with us. We're getting in more breaking news with regards to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now, what we are getting to know is that Siddaramaiah has issued a statement now after appearing before the Lokayukta for questioning, and he has accused the BJP now of making false cases against him. Smita continues to be with us. Smita, throw more light, please, on Siddaramaiah's allegations that the BJP has made false case.
ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸ್ನೇಹಮಯಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಏನಂತ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಏನಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಅಂದರೆ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆರೋಪಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. CBI ಯಾರ ಕೈನಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇರೋದು? ಇವರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ CBI ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣನ, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಹಗರಣನ CBI ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿದರ್ಶನ? ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಯಾರು? ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಯಾಕೆ? ಅದೊಂದು ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಹೇಗೆ CBI ಅವರು ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ಇವರಿಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ಯಾರು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಯಾವತ್ತಾರು CBI ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ?
So that was Siddaramaiah now issuing a statement and accusing the BJP of making a false case against him. Now Smita continues to be with us. Smita, now of course the political face-off is only intensifying right after Siddaramaiah faced the Lokayukta and he was interrogated for 2 long hours.
कर्नाटक का CM सिद्धारमैया आज लोकायुक्ता ऑफिस गए थे. क्यों गए? मैसूर मूडा में उसका बीवी 14 साइट लिया, साइट को वापस दिया, एंड अभी खुद CM एज ए CM ही अटेंडेड लोकायुक्त. 2013 में सिद्धारमैया मुख्यमंत्री थे, उसका केस लोकायुक्त में था, उसके कारण लोकायुक्त को सिद्धारमैया बंद किया, ACB बनाया डर के. अभी लोकायुक्त आज गया है, उधर भी ऑफिसर्स को डराया होगा. मूडा को न्याय मिलने के लिए, मूडा का विषय में मैसूर का डीसी लिखा है अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट को 1000 करोड़ का घोटाला उधर हुआ है। अभी बहुत लोग उधर का ऑफिसर्स बोल रहे हैं ये 1000 करोड़ नहीं 5000 करोड़ का है। इसके कारण मैं मांग रखती हूँ सिद्धरामैया तुरंत ही इस्तीफा देना, फिर केस को फेस करना। अभी ईडी भी रिपोर्ट दिया है, उधर का मूडा का फाइल पूरा गायब है। मैंने बहुत बार बताया भैरती सुरेश सिद्धरामैया का चेला मूडा से फाइल लाया और उसको जलाया। उसका इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए, तुरंत इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। एंड सिद्धरामैया का विषय में भैरती सुरेश को तुरंत अरेस्ट करना एंड उसको पॉलीग्राफी करवाना, तब सत्य बाहर आएगा। सिद्धरामैया इस्तीफा तुरंत देना है। ऐसा केस है मैसूर में चल रही है एंड बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है, ये कर्नाटक का बड़ा घोटाला है।
Smita, now, of course, Shubha Karandajay of the BJP is making some serious charges against Siddharamaiya. There have been massive protests from the BJP today against Siddharamaiya, and BJP is alleging that there has been destruction of evidence, even demanding a polygraph test.
Exactly, we heard Chief Minister Siddharamaiya saying that if BJP calls Lokayukta to be under the control of state government, how can CBI, which also functions under central government, which is led by BJP, can be called as an independent investigative agency? This is what Siddharamaiya is reacting towards BJP's demand to shift the Muda case to CBI. Whereas we heard Shobha Karandlaje, central minister, saying that we have a serious doubt about the investigation of Lokayukta, as this 2 hours of investigation which was taken over today was pre-planned and it was completely led by Chief Minister's instructions. So this case should be handed over to CBI so that not only Siddharamaiya but also the Urban Development Minister Bhairati Suresh, who has serious allegation that when this Muda case was broken out, he went to Mysore and had taken away many documents related to the Muda misappropriation. So he himself, Urban Development Minister Bhairati Suresh himself, should also undergo some serious investigation, which will not happen through this Lokayukta investigation, is the allegation by BJP. Not only Shobha Karandlaje, even we witnessed a massive protest staged by BJP in Mysore today, and all local leaders, including the state, BJP President Vijayendra and also the opposition leader R. Ashok, were demanding for the CBI probe. But now, as the complainant Snehamai Krishna has also moved to court asking for the CBI probe, will the court give the permission for the third investigative agency to get into the case is the bigger question which has to be waited. Still, the court takes the decision.
Yes, Smita. Right. Thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on the story. Viewers, that's all the time we have in this edition. But don't go anywhere. We'll continue to get you the latest updates coming in from across the country, and also, of course, the latest coming in from United States, where Trump has returned to power at the White House.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help. and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And thank you for tuning in. You're watching the news at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawant. Yes, in that battle between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, Donald Trump has emerged winner. He has been declared as the President of the United States, becoming the 47th President of USA. We'll continue to get you excerpts of his victory speech and all that transpired as the results were announced. But first, we'll take a quick check of the headlines.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to know. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again." Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says, "God spared me for a reason," promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States. Congratulatory reactions that continue to pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, and Volodymyr Zelensky, where leaders congratulate Trump on X. First up, we cut across to breaking news coming in the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Now, in the Nirmal Nagar firing case, where we're learning that a person named Gaurav Vilas Apune, aged 23, who is a resident of Karwanagar, Pune, has been apprehended in Pune and formally arrested over suspicion as far as his involvement in the case is concerned. The investigation revealed that he had complete knowledge of the intended target and was involved in the conspiracy of the attack against Baba Siddiqui, with the promise of substantial consideration from the absconding accused. The absconding accused, who had also provided him with the weapon handling training. Let me cut across to Sandeep, who joins us live on the broadcast. Sandeep, do give us details on this man. He hails from Karbinagar in Pune. What is the police's suspicion as far as his role is concerned?
See, this is the 16th arrest that has been made by Mumbai Police Crime Branch in this Baba Siddiqui murder case, and time and again Mumbai police arrests someone and says that he was involved in the conspiracy. He knew about the whole target, and a weapon was also recovered. So similar kind of story is being said about Gaurav Apune. Suesha, but ultimately in the whole investigation, the three primary accused in this very matter, that is Zishan Akhtar, the key conspirator, Shubham Lonkar, who claimed the murder, and Shiva, the shooter, is still on the large, Suesha, and it's been around more than a month. Mumbai Police Crime Branch is unable to nab the primary accused, the main accused in this very matter, and they have made the 16th arrest in this case, claiming with the fact that he was also the part of conspiracy and a weapon is also recovered. But the question remains the same: where are the key conspirators? Where are the people? Where is the main shooter who killed Baba Siddiqui? And ultimately, Mumbai police is yet not able to nab the primary accused in this very case, Suesha.
Sandeep, please give us further details on the weapon that has been seized and what next in terms of action against this man.
See, as far as the weapon is concerned, it seems that it is the 6th or the 7th weapon that have been in fact recovered in the whole case. Recently, in the previous arrest also, Mumbai Police Crime Branch had recovered a weapon. So this is the 6th or either the 7th weapon that has been in fact recovered across arrest that has been made and the raids that were carried out. As far as the investigation is concerned now, he will be produced in the courthouse where the Mumbai Police Crime Branch will seek the custody of the accused on the basis of the details that they are claiming that he was in fact involved in the whole crime and he was aware of a whole conspiracy. So his custody will be sought, and definitely after the police custody, Mumbai Police Crime Branch would try to extract more and more details regarding the Baba Siddiqui murder case.
All right, Sandeep, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we shift our focus. And yes, it's been a stunning political turnaround for Donald Trump. While the exit polls had indicated a very divided result, and it was literally unclear till the last minute whether it would be Harris or Donald Trump. But yes, he literally defeated all odds. In fact, he also hailed winner from the 7 swing states, including Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump, who's clearly leading with 267 votes. In fact, early counting did indicate that it's 277 votes. Donald Trump, who's been declared as the 47th president of the United States. Take a look at this report.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump addressed his supporters after scripting a grand comeback to the White House. Defeating his Democratic rival Kamala Harris in the presidential elections, Trump's victory speech was a picture of certainty that the red wave had indeed drowned the Democrats. Addressing a crowd of supporters, Trump delivered a rousing victory speech, exuding confidence and pledging to restore America's greatness.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, here's what Trump had to say.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible. So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family.
In his victory speech, Trump thanked his supporters, running mate J.D. Vance, wife Melania Trump and his children for their support in what has been a challenging campaign.
I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
He also gave a shout out to Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who has been voicing support for Trump.
President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Talking about crude oil, the 78-year-old Republican stated with conviction that liquid gold is going to pay off their debts.
Let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it.
Mincing no words, Trump fortified his stance on the immigration issue.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
A massive factor in Trump's victory was the Republican sweep in 7 swing or the battleground states. Trump's address was celebrated by a raucous crowd of supporters who greeted him with resounding cheers and chants of USA.
And moving on, as in a fierce attack, BJP leaders have condemned Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, this time for allegedly insulting the state of Jharkhand ahead of the polls. In fact, criticizing Kharge's comments, BJP sources have expressed disappointment, claiming that Congress is demanding Jharkhand's contribution to nation building. We also have BJP leader Smriti Irani, who has spoken on this matter. Let's listen in to what she said.
I am surprised that Congress leadership will have this amount of disrespect for a vibrant state like Jharkhand, a state which is proud of its tribal heritage, a state which is proud of its resources, a state which is proud of its valor and its contribution to nation building, has today been demeaned by the Congress president himself. It is also indicative of the result of the upcoming election, where now the Congress party has, I believe, then indirectly conceded defeat.
My next question to you is that time and again there has been a call for Hindu unity. However, we can see India Alliance leaders have distanced themselves from this call for unity. How do you see that?
Well, a divided Hindu community is where the Congress sees its political opportunity. Hence, I am not surprised that the Congress party does not support the call for community and community-based unity. The Congress party has thrived on abuse towards the Hindu community. I would like to remind you that this is the same Congress party that called Hindus terrorists. This is the same Congress party that supports those people who demean our gods and goddesses. This is the same Congress party under whose regime we've seen the massacre of Sikhs. We have seen the denouncement of our festivals. Now for them to support Hindu or Hinduism is, I think, foolhardy.
My last question to you is, we can see, be it Canada or Bangladesh, Hindus are being attacked, temples are being vandalized. And again, here, India Alliance leaders have maintained their silence. When it comes to Gaza, there are posts being shared, all eyes on Gaza. However, they have again distanced themselves from these attacks on Hindus.
I do not expect the Congress party or its partners to ever do anything of value for the Hindu community. I do not expect the Congress party or its support base to ever stand up for justice for Hindu community anywhere in the world, let alone in India. I do not expect the Congress party in any way contribute anything meaningful to the Hindu discourse. This is not a party that has built its foundation on anything constructive. This is a party that has built its foundation on the partition of India. Can you genuinely expect them then to support calls for unity?
An unidentified terrorist was killed while 2 security personnel were injured in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora district on Tuesday. Security has been heightened and further operation is underway. Union Home Minister and BJP President JP Nadda held a meeting with NDA leaders regarding polls in Jharkhand, Maharashtra and by-polls in various states. The meeting was called for better coordination between BJP and other members of the NDA. The focus of the meeting was on poll strategies and better coordination among the members. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's "batenge to katenge" remark that Congress MLA and candidate from Barkargaon, Amba Prasad, has said that even though "batenge to katenge" statement is right, Yogi Adityanath is saying this to only a particular religion already dividing the people of the country.
एक रहना तो हम भी चाहते हैं कि एक रहिए, बटोगे तो कटोगे तो ये तो लागू होता ही है, लेकिन ये सिर्फ एक धर्म के लोगों को बोल रहे हैं तो ये तो पहले ही बांट दिए हैं। और ये लाइन सच में मतलब हम इसका समर्थन करते हैं, क्योंकि बांट तो यही लोग रहे हैं, काट तो यही लोग रहे हैं, और एक साथ तो ये लोग ही नहीं चाहते कि रहे। तो आप इतना जो धर्म के आधार पे लोगों को बांट रहे हैं, तो लोग तो बट रहे हैं तो कट रहे हैं।
National Investigation Agency will probe the attack on the car of BJP leader Priyangu Pandey when he was travelling in the vehicle towards the residence of former MP Arjun Singh. A group of more than 50 persons armed with deadly weapons, including crude bombs, had attacked the car of the BJP leader on August 28, resulting in gunshot injuries upon the driver Ravi Verma and his colleague Rabi Singh. After the national capital, several cities in Maharashtra grapple with deteriorating air quality. In Bandra, a thick layer of smog that was seen engulfing the skyline. Residents are complaining of breathing problems and have started covering their faces with masks. All right, we now cut across to more breaking news coming in from Delhi, where in broad daylight, an incident of firing that was reported. In fact, an unidentified man, I believe unidentified men, who tried to fire 6 to 8 rounds at an outlet named Raj Mandir in West Delhi's Mirabagh. A PCR call that was received at 2:35 in the afternoon, alerting the police to the scene. This comes after similar such incidents that were reported on the 4th of November, where armed men targeted a property dealer's office in Alipur and a furniture shop in Nangloi, though no injuries were reported. The Delhi police has now launched a full-fledged investigation, scanning CCTV footage from nearby areas to trace the shooters. Those are the pictures on your screens that Republic has been able to access of not just the aftermath of that firing, but it is extremely concerning to how such incidents have been on the rise in that part of Delhi. Let me cut across to Akhil, joining us live on the broadcast to take us through the details of what had happened this time around, Akhil, and what is the Delhi police saying, given the fact that these incidents have been happening frequently now?
Well, absolutely. If you see this afternoon itself, around 2:30 p.m., what has happened that shook the national capital. 3 bike-borne men came over here at Raj Mandir. This is in Paschim Bihar area, in Mirabag area, where I'm just standing outside this outlet. This is a supermarket which is known as a hypermarket. This is Raj Mandir hypermarket. Here you can see some senior officials from the Delhi police have also arrived over here. A special CP of Law and Order, Mr. Madhu Tiwari, is also over here. You can see in our visual. I'd like to request my Mr. Parvez to zoom in and show you the visual of these officers who have arrived over here after the gunshots were fired at the spot. Here you can see broken part of those window pans as well over here. So the reason behind is still not known yet. The Delhi police team is still trying to lay out different reasons, because what has happened while speaking to some of the senior officials, the owners of this hypermarket, Raj Mandir hypermarket, has confirmed to them that they have received a threat call, an extortion call of approximately 5 crore rupees yesterday itself. And then 3 men came over here, they barged in their hypermarket shop, and then they fired gunshots, and they were fired approximately 8 to 9 rounds of gunshot. So right now the matter is being investigated by the Delhi police in that regard. And if you see what has happened earlier on November 4th itself, there were 2 separate incidents which took place on November 4th. One is in Alipur area basically, and second one is in Nanglo area. If you talk about the Nanglo area, what has happened over there, there was a furniture outlet, a big furniture outlet, from where we have also covered the story. So what has happened in that outlet, those gangsters have basically demanded for approximately 5 crore rupees over there itself. And apart from that, there was a property dealer in Alipur area. So there also, if you see, those gangsters have also demanded extortion money. So what we have been seeing, the national capital, Delhi, is basically witnessing such kinds of gangster-led operation in the national capital. And this is what we are witnessing. If you can see, I would like to request my VJ to show you the visual of this entire place. So right now, no one has claimed the responsibility for this entire incident. But what we have seen, if you talk about the Nanglo incident or the Alipur incident, Gogi gang, one of the gangs of Ankesh Lankara, who is known to be as a prime suspect in several other cases, can be seen behind it. So we are learning from our sources that Ankesh Lankara or Gogi gang could be behind the incident, because if you see the timeline and the sequences of events, because earlier what we have seen that the bike which was used in Nanglo area were also seen in the Alipur area. So right now the Delhi police is probing the entire matter in connection with the case right now. Back to you.
Akhil, I want to thank you for getting us the latest details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. Also, for the Delhi police to establish whether all these incidents are linked or whether they're separate from each other, and most importantly, whether there is an attempt to extort these shopkeepers/businessmen. We'll keep coming back to you. For the moment, we move on. Yes, shifting our focus back to the 2024 US presidential polls. Donald Trump, who is all set to return to the White House after sweeping the United States elections, Prime Minister Modi congratulated US President Donald Trump and said that he looks forward to renewing their collaboration to further strengthen Indo-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. But what does Trump's win and return to the White House mean to India Republic? Decoding all of it in this report.
Republican Donald Trump has swept the US election. Shortly after he declared victory, Prime Minister Modi congratulated Donald Trump. Modi hoped to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Days ahead of the election, Trump vowed to strengthen India-US partnership with good friend Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game.
Trump's win could have much to gain for India. Trump's policies of higher tariffs on Chinese products may be of advantage to India's exports. energy costs might decrease, which could positively impact Indian oil and gas companies like HPCL, BPCL and IGL. Manufacturing and defense sectors could experience growth, which may positively impact companies operating in both the nations. Under Trump, business climate could improve, which would benefit Indian equity markets through reduced corporate taxation, fewer regulatory requirements and business-friendly policies. But there may also be some disadvantages due to Trump's return. A Trump presidency could trigger inflation, impacting Indian businesses through higher interest rates and increased costs for US-sourced materials. A possible strengthening of the US dollar would increase India's export expenses, leading to higher domestic inflation. However, policy uncertainties could create market instability, as seen during his first term, with US markets outperforming Indian markets. The anticipated increase in US fiscal deficit could also lead to global inflation and higher interest rates. Indian markets have responded positively to Trump's win, but the long-term impact of a Trump presidency on India would remain to be seen.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
An unidentified terrorist was killed while 2 security personnel were injured in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora district on Tuesday. Security has been heightened and further operations in progress. Union Home Minister and BJP President JP Nadda held a meeting with NDA leaders regarding polls in Jharkhand, Maharashtra and by-polls in various states. The meeting was called for better coordination between BJP and other members of the NDA. The focus of the meeting was on poll strategies and better coordination among the members. And we now get you excerpts of Donald Trump's victory speech in Florida's Palm Beach, where what Donald Trump said has become the biggest talking point. Not only did he praise Elon Musk and narrated a story that got everyone's attention, but also called him an emerging star, saying a star is born. Here is the Elon Musk, Donald Trump story of what happened.
From the United States of America, Elon Musk
Campaigned for Trump in Pennsylvania. Launched full throttle campaign on social media.
I'm not just MAGA, I'm dog gothic MAGA.
And monitored election results from campaign headquarters. With the Tesla CEO and Trump's camaraderie for the world to see. Hear out Trump, who was in all praises for Musk in his victory speech in Florida.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Musk has often echoed Trump's critiques of excessive regulations, advocating for a business-friendly environment.
Thank you all for...
Musk has used his platform on social media to express favorable views of Trump, amplifying messages that align with the campaign's themes during rallies. Trump could turn out to be the most profitable investment for the world's richest man, Elon Musk.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I am Rakshita Mishra with you on live and breaking viewers. It's a very big day for the Americans as Donald Trump has returned to power. He is back at the White House and he's much stronger. It's been a historic day, viewers. We'll get you all the latest coming in from the United States and also, of course, the stories we're tracking from India. First, the headlines.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan "Make America Great Again." The Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
Greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States. And congratulatory messages pour in for Donald Trump from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to French President Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, to the Ukrainian President Zelensky, and world leaders are congratulating Trump. Now, Pennsylvania today, viewers, one of the swing states that we were tracking for this election, has been painted red by Donald Trump. He has won the state by more than 50% of the votes and defeated Kamala Harris by more than a margin of 1,070,000 votes in total. And this is the first time a Republican candidate has won from the state since George W. Bush won it in 1988. And now, of course, this is very significant as Trump was facing the assassination attempt twice, remember, in the run-up to the elections. One of the assassination attempts, that was the first one in July, was at a rally in Pennsylvania, viewers. And remember, after that victory, in his speech, he said that God has chosen him for this, that God wanted him to be alive for this victory, for once again coming back to power in America. Take a look at this report.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement.
Donald Trump swept the United States of America, winning key states with a significant majority. From Wisconsin to Georgia and North Carolina, Trump triumphed the election, securing more than 270 electoral votes. He won the battleground states of Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes and over 50% of the vote share, compared to Kamala Harris's mere 48%. He beat Harris with a huge margin of 1,74,799 votes. This is more than double the total of which Joe Biden won the state back in 2020. Pennsylvania has always been a key state in the US elections. This is the same state which saw an assassination bid on Trump during a rally in July. This sent shockwaves across the country, with even his opponents criticizing this attack. The picture of him fist pumping the air soon became a symbol of resistance and courage, drawing him massive support from across the world. Trump leaned into his image as the candidate best equipped to handle the economy in Pennsylvania, where voters have been hit hard by inflation. He pitched tariffs and mass deportation plans while attacking Harris over her shifting positions on fracking, a key political issue in the state because of its influential natural gas industry.
He actually resonates with so many people. He cares about our country. He absolutely cares about our country, and anyone who says on the other side that he just cares about himself are saying such a ridiculous thing, because he's a man who has made billions of dollars. He doesn't need to do anything for himself. When he was in 2016, he didn't take a salary. I like the fact that he cares about the people. I don't think the Democrats do.
Pennsylvania has been the state with working class voters, urban centers, and has been seen as microcosm of the country. Last month, SpaceX and Tesla CEO Elon Musk campaigned for Trump in Pennsylvania and called it the linchpin in this crucial election.
You show what matters by your actions, not your words. And my actions are, I'm here, I'm in Pennsylvania, and I'm here for a very important reason, which is, I can't emphasize enough that Pennsylvania is, I think, the linchpin in this election. And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization.
This marks the second time that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania after 2016. The last Republican presidential candidate to succeed in the state was George Bush in 1988. Trump now makes his way to the White House after an intense neck-and-neck fight with his political opponent, Kamala Harris.
Viewers, during his speech in Florida's Palm Beach, now Donald Trump allocated considerable amount of time speaking on the Tesla CEO and of course the world's richest person, the CEO of social media platform X, Elon Musk. Now Trump praised Musk and called him a star. He said that a star is born, and he in fact launched a full throttle campaign for Trump online and has often echoed his support. Watch this report on the Musk factor behind Trump.
From the United States of America, Elon Musk
Campaigned for Trump in Pennsylvania. Launched full throttle campaign on social media.
I'm not just MAGA, I'm dog, gothic MAGA.
And monitored election results from campaign headquarters. With the Tesla CEO and Trump's camaraderie for the world to see. Hear out Trump, who was in all praises for Musk in his victory speech in Florida.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Musk has often echoed Trump's critiques of excessive regulations, advocating for a business-friendly environment.
Well, I want to thank you all for...
Musk has used his platform on social media to express favorable views of Trump, amplifying messages that align with the campaign's themes during rallies. Trump could turn out to be the most profitable investment for the world's richest man, Elon Musk.
Breaking news coming in right now. This is coming in from Baba Siddiqui murder case. On the Baba Siddiqui murder case, the threat has been received by the eyewitness, and a threatening call demanding 5 crore rupees from a key witness in the Baba Siddiqui murder case has been demanded, viewers. That's what we are breaking right now. It's a shocking turn of events there. The shocking turn in this entire murder case. Eyewitness has reported receiving a threat call demanding 5 crore rupees, and the caller, whose identity remains unknown, reportedly warned the witness of death if the demand was not met. Remember, we've seen even Zishan Siddiqui, who is the son of the slain political leader Baba Siddiqui, receiving threats after threats, and now there's an eyewitness who is now being threatened over a phone call demanding 5 crore rupees. So police are also suspecting a hand of a gang behind that. That's what we are breaking right now. FIR has been filed at the Khar police station. My colleague Sandeep joins us on the broadcast for more. Sandeep, the eyewitness has been warned of fatal consequences if the demand is not met. This is one of the key eyewitnesses in the case. What more are you picking up?
See, it is suspected that this call could be done by the Bishnoi gang, although there is no clarity whether it is actually Bishnoi gang or any other miscreant who had, taken the advantage of this very Baba Siddiqui murder case controversy and have threatened the eyewitness in this case. But ultimately, yes, in this very matter, now the Khar police has in fact registered an FIR in this very matter of in fact extortion, and they have started the investigation in this case. A parallel investigation is being also done by the Mumbai police crime branch in this very matter. Definitely Mumbai police is trying to look out for the person who had actually threatened the eyewitness in this case.
Right, Sandeep. Thanks so much for joining us. With the details coming in, we'll keep a track of more developments on that Baba Siddiqui murder case. Viewers at Republic TV is closely tracking, getting you all the angles.
Communities clashed in Bangladesh's Chittagong over the ownership of several shops. Following this, multiple Bangladesh Army vehicles arrived and lathi-charged Hindu residents in the Hazari Gali area. It is alleged that the Hindu community was selectively targeted and several Hindu men were allegedly whisked away in army vehicles. Sources claim that the army has dismantled all CCTV cameras in Hazari Gali and imposed prohibitory rules. Earlier, thousands of Hindus in Bangladesh staged a rally with their 8-point demand. In fact, they also call for greater protection.
Is coming in right now, right after Donald Trump registered this historic victory. The Iranian rial has now fallen to an all-time low as former President Donald Trump has now returned to power in America. The rial has traded at $703,000. I beg your pardon, the rial has traded at 703,000 rials to the dollar. So that's the big update we have right now. Iranian currency witnessing a massive slide amid the US election results. Economic strain, of course, there, quite a visible. Iranian rial dropping. You can see the tremors, viewers, across the markets across the globe after Trump's landslide win in the US elections. The Iranian rial has now fallen to an all-time low. 703 rials to the dollar. Rial trading at 703,000 to the dollar. That's the big update we have right now. Remember, there have been a big impact on the markets across the globe after the results were clear. And the Bitcoin and the dollar are also up as Donald Trump beats Kamala Harris. It's a historic floor that has been broken by the Iranian rial. So that, of course, is a big cause of concern for Tehran, while, of course, the rial now is last two times the Iranian rial, remember, took a hit was in 2015. So viewers, there was a lot of talk about the swing states, the 7 swing states, and a lot of focus was on the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the same state where Donald Trump had in fact faced the first, survived in fact that attempt to, at his life, the first assassination attempt that emerged, that picture that had emerged of him where he looked like a hero and that blood was streaking his face, his palm fisting in the air, and he said, "Fight." That iconic image, viewers, somewhere had that sympathy factor ahead of the elections. And Pennsylvania is very important for any presidential race. Now, Donald Trump today has painted it all red. We get you more on Pennsylvania in this report.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement.
Donald Trump swept the United States of America, winning key states with a significant majority. From Wisconsin to Georgia and North Carolina, Trump triumphed the election, securing more than 270 electoral votes. He won the battleground states of Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes and over 50% of the vote share, compared to Kamala Harris's mere 48%. He beat Harris with a huge margin of 174,799 votes. This is more than double the total of which Joe Biden won the state back in 2020. Pennsylvania has always been a key state in the US elections. This is the same state which saw an assassination bid on Trump during a rally in July. This sent shockwaves across the country, with even his opponents criticizing this attack. The picture of him fist pumping the air soon became a symbol of resistance and courage, drawing him massive support from across the world. Trump leaned into his image as the candidate best equipped to handle the economy in Pennsylvania, where voters have been hit hard by inflation. He pitched tariffs and mass deportation plans while attacking Harris over her shifting positions on fracking, a key political issue in the state because of its influential natural gas industry.
He actually resonates with so many people. He cares about our country. He absolutely cares about our country, and anyone who says on the other side that he just cares about himself are saying such a ridiculous thing, because he's a man who has made billions of dollars. He doesn't need to do anything for himself. When he was in 2016, he didn't take a salary. I like the fact that he cares about the people. I don't think the Democrats do.
Pennsylvania has been the state with working class voters, urban centers, and has been seen as microcosm of the country. Last month, SpaceX and Tesla CEO Elon Musk campaigned for Trump in Pennsylvania and called it the linchpin in this crucial election.
You show what matters by your actions, not your words. And my actions are, I'm here, I'm in Pennsylvania, and I'm here for a very important reason, which is, I can't emphasize enough that Pennsylvania is, I think, the linchpin in this election. And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization.
This marks the second time that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania after 2016. The last Republican presidential candidate to succeed in the state was George Bush in 1988. Trump now makes his way to the White House after an intense neck-and-neck fight with his political opponent, Kamala Harris.
News coming in, viewers. Malayalam actor Niveen Pauly has been given a clean chit in an alleged sexual assault case after police found no evidence to support the accusations. Now, a woman had filed a complaint claiming Pauly and 5 others had sexually assaulted her, abused her in a Dubai hotel room, with Pauly named as the 6th accused. This is a gang rape allegation, viewers, by a woman against Malayalam star Niveen Pauly, amongst the others. And based on the investigation, it has been determined that Pauly was not present at the location on the exact time or date of the incident. That's the big update we have right now. Police have absolved Niveen Pauly of the gang rape allegation. That's the big update we have. Remember, there have been a wave of sexual assault allegations, rape allegations against several stars of the Malayalam film industry. Niveen Pauly was one of them. Ashwin, my colleague, joins live on the broadcast for more. Ashwin, it's a relief for Niveen Pauly. Now, what we understand is that the investigation found that there was no evidence that Niveen Pauly was in that room at the time of the crime that the woman has accused him of.
Absolutely. In fact, this case stated that
We'll try and fix that connection with Ashwin, but this is the latest update we have right now. Malayalam actor Niveen Pauly, accused of sexual assault, was absolved of the charges today, and complainant is a resident of Kerala. She had alleged that Pauly had sexually assaulted her in Dubai under the guise of offering her a role in a film back in November 2023. I am getting to know that Ashwin is back with us. Ashwin, please go ahead.
In fact, Niveen Pauly was one of the 6 accused in this case, and as soon as his allegation came out in the public domain, Niveen was the only actor who in fact came out and spoke to the media stating his innocence in this case as well. In fact, after this allegation came out, Niveen went all out, and including many actors and actresses came in support of him, stating that the particular date which this actress had mentioned, at that time he was not even in Dubai. The allegation was that by the actress was that Dilip, along with 5 others, had tried to sexually abuse her in a hotel in Dubai. This was the allegation. Now, the special investigating team, which was set up after the Hema committee report came out, publicly had gone deep into this case. They found out that there was no primary evidence that connects Niveen to the particular crime that has been alleged against him. So the police has asked to take out his name in the FIR registered, and certainly Niveen, it's certainly from the sources from the film industry, we understand that Niveen is also planning to press charges against the actress for the alleged fake complaint that has been registered against him.
All right, Ashwin, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that sexual assault case against Naveen Pauly, who has now been absolved in that case by the police. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus back to United States and the reactions that have come in. Now, the latest we have is from the Moscow. Well, Kremlin has said that it would judge Donald Trump's presidency first. The Kremlin has claimed, remember, Trump has claimed victory, a landslide victory in the presidential elections, and Kremlin says that they are not aware of Vladimir Putin planning to congratulate Trump on his victory. In fact, Kremlin says that we are talking about an unfriendly country that is both directly and indirectly involved in the war against Russia. The president's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, in fact, has made that statement. So Kremlin taking a very cautious stand. Foreign Ministry says Moscow has no illusions about Donald Trump, and that, in fact, Trump is not a very welcome figure or some piece of good news for Ukraine. All right. All right, viewers. So now we are trying to understand what impact could Trump's presidency, Trump's Sarkar 2.0 could have on the world. Remember, he made this a very important statement about Hindus being targeted, minorities being targeted in Bangladesh. And now there are a lot of expectations, rather speculations about what effect could Trump have, because the chief of the interim government, Muhammad Yunus, has a lot of proximity with the Biden administration. But will Bangladesh change its ways now? That's one of the biggest questions. Here's a report into that.
The situation in Bangladesh has been hitting global headlines. From the anti-quota student protest to Sheikh Hasina's ouster, and now the rampant atrocities against the minority Hindu community. Temples vandalized, shops looted, women and children tortured. Bangladesh is indeed in total chaos, and the ones at the receiving end are the Hindus. Donald Trump's recent tweet before his landslide victory condemning the violence against religious minorities in Bangladesh has shifted the global spotlight on Hinduphobia. Trump's message was clear: condemn the barbaric violence against Hindus. On the other hand, the Biden-Kamala duo have remained categorically silent about the situation. In fact, some suspect that the deep state under the Biden-Kamala administration meticulously planned the coup for Hasina's ouster. Incidentally, Yunus has time and again been pictured with Democrats like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Amid the haunting silence from the White House, it was Trump's tweet that renewed hopes among thousands of Hindus in Bangladesh. Whether the tweet on Bangladesh was a calculated political move or a reflection of his genuine foreign policy priorities remains a mystery. But what is known is that Trump's message has undeniably sparked debates on religious freedom and human rights in South Asia. And his win might just significantly shape US-Bangladesh relations, especially given Trump's bold stance on the safety of minority communities. As far as Bangladesh is concerned, Yunus is now on borrowed time, signaling a need for careful navigation of international relations and a heightened awareness of shifting power in the White House.
Given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for the last over 12 hours. And what an election it's been in America. I want to come back for Donald Trump. Someone who was written off, not just by his rivals, but even the media in America, which took sides to demonize him, to target him personally, his family, his empire. Donald Trump, against all odds, has returned as America's president. And what a win it is. It's a landslide. He's likely to win in over 300 seats. That's our focus here on Republic, as we also reflect on everything that the woke and liberal media tried to do to Donald Trump. Many lessons for the cheerleaders in India. Here are the headlines.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump's historic speech in Florida lays emphasis on his slogan, "Make America Great Again," the MAGA slogan as he wins the election in America.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump in his speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After his historic comeback, Trump says he's alive for a reason. Promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States. Congratulations pour in for Donald Trump from across the world. Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Zelensky, world leaders congratulating Trump. After Donald Trump's landslide victory, Kremlin issues a statement, says Putin does not plan to congratulate Trump on his win. Different markets, different reactions. Indian markets, stock markets on the rise. Iran's rial currency hitting an all-time low as Trump wins. Bitcoin, dollar up as Donald Trump beats Kamala Harris in the US presidential race. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has returned to the White House, and what a political comeback it is. One of the biggest ever political comebacks in the history of elections you would have seen anywhere in the world. And what a speech. He spoke, kept it simple, kept it to his slogan, MAGA, or Make America Great Again. He said this is going to be a bright future for America. Here's a takeaway from Donald Trump's victory speech today and what this win means. And by the way, the numbers that you're seeing on the screens reflect on Republic and other channels is not the final number. When the final vote is counted, his tally could well be above 310. That's a real number.
I believe the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Donald Trump has painted the US map with red after his landslide victory in the US presidential election.
When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white.
Trump beat Kamala Harris in what was touted to be the toughest presidential race in decades.
I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that...
He won the battleground states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin and Georgia, helping him secure more than 270 electoral votes. The 78-year-old outran Kamala Harris despite several controversies and criminal charges like the New York hush money case, the classified documents case, as well as the election interference case. His protectionist policy aimed at strengthening American economy and trade, giving more jobs to Native Americans and ending wars in the Middle East worked in his favor.
Take a look what happened.
An assassination attempt during a rally in Pennsylvania in July, in which he, despite being shot at, fist pumped the air as a sign of courage, turned his opponents into sympathy votes.
God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This was the third time Donald Trump ran for the top job. He became president of the United States for the first time in 2017, but lost his re-election bid to Joe Biden in 2020. In his victory speech, he thanked his supporters and said that this is the golden age for America and he will make the country great again.
Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
The curtains have closed on the polls, but for America, this is the new dawn under Trump 2.0.
Okay, we have Vibhuti Jha joining us live from New York. He was live with us as the votes were being counted this morning. The final vote, though, is not counted yet. We'll wait for that. James Marlowe, who's also joining us live from London. James, good evening. And Vibhuti, I'd like to start with you. Looking at the trends, many more seats yet to be declared. He could be crossing 300, 310. Looks easy now.
Yes, it does. And thank you very much for having this conversation with me. But perhaps the most significant victory is the Senate majority that Trump has acquired, or the Republican Party has. Because this will definitely ease and facilitate nominations to the various administrative positions or judiciary positions that Trump would go for. In the last 2016 election time, the Democrat-run Senate delayed a whole lot of his appointments, as a result of which he suffered from many departments not having adequate number of leaders to perform the job. That's a very significant victory. The other part, which is also very important, is, as I have often said in my shows and shared with people, that there had somewhere along the line, there had emerged an alliance, call it unholy or holy from whichever perspective you are looking at it, that was determined to destroy everything right of center. So look at it this way. There is a very simple pointer to that. The number of people who threatened to leave the United States if Trump were to win, you can draw up the list of people. I have already advised with a tweet, please go to Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Your friendly neighbors and lovers are waiting for you there. I said the same thing about India. There's a very interesting parallel to be drawn about Modi and Trump. The left-wingers, the various factions, they were determined to oust them. And I have always opined that the leftist forces were keen to throw out these two people who were right of center, very protecting of their countries, that they were wanting to destroy that movement. And if they were to win, win in their effort in the United States and India, the ideology would capture the rest of the world like with total ease. So I'm advising, once again, I reminded all those people who threatened to leave India to migrate as well, because, something unwanted has happened for you. So what is important again here is the NATO alliance will have to be reviewed, not because there is something wrong there, but it has to be evaluated in terms of a modern requirement. And that's where Europe has to be worried about, that has NATO outlived its utility? Because this is the only military alliance in the world that threatens the whole world, that if you, like the Three Musketeers, you attack one and you attack everybody else. We don't need a military alliance in the world. What will happen to the world if China and India were to make a Pacific Treaty Organization? There has been a talk. So you are going to see significant geopolitical shifts happening because of this historic win. And it's historic in more ways than one, because it puts the entire perspective of democracy and freedom. Because I have opined, and I sincerely believe to be true, that many factions that hate what you call the freedoms, they are using freedom as the fault line of democracy. And that's what is dangerous. Because as the saying goes, anything in excess becomes poison. So let's kind of review the entire strategy from that perspective. And I think Prime Minister Modi, who has already expressed his joy and congratulated him, they make, to use the cricket parlance, a new opening of the innings. Thank you.
Yes. James, just before I can get your view on this verdict, if I can play out a response, a congratulatory message that came in from the UK. I think it's Boris Johnson who put out the video. I'm just playing out that video and coming across to James Marlowe. Okay, right. I'll play that out in just a bit. James, how do you see things change vis-a-vis, relationship with the US? Now, for example, you have a left government in the UK. Trudeau, surprisingly, was one of the first to wish Donald Trump, though Donald Trump doesn't share the best of ties or doesn't share a particular fondness for Justin Trudeau. Interesting reaction that also came in from Zelensky. How do you think this is going to have, repercussions on the diplomatic front?
Yeah, well, firstly, I should say to you, because you mentioned Britain there, and I happen to be in London at this point. I didn't get the opportunity to get over to the States to cover this. But it wasn't so long ago that Britain's Foreign Secretary actually called Donald Trump a fascist, a KKK neo-Nazi. He was anti-women, and he said a lot of other things about the current president-elect, who's going to take office, who's going to take the White House on the 20th of January, I believe it is. So that should reflect back down really badly on the current Labour Party in power. Now, of course, Mr. Lammy has actually tweeted out to say congratulations. Of course, that's the right thing to do, but it was a very stupid thing to have said at the same time. And Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu from Israel, was, I believe, also one of the first people to wish him a personal congratulations via tweet. And I should imagine if they haven't already spoken on the telephone, they will be doing in the coming hours. Look, firstly, I have to hold up my hand and say that I got it wrong, because on your network just yesterday, I did not think there would be such a decisive victory like there was last night. I'm quite amazed. I actually figured that some of those 7 swing states would not be decided for at least a few days, possibly a few weeks, or even maybe the court would decide in January, simply because of recounts and legal challenges and all sorts of things. But obviously, it turned out that when people went into the voting booth right across America, many of them, because I don't believe that the polls were wrong, but many of them were still undecided. And they felt that our jobs are on the line. They felt our grocery bills are going up. They felt that it's costing more money to fill up my car gasoline with petrol. And Donald Trump says he's going to sort that out. We just don't know who Kamala Harris is. She's been in power as a vice president for the last 4 years, but she should have had the opportunity to actually explain a little bit more about who she is and what she stands for and where she's going to take the country. She spent a lot of her campaign on actually just dissing and criticizing and condemning Donald Trump. And this was about a referendum as to whether Donald Trump should be the president or not. And I think she made a very big mistake. Her second mistake was that she should have come out and thanked her party helpers last night in Washington, D.C. They were there. They spent weeks and weeks out in the rain and the cold weather. Many, many hours they gave up telephoning people and knocking on people's doors and giving out those leaflets. They were there. Their heads were down. It didn't look good on the exit polls. And yet there was somebody who came out and says, you know what? She's not going to talk tonight. And they turned off the lights and they told everyone to go home. That was disrespectful to all those party helpers.
Okay, very interesting perspective. In fact, I still remember the moment when Boris Johnson won the election. That was around the time when he came into office, was around the time when globally you were seeing the rise of the right. The rise of the right. And it's a very interesting time to be witnessing Donald Trump take office. I have the congratulatory message of Boris Johnson. I'd like to play that out first up, and then we'll take this forward.
Congratulations to Donald Trump on his historic victory. I think he's done it because he's shown in the past that he's capable of taking strong and decisive action, and I have no doubt that is what he is now going to do at home and abroad, whether in the Middle East or in Ukraine. Huge congratulations to Donald Trump on his historic victory. I think he's done it because he's shown in the past that he's capable of taking strong and decisive action, and I have no doubt that is what he is now going to do at home and abroad, whether in the Middle East or in Ukraine.
Vibhuti, you've been tracking the campaign very closely. When we were reporting it from our newsrooms, one thing that was very, very evident to all of us, of course, Donald Trump is a very divisive, controversial figure, one who can polarize easily. But the issues that he spoke of, most Americans resonate with that. Something that James just spoke of. I mean, you have inflation, price rise. These are basic issues that affect everyone, most of Americans. But on the other hand, the Kamala Harris campaign, right? Many felt it was fake. I'm being very honest. Many felt it was fake, and it just didn't resonate with the larger population. Is that your perspective as well? Is that what you felt?
I did. Thank you very much. And I agree with James that, the entire economic issue, the price rise, it really hurt. I mean, I will tell you, when I was putting gas in my car, the credit card is charged from $40 to $80. It hurts. It's whether you afford it or whether you can afford it or not, it's important that it's noted and felt by people. It really hit the pocket. And somewhere along the line, the Democrats were totally out of touch with reality. They were moving around God knows where. Who was feeding them the information, the strategy? Nothing was working. And Trump was connecting. But very importantly enough, again here, that what Trump did was point out to the bleeding obvious. What J.D. Vance, like for example, media made him an evil. Media made him a totally unlikable person. But what is important here to figure out, what J.D. Vance said in the debate, that when the debaters, the questioners asked that you were always opposing him, his policies and persona, but you have a vice presidential candidate. And he said, the legacy media, the mainstream media also tricked me into believing that their agenda. So the left media, the legacy media will suffer a lot. And Trump chose to ignore the legacy media and went over to, many other YouTubers, where he gave unscripted response to people. This is what is important for people to know. He connected with the people on issues, policies, and truthful speaking. Remember, his own website is called Truth Social. Remember, Vivek Ramaswamy came up with truth. And I always end my shows by saying, truth must prevail. The famous Indian saying, Satyamev Jayate, the truth must triumph. And this is what you are looking at. The people are sick and tired of political chicanery and manipulation. The Democratic Party is brilliant. I give them tactically, hats off to them. They're tactically so brilliant in terms of exploiting the divisiveness in the society. They immediately pick on one or two items. So let me give you one example, which hit home people in their individual capacity. The famous or infamous, the transgender problem. Transgenders are born, and then there are some people who do gender change. Those who are born as transgender, it's a part of nature's cruelty, nature's justice, whichever way you call it, because there are people born with many deformities. There's nothing wrong about that. There's not to disparage them. But the way they played the transgender agenda undermined actually the women's rights. Whereas the hypocrisy of their policy, they are talking about we are for women, but you are letting women beaten up in sports and other items by allowing transgender men to play the game. This was completely, a conflict of opinion, conflict of views, and conflict in practices between preaching and practice. That's what got them as well. Parental rights was another issue. When the parents don't have right to manage their children's life, and in California, their popular Governor Newsom made it a law that if you do not subscribe to the gender change desire of your child, minor child, 8 or 9 or 10-year-old child, the child will be taken away from you. Do you think people were not cognizant of these measures brought in by the extreme leftist philosophies, the communist ideologies? That's what is important, that people were saying each one was affected in a very remarkable different ways. And then their help seeking from celebrities. Let it be known, the celebrities don't matter. They read the script. They are not of the caliber that people have to fall head over heels to listen to what Robert De Niro says. What a jackass.
Vibhuti,
that slang.
Can I take that quickly, your point? Can I take that point that you made to James? Because I very strongly feel about that. Because I track the entire election campaign in America on Twitter, right? On X. I don't watch American channels because I don't believe in them, right? It's obvious. I mean, you look at them and you know that they're lying. They're lying. You see it, you hear it. James, do you think this is a big lesson for the media as well?
Look, from Donald Trump's point of view, I don't think he cares too much about the media. Those politicians that follow the media, that listen to the people, which direction they should go, how they should form policy, how they should make their manifesto. I think well, in the end, let me put it simply, in the end, you just simply fall down because you have no direction. You don't know where you're going. In the case with Donald Trump, it was a clear message. He focused on two simple things: immigration and the state of the economy, to get inflation down, to get people back to work, and to stop the cheap goods coming in from countries like China and elsewhere. Build up the factories again. Let's start getting petrol prices down, gasoline prices down. We have more oil inside of America than all the other countries. We don't need to import it in, which is what the other administration was talking about. Joe Biden is probably a sitting duck at the moment. His administration is just really going to be sitting there in the White House, able to do almost nothing in the next couple of months until President-elect Donald Trump takes office. That means that Donald Trump can now take his opportunities, build a team around him, tell the Israelis, get the job done, get it finished, sort things out in Lebanon, sort things out in Gaza. By the time I come to power, I want the wars to be finished. I mean, let me just give you a brief example. In the last 6 weeks, I believe, in the last 6 months, Israel has taken out more of America's most wanted list than the Americans have done in the last 20 years. And that's because that they were saying all the time for 11 months that they had to take action inside of Lebanon. And it was the American administration that was holding it back. The same thing in Gaza. This war should not have been going on for 13 months. It was the American administration that kept the Israelis out of Rafah for 3.5 months when 101 hostages were being held and are still being held in those dungeons beneath, those terror dungeons beneath, of which many of them are now dead. So Donald Trump will say, just get that job finished and I will come. And if I can bring on board into the Abraham Accords, Saudi Arabia and Oman and other countries, you're looking at a real peace, not this fake peace that the Americans are talking about, whereby let's just have a ceasefire and hopefully everything will be okay. Let's just appease Iran and hopefully everything will be. It's not going to be okay. Wake up. You've tried that for years. Now try a different direction. That's what Donald Trump wants to do. And I feel it's a breath of fresh air and I'm willing to take that chance and see what he comes up with.
Yeah. James and Vibhuti, thank you for joining us on this broadcast and taking a short break. I've run out of time, but if you can stay, I request you to stay because this show will go on. I'm taking a break now, okay? It's a 2-minute break. I'm coming back with the headlines and some takeaways from the Donald Trump victory speech in Florida this morning.
Director, the taste of success.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV as we get you the big takeaways from the American election. America has decided. They've given Donald Trump another chance. And what a historic comeback it's been for Donald Trump. The final vote hasn't been counted yet, and it is a landslide by every measure as his party wins everything there is up for grabs in America. I want to play out the excerpts of Donald Trump's victory speech. Before that, an update, Associated Press showing that, of course, apart from winning the race to the White House, Senate won by Republicans, House, Republicans way ahead, governor race, Republicans way ahead. Here's some of the big takeaways from Donald Trump's speech.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump addressed his supporters after scripting a grand comeback to the White House. Defeating his Democratic rival Kamala Harris in the presidential elections, Trump's victory speech was a picture of certainty that the red wave had indeed drowned the Democrats. Addressing a crowd of supporters, Trump delivered a rousing victory speech, exuding confidence and pledging to restore America's greatness.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, here's what Trump had to say.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible. So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family.
In his victory speech, Trump thanked his supporters, running mate J.D. Vance, wife Melania Trump, and his children for their support in what has been a challenging campaign.
I want to also thank my beautiful wife Melania, First Lady. Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
He also gave a shout out to Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who has been voicing support for Trump.
President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Talking about crude oil, the 78-year-old Republican stated with conviction that liquid gold is going to pay off their debts.
Let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it.
Mincing no words, Trump fortified his stance on the immigration issue.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
A massive factor in Trump's victory was the Republican sweep in 7 swing or the battleground states. Trump's address was celebrated by a raucous crowd of supporters who greeted him with resounding cheers and chants of USA.
Okay, Vibhuti Jha continues to stay with us. He's live from New York, and I have James Marlowe joining us live from London. Vibhuti, a huge debate already has begun on whether Donald Trump is better for India. Let me tell you on a side note that even though Kamala Harris has Indian roots, Indian antecedents, not many in India were rooting for her. In fact, people were doing pujas for Donald Trump. I remember in a run-up. They've been doing, pujas in different cities, in different states, hoping that Donald Trump comes back to some power. There's something about him that Indians love, right? But on the economic front, is Trump better for India? Because I just saw an update that said, with his slogan about America first, there could be stricter H-1B visa rules kicking in. Do you see any of that happen?
Very thought-provoking points that you brought about, that the Indianness of Kamala Harris, for example, I have always maintained.
Didn't see that in the campaign.
Yeah, for example, I combined 2 words called sentimental and emotional, and I said Indians must not become senti-emotional about the name Kamala, because she had already abandoned her entire route, and she was using it as a political ploy for vote gathering, and people saw through that. The reason why they saw through that was a very simple thing. Every single thing that happened against us Hindus in America, India, 370, CAA, every political measure that was done, resolutions passed, laws enacted, or dismantling Hindutva, they were all conceived, caste files, they were all conceived, thought of, implemented, and manipulated in Democrat-run states. So people like us began to ask this question of Indian Americans, that it seems that neither does your vote matter, nor does your political contribution matter. Make them both count. And I think somewhere along the line it began to resonate with Indians here that we have been traditionally supporting Democratic Party, but why? And I made a very specific position on that Democratic Party has been systematically taking the Indian votes and Indians for granted. And that's what is important. Kamala Harris's advisor on Kashmir and India is a Pakistani guy. How can you be so openly and flagrant on Indian intentions? Coming to the economy part, I think many people miss out on one thing. Tariff will be used. And tariff is an instrument. As a banker, as a student of economics, I know the tariff is always used as a negotiating tool to protect your own industry or make the import expensive. And if people are willing to pay more, so be it. So like China, the tariff imposed on China, the trade is going on. People are paying the money. And, Biden administration did not overturn the tariff, though they complained bitterly about it. Now, what is important here is to come to this conclusion. That's a conclusion I came to. My conclusion is that there is no difference, and there are a lot of significant confluence points between Modi's agenda of India in 2047 being a multiple triple trillion-dollar economy, the third or the second possibility, third or the second strongest economy in the world, and and Trump's Make America Great Again. But think about it. Both need each other because of the huge markets, huge potential to grow. And they are not in conflict with each other at all because both love their country and they will focus on the agenda that makes each other stronger rather than weaker. So I don't think Trump is going to do anything that hurts Indian economy because he understands that following the Chinese debacle in terms of managing trade and political tensions, India is the country that is ready to absorb in the American investments, technology, and support. Likewise, America knows that I've done a lot of work in this arena, so I know that for every single American industry, India offers a huge market. And that's the part that we have to find the confluence of commonalities of purpose. And that I think they will establish rather successfully, and I think they will. Because there is no difference between MAGA and Make in India MII program, because they both love their countries and they want to become stronger countries. And I also say this, that the leftist alliances, the unholy alliance as I call them, they were definitely trying to dismantle the right of center approach to economy, the profit, the capitalist process. They were trying to bring the socialist measures. And we know very well, the American people know very well, India, we have lived the experience of socialism and we know it has failed. So the question is, which system works best? And I think there will be moderation. I think there is a recognition of the fact that America is great because they followed a capitalist policy. They were not because of socialist policy. There is no political experiment anywhere in the world where the socialist economies have done well for their people.
Yeah.
That's what is important for people to understand. Yes, there is a need for calibration of the profitability, or the profit greed is not good all the time, and you have to moderate the profitability element to such an extent that Prime Minister Modi has shown.
Yeah.
Whether it was COVID or the vaccine pricing and varieties of things. So like India's entire space aviation, space program is a remarkable example to the world that for motley sum of money, India landed on moon on the impossible side. Think about it, and people have begun to understand that India has a lot to contribute. With our thought, with our processes, with our way of life, we contribute a lot more to the global world as we see it.
Yeah. Before I go across to James, I'd like to play out, a report that we've compiled on what may have worked for Donald Trump. All the swing states have gone to the Republicans. His campaign was very unique, something that even the mainstream media, except for maybe one or two channels in the US, none of them gave him a chance. And despite that, he's won the election simply on the basis of what he spoke at these campaigns. What a journey it's been for him. Take a look at what worked for Donald Trump.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
In one of the tightest battles in the US history, Trump has emerged victorious in the 47th US presidential elections.
Going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
In the 7 key battlegrounds, Donald Trump snatched all the swing state victories and painted them red. Trump's America First and protectionism approach.
Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
To pledging to reduce corporate tax burden and even the stand on immigration issue.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
Trump, in his marathon campaign rallies, spoke on issues that struck a chord among the masses. In his victory speech, Trump reignited the issues that will be taken up by his administration. Trump pledged dominance in energy sector, saying America has more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia or Russia.
Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it.
The America First approach. Higher tariffs on foreign goods to give a flip to the US economy. And the handling of the West Asia conflict and the Russia-Ukraine war. The US voters made their choice crystal clear with a historic mandate to Trump. With Trump becoming the first Republican to win popular vote in 20 years. Will he be able to meet the promises that have been made?
One of the, and my question is to James now. James, quickly, if I can ask you a question on how there was an attempt to deliberately underplay anything Donald Trump, right? For example, after his assassination attempt, it was a clear assassination attempt, right? CNN, for example, wrote, Secret Service rushes Trump off the stage after he falls at a rally. No mention of the assassination attempt. US Today, Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startled former president. Washington Post said Trump taken away after loud noises at rally. And despite all of that, that man has bounced back. I mean, it's, would you call it one of the greatest political comebacks ever that you may have seen? How do you rate that comeback today?
Yeah, and also on Twitter, or now it's known as X, as you know, formerly known as Twitter, there was a lot of people who were saying that it was staged, that the whole thing was staged. In fact, It was 2 assassination attempts, possibly 3, because, of course, there was a car which was stopped not far from him with a lot of ammunition inside of it and a very suspicious person. But clearly, he survived from this, which was just miraculous. Another miraculous thing from last night is that he won all 7 swing states. I mean, it's just unbelievable. As I said right at the beginning of this, that I didn't think that we'd get a result. I thought it would be several weeks because of the legal challenges, because of the recounts and things like that. This is decisive. And you have to remember, when voters went into that voting booth, that they actually had a very, very long ballot paper. Right at the top was, of course, which is your presidential candidate favorite. You'd mark for that. And then, of course, came your local Congress people. So you were voting for the House, you were voting for in some states, a governor, a senator, and also in 10 states, you also had a vote on abortion. So I know from colleagues on the ground that they spoke to many, many people, and some of them said, we're actually going to vote for Donald Trump as the president to head the country, to be the president of the United States, but we're actually going to go local Democratic people. And it's okay to chop and change like that. But people just felt more comfortable with Donald Trump. Look, he's in office. I don't think Joe Biden is going to do much. It'll be very interesting to see what Kamala Harris is going to say when she finally comes out and makes her speech. Obviously, she's going to concede. I don't think she's officially done that yet. She's going to thank her party helpers. I think it's a bit late. And she's going to actually say how she's going to work to change over the White House together with Joe Biden on January the 20th. So the main thing, of course, right now is that Donald Trump, he's working really hard. I mean, this man has got the most unbelievable energy. He stays focused on the objective. Like some business people that I know have said about him, they've never met anyone like him before. He just is totally focused on winning, on getting things done. And there are very few people around like that. I mean, when you're totally devoted to something, it's as if when in the football game, you just keep wanting to take that penalty. Well, eventually, that ball is going to go in the net. He really believed that he had a chance in doing this. And I think even last night's result surprised him. So first, it's going to be America focusing on the economy.
It was not a close election by any because a lot of people said it would be a close election, etc. It wasn't by any measure a close election. I was very tempted to use the line "Ab ki baar Trump Sarkar," a line that Narendra Modi used when he was in the US in 2019. That's when I met Vibhuti as well at Howdy Modi, right? So much of debate around that, but it is "Ab ki baar Trump Sarkar," as they say in Hindi. Vibhuti Jan, James Marlowe, thank you for joining us on the broadcast this evening. Our live coverage continues. Donald Trump, historic comeback. Stay tuned. The headlines when we come back.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Director, the taste of success.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. And in those cases, every one of them, America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. And in those cases, every one of them, America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. 47th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, shattering 136-year-old history. Only second president to be elected after losing the elections. Now that's what defines the American democracy. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, was this supposed to be a neck-to-neck contest as it was being predicted? Or have projections all gone wrong? Because this has turned out to be yet another fascinating elections that have taken place in the United States of America with Donald Trump back in office. Now, what does this essentially mean on several issues, starting from immigration to geopolitical issues? All this and much more in this edition as we take you through what does the election of Donald Trump really mean for the world. All this and much more, but first let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes a historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, Make America Great.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States of America. Congratulatory messages pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to French President Emmanuel Macron to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders make a beeline to congratulate Donald Trump. After Trump's landslide victory, Kremlin issues a statement, says Putin does not plan to congratulate Trump on his victory. Iran's currency hits an all-time low. Bitcoin and dollar up as Donald Trump trumps Kamala Harris in US elections 2024. Former President Joe Biden had essentially said that Trump's election to the White House was essentially an aberrant moment which should have been corrected, and his election to the White House was the correction that he was talking about. It turns out that in the history of United States of America, Donald Trump becomes the second president to have been elected back to the White House. Only second president to have seen that happening. In fact, it turns out that it's a historic mandate for Donald Trump. Reason being that at least the 7 crucial states, which typically would have gone to at least the opponent, has actually now gone, all of them, to Donald Trump. It's turning out to be a decisive